Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter followed Sirius through the veil after his death? Part 4. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. In years past, January had always passed by in slow motion for Harry. The doldrums of the post-holiday school routine made the dreary days stretch interminably long, making Harry feel like he was trapped in a recurring loop of cold and darkness. This year, however, Harry would like nothing more than for January to never end, as February would bring all kinds of unpleasant issues that he'd rather not face. This, of course, only made the month fly by, as the prospect of the second task and Harry's anxieties about Voldemort's scheming loomed large on the rapidly approaching horizon. Meanwhile, the trail of Rita Skeeter's murder ran cold, which was no surprise to Harry. The Daily Prophet was rife with speculation about the possible suspects, and once they realized no viable candidates had emerged, they turned their reporting to criticism of Dumbledore's running of the school. How could this happen at Britain's premier wizarding school? One reporter asked. Will no one take responsibility for such ineptitude? Posited another. Not that Harry could really disagree. Dumbledore was supposed to be the most powerful and insightful wizard of the century, but these incidents seemingly happened right under his nose year after year. Why was it always up to Harry to figure these things out when the headmaster was supposedly so wise and responsible? It only reaffirmed his decision to keep certain secrets to himself, not trusting the man to do right by his students with that information. Harry had no real choice but to get better. He spent all of his free time in the library or in the room of requirement, learning new magic and sharpening his skills. Much of it was combat-oriented, but he knew he had to broaden his understanding of many different disciplines. He was particularly interested in blood rituals after the success of the ritual of ontogenesis. What other rituals could he conduct to better his body and mind? Such magic was outlawed in Britain, of course, and all the school-approved text on the subject was rather vague and didactic rather than explain how to perform it oneself. Harry considered getting a pass to the restricted section to look into more unsavory methods of self-improvement, but didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. Professor Moody would probably give it no questions asked, but Madame Pants was still suspiciously watching him via the school ledger and might alert Dumbledore to such troubling book check-outs by a fourth year. For now, Harry decided to just focus on the second task and worry about the rest later. He'd opted not to use gillyweed this time, finding it a deeply unpleasant experience the first time around. Besides, he was certain Neville would favor the plan himself. He'd spotted the boy reading magical water plants of the Mediterranean in the library, which meant the Weasley twins must have successfully tipped him off about his clue. The way Harry saw it, he had 3 problems to solve: breathing underwater, regulating his temperature in the freezing water, and seeing through the dark and murky depths. A bubblehead charm was a simple enough backup plan to breathe, but was susceptible to being popped accidentally. Warming charms worked for a time, but required focus to maintain with everything else going on. Harry could keep his wand tip lit with Lumos, but that would interfere with any other magic he would need to cast. He wanted to find the simplest and most foolproof methods he could to ensure his safety and success in the task. He'd also spent time wondering who his hostage might be in this timeline. Certainly not Ron. He was more likely to be Neville's, if anything. Harry didn't have many close friends to speak of, perhaps Luna, though he didn't see her as often as he would like with how busy he was. The only person that made sense was Dahlia. He was highly protective of his sister and would do anything to keep her safe. Unless she's Neville's hostage? Harry thought. Were he and his sister that close yet in this timeline? He wasn't actually sure. Dahlia acted nonchalant about the boy around her family, but she'd clearly been interested in him for years, and the feeling was now mutual. But if that was the case, who would Harry's be? His mother or father? Or perhaps, if the judges had taken notice of him and Katie at the Yule Ball, surely they wouldn't make that connection? Canute for your thoughts, Harry? Harry startled, nearly jumping out of his seat in the library as he was pulled from his train of thought by none other than Katie herself. She stood expectantly beside his table, eyeing the dozen or so textbooks he had propped open before him. "Oh, hey, Katie," he said. "Just daydreaming." "What about?" she asked, taking the empty seat beside him. "Nothing in particular," he muttered, face burning red. He didn't exactly want to admit that his head was now filled with memories of their last dance at the ball, bodies pressed close together, imagining what could have been if Damien hadn't pulled his little stunt. "What are you reading?" Katie asked, turning her attention to the books around him. Harry instinctively closed the one closest to him, worried that she'd think ill of him for reading about something as unsavory as blood rituals. Katie picked up a different one, raising her eyebrows at what she read. "Pocket charms?" she read. "Pretty advanced stuff for a fourth year. What are you learning that for?" "Hmm? Oh, just a stupid idea I had," Harry chuckled. He learned the term from Flitwick the other day, when the man had seemingly drawn his wand out of thin air. When asked about it, the excitable professor described how he created a small pocket enchantment to store his wand in, which he could then access from a designated entry point to pull it out. The idea intrigued Harry, but he wasn't yet sure if it was plausible to use in the way he envisioned it. "Something to do with the second task?" asked Katie. "Have you figured out what you have to do yet?" "We have to dive down to the bottom of the lake and retrieve something of value to us," said Harry. "In under an hour." "Bloody hell. That explains why Victor Crumb keeps diving off his ship in the middle of winter," Katie muttered. "People thought he was just crazy." Harry turned to face Katie directly. Her hair was back to its usual shoulder-length crop, and she was wearing baggy workout clothes from a recent flying session. But she also wore a cheery smile and had Harry feeling totally relaxed in her presence. And he thought she looked just as pretty as she had when she was all dolled up for the old ball. "Is now a good time to bring that up?" Harry wondered. Should I tell her what I was thinking as the night was drawing to a close? But he couldn't seem to summon the Gryffindor courage to do so, merely searching her expression for some clue on how to proceed. Katie seemed to take his silence as a cue to change the subject, and the moment passed. "So, how are you feeling about the next Quidditch match?" she asked. "We're playing against your old team, you know." "Should be all right," Harry shrugged. "It's all just for fun anyway." Though he wasn't so sure if this would be the case. Roger Davies continued to be one of his most vocal detractors, and his behavior at the Yule Ball indicated that he still had a bone to pick with Harry. Would that translate to an ugly head-to-head matchup during their next game? Harry hoped not, but could never be too sure. "Well, I can tell you're busy," Katie said decisively after another awkward pause, standing from her seat. "I'll leave you be. See you at practice." "Oh yeah, all right," Harry said, surprised. "See you, Katie." "See you," she smiled, and she departed the library. Harry realized too late that she hadn't come over for any particular reason. She just wanted to spend time with him. Was she hoping to talk about what had happened at the end of the night? Or rather, what had not happened? Was she after something more? Or did she just want to be better friends after their fun night out together? Bloody idiot, Harry thought bitterly to himself. For how much older and more mature he was supposed to be, he still felt woefully out of his depth when it came to women and expressing his feelings. Why couldn't he just come out and say what was on his mind? Why was it that he could face down 4 dozen Death Eaters without fear? But the sight of Katie's questioning expression searching his face made his insides turn over. Either way, now wasn't the time to ponder such questions. He had to set his feelings aside for now and focus on the other tasks ahead of him. There was another Hogsmeade weekend coming up shortly after the second task, and Harry felt compelled to plan out his next excursion to Little Hangleton to continue his research into Tom Riddle's past. Rita Skeeter's murder was a sobering incident, one that reminded him how ruthless Voldemort could be and how proactive he needed to be to prevent him from taking over Britain once more. The combination of negative thoughts and emotions left Harry in a rather sour mood as he left the library and headed back to Ravenclaw Tower. He crossed through Central Hall, doing his best to ignore the many students milling about, when he heard the last thing he wanted to hear in that moment: the drawling voice of Draco Malfoy, echoing loudly through the space. "Just embarrassing, really, that Dumbledore allows such riffraff to pollute our halls," he was saying. "Makes everyone look bad, having worthless muggles like him around." The subject of discussion seemed to be Filch, who was meekly polishing a suit of armor with a simple rag and spray bottle. Filch could clearly hear what was being said about him, but was pretending not to hear. A sizable group of Slytherins laughed at Malfoy's quip, along with a number of older Durmstrang students, ones that Harry supposed must be more sympathetic to such blood purity beliefs. "At least he knows his place," remarked one Durmstrang boy. "It is not as bad as letting mudbloods study with the other students. Karkaroff would never allow it." "I'm jealous," Draco groaned loudly. He seemed to be enjoying the large audience, empowering him to speak more freely than usual. "If Father wasn't a school governor, I would have gone to Durmstrang. Seeing the state of things under the muggle lover Dumbledore is just sad. It is a shame that VE are here to promote school unity." The Durmstrang boy scowled, eyeing a group of fearful younger students scurrying past. "I would love to show some of these out-of-line mudbloods their place." "You shut your mouth." Everyone turned. Harry had paused in front of the group, glaring at the boy. He recognized him as Marco Pavlovich, the keeper for Crumb's Quidditch squad and presumably for his Durmstrang house back home. Marco sneered at Harry, as did Draco and the other Slytherins. "Got something to say, Potter?" Draco demanded. "Not to you," Harry said dismissively to the younger boy. "You can shut your damn mouth though, Pavlovich. That kind of bigotry isn't welcome at Hogwarts." "Is that so?" Marco laughed, turning his broad shoulders to face Harry fully. "And who will stop me?" Harry drew his wand and pointed it between Marco's eyes. Immediately, most of the group responded in kind, with over a dozen wands aimed back at Harry. "Piss off, Potter," shouted Crabbe from the back of the group. "Know your place. You think you'll scare me?" Harry grinned. "There were more wands aimed at me when I kicked your fathers' asses at the World Cup." Asked Draco how that went for them. A few of the Durmstrang boys looked surprised by this revelation, looking to Draco for confirmation. Draco's face scrunched up with rage, and he stepped forward to the front of the pack. "Defendo," he bellowed, sending the cutting curse directly at Harry. He could have simply sidestepped the spell or blocked it with a shield charm. Instead, Harry batted the spell to his right, directly at Marco, who was unable to avoid the spell and took it straight to the leg, yelping in pain as blood spurted from his thigh. The other Durmstrang boys stepped forward, faces contorted with rage. "You will pay for that, Potter," one snarled, wand raised menacingly at Harry. "Enough!" A powerful shield charm erupted in between Harry and the larger group, and everyone spun around to see who had cast it. Severus Snape strode across the hall, looking furious. "Potter attacked a Durmstrang student, Professor," Draco shouted at once, pointing an accusing finger at Harry. "He should be expelled for that." "Quiet, you idiot boy. I saw the whole thing," Snape snapped, causing the blonde boy to pale at once. 5 points from Slytherin for stooping to crude violence. "But he dashed," Draco stammered. "Disperse, all of you," Snape growled, addressing the entire group. The Slytherins and Durmstrang students glared from Harry to Snape for a moment, before stowing their wands away and slinking away. "And you come with me." Harry met Snape's glare with one of his own. The man had technically spared him from a messy fight that was sure to land more than one student in the hospital wing, so he had no reason to be cross with him, but it was a matter of principle. Harry stowed his wand away and swept after him, ignoring the many wide-eyed bystanders watching him go. Snape led the way to his office in the dungeons, wordlessly beckoning Harry inside before slamming the door behind them. "What on earth were you thinking, Potter?" he demanded. "Taking on that many students twice your size?" "I wasn't afraid of them," Harry said defiantly. "I don't care what you're afraid of," Snape spat. "You didn't stop to think how it would look? A Hogwarts champion, instigating a fight with students from another school in broad daylight." "They were talking about purging mudbloods from Hogwarts," said Harry. "I wasn't going to take that lying down, but I suppose that's something you would have discussed in your own school days. Isn't that right, Professor?" "Detention for a week, Potter," Snape said angrily. "My own teenage follies do not excuse your own. Control yourself, and stop making enemies with everyone you cross paths with." "And why should I take advice on making enemies from you?" Harry glared. "Considering the allies you used to keep Dash. That's another week of detention." Snape roared. "Keep it up, and I'll revoke your Quidditch privileges for the year. Now get out of my sight, and stay away from Malfoy." "Sir," Harry said through gritted teeth, turning to go. His relationship with Snape was nowhere near as contentious as in his last timeline, and the man clearly had some kind of agreement with Lily to watch over her children in the castle. But it was hard not to loathe the man for his blatant favoritism and dark past, no matter the path he may have chosen now. He wondered how James would have reacted if he heard Snape talking that way in their school days, and felt that his own actions probably paled in comparison. Snape did have a point, however. Creating rapport with the foreign students would only become more difficult once word of incidents like this one spread. The Durmstrang and Beauxbatons visitors already hated him for his suspected cheating to enter the tournament, and now they would hear that he'd caused harm to one of their own without the context behind it. So much for international diplomacy. Thankfully, there was no retribution from the Durmstrang clan in the coming weeks, though Harry was careful not to stray too far in the castle alone. The foreign delegation mostly steered clear of him anyway, still not trusting him after all that had taken place this year. Perhaps Harry's display of strength at the first task also deterred reprisals, proving to the other students that he was not a fourth year to be underestimated in combat. The clan mentality only intensified as the week of the second task arrived, with students flocking around their own champions and preparing pins and banners to support them publicly. Predictably, Malfoy began distributing Potter Stinks badges once more, and Neville was seemingly embraced by his Slytherin classmates, if only because he was the alternative to Harry. Now that's a sight you don't see every day, Harry remarked to himself as he saw Crabbe and Goyle acting as bodyguards for the boy who lived between classes. What would their fathers think if they saw this? Harry found it simple enough to keep his head down and remain focused on the task ahead as Saturday morning rapidly approached. He had solidified his plans for the lake and even tested it with a few late-night practice swims, feeling confident that he could finish his task successfully. Now it was once again a matter of ensuring Neville also emerged unscathed. He would never admit it to the boy, of course, but Harry was prepared to personally escort him all the way to the Merfolk village and back if it meant disrupting any foul play on Voldemort's part. He awoke earlier than planned on the morning of his second task, feeling jittery but nonetheless prepared. He headed to the Great Hall for breakfast, alarmed to see that it was already full of students, equally eager for the day's events to begin. Harry spotted a familiar face at the Ravenclaw table and made his way over to sit beside her. "Morning, Luna," he greeted the blonde. "Morning, Harry," she said matter-of-factly. "Sleep well?" "More or less," Harry grumbled. "Just a bit nervous about the task is all." "I wouldn't worry about it too much," Luna shrugged. "The tea leaves indicate calm waters and minimal storms today." "That's good, I guess," said Harry. What did minimal storms mean? There wasn't a cloud in the sky outside, but Harry knew that Luna must be referring to the metaphorical climate here. She'd made a similarly gloomy forecast the night of Pettigrew's incursion into the castle last year. After all, how has divination been treating you so far, Luna? "It's all right," Luna sighed discontentedly. "It's an interesting subject, but I don't like Professor Trelawney much. All she does is fret about impending disasters and predict death and suffering." "That sounds about right," Harry chuckled humorlessly. He'd gotten used to Trelawney's hijinks by now, though he supposed someone experiencing her for the first time might be a bit perturbed. Though come to think of it, she had been especially doom and gloom over the past year, forecasting death around every corner ever since the term began. Harry had a brief image of Cedric Diggory lying dead in the grass of the graveyard, and shook his head to clear it. "That's not happening on my watch," he reminded himself firmly. Luna accompanied Harry down to the lake as the student body began to migrate there for the task. It occurred to him now that Luna must not be his hostage, which left only one viable candidate in his mind. The thought sent icy chills down his spine. "She'll be fine," he reminded himself. Dumbledore wouldn't let anything happen to any of the hostages. Harry was pointed in the direction of the northern shore, while the rest of the students headed for the bleachers to the east. Fleur, Crumb, and Neville were already present, dressed in various swim apparel and doing their best to stay warm and limber for the event to start. Perhaps it was nerves or the frigid cold or both, but none of them spoke, all lost in their own mental preparations. Harry was happy to follow suit. Soon after, Ludo Bagman walked up to the four champions, flanked by the other three judges. "Welcome to the second task, champions," he greeted them, beaming widely. "Your mission, as you have no doubt surmised from your clue, is to retrieve your most treasured possession from the bottom of the lake within 1 hour. And VOT, is our most treasured possession? Crumb asked. It is the thing, or person, that you care about the most, Bagman explained, causing the other three champions to grimace. Time is of the essence, so I suggest you not dilly-dally. Now, before we begin, the judges need to inspect any objects you plan to take with you into the lake, besides a wand. Crumb and Fleur had nothing for the judges to inspect, so they moved on to Neville. He procured a small lump of slimy plant material that Harry recognized all too easily. Ah, gillyweed, Bagman chuckled knowingly. I should have realized, considering that you were such a fair hand at herbology. Mr. Longbottom, a wise choice. Bagman turned next to Harry, who handed over the blue and bronze cotton scarf his mother had gifted him for Christmas. I see no objection to this, Bagman muttered, turning the fabric over in his palm. But oh, what's this I detect? He waved his wand over the scarf, frowning at whatever feedback he received back. Let me see that, Karkaroff muttered, snatching the garment out of Bagman's hands and performing his own wand diagnostics. But surely this is an illegal device, Bagman. He has hidden an enchantment within the fabric. Indeed he has, Dumbledore smiled, taking the scarf for himself. A rather ingenious display of magic here. Mr. Potter appears to have created a pocket charm on one side of the scarf, allowing him to breathe in the oxygen stored within. That was indeed what Harry had done. He'd gotten the idea from snorkels, the device muggles used to breathe underwater. But rather than a tube sticking out above the surface at all time to draw in oxygen, Harry had filled a large pocket with pure oxygen and positioned the entrance within the scarf so he could suck in air from within. So long as he didn't lose the scarf, he would have hours of breathable air. There is indeed nothing illegal about this device, Bagman confirmed, handing it back to Harry. Unless we want to ban all muggle aids, like Miss Delacour's choice of footwear. Fleur was indeed wearing shoes with tiny fins at the ends, much like flippers. Madame Maxime looked anxious at this suggestion, so she shot a nasty look at Karkaroff until he backed down. Very good, champions, Bagman said, clapping his hands. Take your places at the shore and wait for my signal. Remember, you have 1 hour. The 4 champions took their marks, stretching and silently preparing themselves for the task. Harry looked to Neville at the far end of the row, trying to catch his eye and send him silent reassurances. But Neville was in his own world, muttering to himself, clutching the gillyweed tight in his shaking palm. No matter, Harry thought, he'll be fine. I'll be keeping an eye on him. Ladies and gentlemen, roared Bagman from his spot at the bleachers, welcome to the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. The 4 champions will have 1 hour to retrieve their prize from the bottom of the lake and return to shore. Are the champions ready? All 4 sent various signals of readiness to Bagman, dropping into running stances. Then let the task begin, shouted Bagman, and a loud cannon blast signaled the start of the event. At once all 4 champions began their preparations. Crumb began muttering complex incantations to partially transfigure himself into a shark, while Fleur erected a bubblehead charm to cover her mouth and nose. Neville began chewing and painfully swallowing his gillyweed, as Harry merely tied the scarf around the lower half of his face and used a sticking charm to keep it firmly over his nose and mouth. Harry and Fleur were the first to wade out into deeper waters. Harry dipped his head underneath the surface and took a few practice gulps to ensure his makeshift breathing device was working properly. Then he fired an orb of light into the dark waters ahead of him, centering it in his vision and concentrating on keeping it 10 feet above and ahead of him at all times. Then he thrust his wand forward and thought, "Accelerare." At once he shot like a bullet through the water, his wand pulling him along as though attached to a tractor beam. He left Fleur and the others miles behind as he plunged down into the depths of the lake, quickly acclimating to the cold, ears popping from the shifting pressure as he descended further and further into the murky depths. He could easily retrieve his prize and return to the surface within minutes at this rate. But his aim was not to win. He had to make sure Neville made it through the task alive, unsure what hidden dangers may lie in store for him. The fake Moody had helped Harry through the tournament in the last timeline. But what if Voldemort's aims had changed this time around? What if he'd entered both Harry and Neville into the tournament to ensure their accidental deaths? Harry couldn't take that risk. Harry paused his descent about halfway down the lake, waiting, listening. It was eerily quiet down here. The silence pressed upon him like a heavy weight, almost as oppressive as the darkness his dim light was struggling to penetrate. He mentally moved the light all around himself, checking to ensure he was not about to be ambushed by any unwanted predators. "Where is everyone?" Harry thought impatiently to himself. A silent tempest charm told him that nearly 10 minutes had passed, and the merfolk was not far from where he was treading water. He was briefly torn. Should he remain here and wait for all three to pass him by en route to the lake bed, or be more proactive and seek out potential trouble? Indecisiveness paralyzed him as he decided which was the best course of action. His mind was made up for him when he heard muffled sounds of struggle somewhere to his right. Harry pointed his wand and shot off like a rocket towards the sound, projecting his orb of light ahead of him at all times. He was met with a grisly scene. Fleur Delacour was struggling with a horde of Grindylows, grabbing at her ankles and trying to climb up her torso to attack her. Harry wasted no time, firing silent stunners at the tiny creatures and sending them spiraling back down to the depths. Fleur was briefly startled by Harry's appearance, aiming her wand wildly at him, but realized what he was doing and turned her attention back to the creatures below her. But her distraction cost her. A stray Grindylow leapt up and bit her hand, causing her to flinch and drop her wand, which drifted slowly down into the darkness. Another lunged at her face, popping her bubblehead charm and leaving her unable to breathe. Fleur started to panic, thrashing wildly as the Grindylows started to gain the upper hand, greedily dragging her down to the depths as more arrived to claim their prey. Harry knew there were too many to take on with individual spells. He closed his eyes and summoned as much power as he could before silently casting Stupefy Maxima. A wave of red light pulsed from his wand, stunning everything it came in contact with. Dozens of unconscious Grindylows floated harmlessly away, falling off of Fleur as her head lolled forward and her limbs went limp. Harry knew he had no time to spare. Within seconds, Fleur's unconscious breathing reflex would kick in and cause her to drown. He grabbed her waist and pointed his wand upwards, thinking Ascendar. He was propelled upwards towards the surface with great force, clutching Fleur's limp form tightly. He had no free hand to pinch her nose and prevent her from inhaling. He could only pray that he got her out in time. Then they broke the surface, launching several feet in the air before crashing back down to the water below. Harry steadied Fleur face up on the surface and placed his wand to her chest, muttering, "Innervate." Fleur's eyes flew open, and she instinctively started to flail about again, coughing up a lungful of water and swearing loudly in French. After a moment, she recomposed herself, taking shallow breaths and clutching onto Harry for dear life, whom she was staring at with wide eyes. "Are you all right?" Harry asked, his voice slightly muffled by the scarf still covering his nose and mouth. "Why did you help me?" Fleur demanded. "Why not leave me to fend for myself?" "I'm not trying to win," Harry shrugged. "Can you float on your own?" Fleur took a second to register this question in her shocked state. Eventually, she nodded, and Harry released her, sending red sparks into the air to signal that she needed rescue. Then, with an apologetic look at Fleur, Harry dove beneath the surface, accelerating back down into the depths. Harry did not stop this time, heading straight for the very bottom of the lake. Within minutes of departing the surface, he arrived at the merfolk village, its natural light removing the need for his own floating orb. He spotted the 4 hostages affixed to ropes at one end of the village and rushed over towards it. 3 of the hostages he recognized straight away, the same as they were in his previous timeline. Fleur's sister Gabrielle dangled just in front of him, looking peaceful and serene, flanked on either side by Ron and Hermione, Neville and Crumb's hostages. But the 4th made Harry's blood run cold. His sister Dahlia, looking every bit like the ghostly white corpse he'd seen when he encountered the boggart the previous year. He fought the desperate reflex to grab her and rushed to the surface immediately. "She's perfectly safe," Harry had to remind himself. Dumbledore wouldn't let any of them come to harm. He had to stay focused on his mission, making sure Neville made it out of the lake intact. And hey, if Crumb needed assistance himself, Harry would give it to him. As far as he was concerned, none of them were rivals. They were all in this together. motion to Harry's right caught his eye, and he realized why he had not encountered any merfolk yet. Neville was engaged in a silent argument with what appeared to be the chieftain of the village, dozens of spears pointed at him. Neville was gesturing wildly towards Dahlia, as though entreating them to let him take her as well. But the merfolk were shaking their head no, pointing towards Ron, clearly indicating that he was the hostage he was responsible for. Harry rushed over to the group, causing brief alarm from the merfolk until he held up his hands in peace. He gestured to get Neville's attention, pointing from himself to Dahlia. "I've got her," he tried to communicate silently, with only his eyes. Neville frowned at him for a moment before nodding in understanding. At that moment, they were interrupted by the arrival of a third party, Crumb, his upper half transfigured into a shark. The merfolk scattered as Crumb headed straight for Hermione, biting her rope and grabbing her unconscious form before heading for the surface. Harry watched him go before turning back to Neville, giving him a reassuring nod. "Let's get out of here." Neville and Harry made their way over to their respective hostages. Harry severed Dahlia's rope with a cutting curse and took the time to free her legs so that she could use them once they reached the surface. He grabbed her arm with his free hand and prepared to leave, turning to check one last time on Neville. He was struggling to untie Ron's bindings by hand, searching the lake bed for a rock sharp enough to cut the rope. Harry groaned internally and fired another cutting curse, cleanly severing Ron's rope from the rock beneath it. Neville looked up, startled, as he realized what Harry had done. Harry merely gave him a sheepish shrug. Neville returned it, grabbing Ron and beginning to ascend towards the surface. "He'll make it," Harry told himself. The hard part was over. Now it was just a matter of getting himself and Dahlia out, and Gabrielle, whom he now knew to be perfectly safe, but would still go a long way towards earning Fleur's gratitude. With an apologetic glance back at the merfolk, he fired a third cutting curse at Gabrielle's bindings. The merfolk raised their weapons in protest, but Harry had already looped his wand arm through Gabrielle's and aimed it up at the surface. Soon the three of them were rocketing towards the surface, leaving the merfolk far behind in the darkness. After about a minute they surfaced, arriving in the center of the lake. Dahlia and Gabrielle spluttered awake, disoriented, thrashing about in the water as Fleur had. "Relax," Harry reassured the girls as he removed his scarf from his face. "You're safe. Just breathe." "Took you long enough, idiot," Dahlia quipped sarcastically, though she clutched onto his arm tightly for support. "Who's Blondie?" "This is Gabrielle," Harry said. Gabrielle was blinking rapidly in the harsh sunlight, staring at Harry with wide eyes. "Qui es-tu?" Gabrielle demanded in rapid French. "Tu n'es pas ma sœur?" "Où est-elle?" "C'est mon frère," Dahlia said reassuringly to the younger girl. "Il nous sauvera." "Since when do you speak French?" Harry asked his sister as they began paddling towards shore. "I'm learning," Dahlia shrugged. "France has some excellent healing academies that I might apply to someday." Harry was certainly grateful for it in the moment, as Dahlia's soothing words helped to keep Gabrielle calm as they traversed the lake surface. Ahead of him, Harry could see Neville and Ron swimming. For shore, where Crumb and Hermione had already arrived, the latter wrapped in a blanket as Madame Pomfrey attended to her. Neville and Harry reached the shore around the same time, their respective hostages, +1, in tow. Madame Pomfrey rushed forward to check on them all. Aside from a small scrape to Neville's leg, they were all unharmed. I mean, really, allowing so many underage children to fend for themselves? She huffed indignantly, casting warming charms on the youngest girls as they shivered in their towels. Madness. Utter madness this tournament is. She's not wrong, Harry thought grimly. Then the next moment he was nearly knocked to the ground by someone moving very fast. Fleur rushed past him to scoop young Gabrielle in her arms, speaking to her in urgent French. Harry could not understand what they were saying, but gathered that Gabrielle was reassuring her sister that she was all right, gesturing to Harry with a shy smile. Fleur set Gabrielle down and turned to Harry. "You saved me and my sister," she said breathlessly, moving forward to wrap Harry in a grateful hug. "My family is forever indebted to you." "Don't mention it," Harry mumbled, cheeks burning with embarrassment, which only got worse when Fleur planted multiple kisses on both sides of his face. Dahlia snickered silently at his misfortune as the other champions and their hostages looked on, bemused and no doubt slightly envious. Fortunately, he was spared being the center of attention by the booming voice of Ludo Bagman overhead. "The four champions have all returned," Bagman said excitedly. Miss Delacour of Beauxbatons failed to complete her task, finishing in fourth place. A smattering of polite applause ensued, but Fleur seemed unconcerned, walking up the path to the stands with Gabrielle's hand firmly in her own. Victor Crumb was the first to surface with his hostage safely in tow, Bagman continued. He is awarded full points and first place in the task. A roar of approval rose from the Durmstrang faithful as Crumb nodded politely to his admirers, though his focus remained on Hermione, ensuring that she was all right. Neville Longbottom of Hogwarts surfaced second with his hostage, followed shortly by Harry Potter, also of Hogwarts, Bagman continued. However, after conferring with the merfolk, we have determined that Mr. Potter acted valorously to free multiple hostages and assist another champion with his own. That, in addition to his efforts to rescue Miss Delacour from Grindylows, has prompted the judges to award him second place. A small cheer rose for Harry from the stands, which he noted was led mostly by the Gryffindor contingent and a portion of Hufflepuff House, spearheaded by Damien and Cedric. He noted that some of his own house mates joined in as well, giving him hope that perhaps he would not be the pariah of Ravenclaw House for much longer. "Harry! Dahlia!" a voice called out. Harry saw Lily and James rushing down the path towards him. The former arrived first, rushing to check on her daughter. "Thank Merlin. Dumbledore said nothing bad would happen to you. But you never know, Dash." "I'm fine, Mum," Dahlia said, squirming out of her mother's smothering grasp. "Dumbledore explained the stasis charm to me in great detail before applying it. Nothing could have gone wrong." "Well done, Harry," James appraised his son, wrapping him in a relieved hug. "I knew you could do it, but it was torture not being able to see you down there. And the poor Delacour girl." Lily sighed. She looked terrified when the judges pulled her out of the water. "That was very brave of you to help her." Harry shrugged indifferently. "I'm not trying to win the tournament," he said once again. "Just trying to get everyone through it in one piece." "Noble git," Dahlia said, rolling her eyes. "Be right back." And she turned to approach Ron and Neville, the latter immediately turning to ensure she was all right. Harry felt an odd sensation in his stomach at the sight of Neville pulling his sister in for a tight hug, but ultimately decided it was all right. He was a good person, and Dahlia could fend for herself. Harry began walking up the path to rejoin the student section, flanked on either side by his parents. He spotted Katie Bell standing anxiously off to one side, waiting for him. "We'll give you a moment," Lily said tactfully, grabbing her husband's arm and steering him away to give their son privacy. "Hi," said Harry awkwardly as he approached Katie. "Hi," she said back, smiling nervously at him. "Did it go all right?" "Yeah," Harry nodded, stopping in front of her. "Better than expected, honestly." "Congrats on second place," Katie said, her hands fidgeting with her overcoat. She looked unsure if it was appropriate to embrace him. "We were all rooting for you." "Thanks," Harry smiled. Then, feeling emboldened, he took her hands in his and pulled her close, placing his lips gently to hers in a small kiss. Her eyes went wide with surprise at the gesture as they pulled apart. Then her face burned bright red, and she giggled in a very un-Katie-like manner. "I was hoping you would do that at the ball," she admitted with a sheepish smile. "Me too," Harry grinned. "Shame that we got interrupted." They stood there giddily for a moment, fingers interlocked, just smiling at each other. Harry spotted the Weasley twins, plus Angelina and Alicia spying on them from afar, looking positively delighted. "So there's a Hogsmeade weekend coming up," Harry said after a moment. "Care to join me for a proper date?" "I'd like that," Katie beamed. She stood on tiptoes and gave Harry another gentle kiss, then grinned and turned to head back to her friends. Harry watched her skip away, his heart feeling lighter and more overjoyed than it had in quite some time. At that moment, he felt as though he could conjure the world's brightest Patronus with the memory of the last few minutes. It was only later that afternoon that Harry remembered his plan to travel to Little Hangleton during the next Hogsmeade weekend. Bugger, he thought irritably when he realized he'd double-booked himself. But surely he could make both work, right? Countering Voldemort's schemes was important. But so too was pursuing his own personal life and living the childhood he never got to the first time. Surely he could do both things at the same time, right? He'd managed so far. How hard could it be? Year 4 to 12, double date. Not that it mattered much to Harry, but he did find his popularity to be on the rise within the castle after the second task. Word must have spread about what he did for Fleur in the lake, as well as his confrontation with the Slytherins and Durmstrang students a few weeks prior. Most no longer regarded him with open hostility, and he even received some nods and smiles of encouragement from other students in the hallways. At least it was no longer a nightmare dealing with his own house, and Harry didn't feel accosted by angry glares and muttered gossip every time he passed through the common room. His old Quidditch teammates remained rather frosty around him, but his classmates were back to their old selves, and people didn't shy away from him when he sat down at the Great Hall for meals anymore. Harry was far from a social butterfly, of course, but it was nice to no longer be treated like he had the plague. Harry's focus remained on the future, however, with several key events on the horizon. First was his upcoming Hogsmeade weekend, for which he'd accidentally double-booked himself. He had a date with Katie Bell, which he had no intentions of backing out of and was quite looking forward to. But he also intended to sneak off and apparate to Little Hangleton before the day was up. He had unfinished business in the sleepy village, namely the cemetery, before the third task came around. There was also the upcoming Quidditch match scheduled for the second week of March. He felt a particular drive to perform well against his old team, especially considering that Roger Davies remained one of his biggest detractors in the castle. It would be a far more difficult matchup than their first, and they only faced an even tougher foe if they somehow advanced to the finals. The team hadn't been able to practice much due to weather conditions and hectic schedules, so it would be a difficult task. There wasn't much point in fretting over things outside his control, so Harry just put his head down and went about his routine as usual. Students left him be for the most part, and he was fully prepared to do nothing but eat, sleep, and study until Saturday rolled around. But an unexpected disruption came on Thursday, as Harry followed his classmates up towards their afternoon arithmetic lesson, and an airy voice called out after him, Harry Potter." Harry turned. Fleur Delacour was marching down the corridor towards him. Everyone turned to stare, aside from the natural attention Fleur attracted from the male population of Hogwarts. It was rare to see two Triwizard champions interacting in the castle at all. "Hello, Fleur." Harry greeted her neutrally, masking his surprise at being approached. "Can we speak?" she asked. "Privately?" "Certainly," Harry shrugged. He led the way to an empty classroom and opened the door for her, closing it shut behind them. Fleur turned and crossed her arms, scrutinizing Harry closely. "I've come to offer my apology," she said after a moment's silence. "For what?" asked Harry, bewildered. "I didn't think I needed one." "For calling you a little boy at our first meeting," said Fleur. "It has become clear that I was mistaken. You are no boy, and you are far more capable than you appeared at first blush." "Oh," said Harry. Thanks, Fleur. I believe that you are hiding something," Fleur continued, still scrutinizing him from behind her closed body language. "It is most curious. I have not decided why, though, because I do not think you wish to hurt anybody. I'm just trying to survive this tournament," said Harry, "and help Neville Longbottom survive as well." "And myself?" Fleur asked, arching an eyebrow. "Why help me in the lake? I am a competitor." "I'm not trying to win," Harry insisted. "You are not my competitor. We're both in this together. Do you understand?" "I do not," Fleur muttered. "Explain." Harry sighed, wondering how much to divulge with Fleur. This was similar to Bill Weasley's confrontation back at the Quidditch World Cup, except Fleur was not angry with him, merely curious. He believed she could be trusted, but didn't want to give up all of his secrets so easily. "You know our country had a Dark Lord recently," he began slowly. "Voldemort. I have heard, of course," Fleur huffed. "Zay Longbottom boy killed him." "So what?" "He's not dead," Harry corrected her. "He's in hiding, regaining his strength. He's the reason Neville got entered into the tournament, and possibly why I was as well. Can you think of a reason why he would do such a thing?" Fleur contemplated this. "You think this Dark Lord was hoping you and Longbottom would die in the tournament?" she deduced. "Yes," Harry nodded. "But there's more to it than that. He's planning something big for the third task. He's preparing to come out into the open and to use Neville to make a statement. How can you know all of this? Fleur demanded. Call it intuition, Harry shrugged. I'm asking you to trust me. War is coming, and when it does, all this school rivalry bullshit will mean nothing. Can we please work together instead of against one another? Fleur considered this thoughtfully. I have asked many of Z's students about you, she remarked. They are afraid of you. They think you are dangerous and untrustworthy. Does they include Roger Davies? Harry asked with a knowing smile. Murd. He was a terrible date, Fleur lamented. So full of himself, and he was not just my allure causing it either. Harry chuckled good-naturedly at her plight. So, do you think they have a point? Harry asked pointedly. To his astonishment, Fleur smiled. You saved my life, Harry Potter, she said. I do not take this lightly. I may not understand the game you are playing, but I feel compelled to trust you anyway. Thank you, Harry nodded gratefully. The third task is a maze, and someone is going to try to sabotage the other champions so that Neville reaches the end first and walks into a trap. So stay sharp, and keep an eye on threats beyond the task itself. I will, Fleur nodded. And do you think Crumb can be trusted as well? I believe so, said Harry. Tell him the same if you get the chance. Whoever is behind this might try to get us to turn against one another in that maze, so don't let your guard down for a second. Even with me or Crumb. Very well, Fleur smiled. She stepped forward and placed a chaste kiss on his cheek. Be careful, Harry Potter. You too, Harry stammered as Fleur left the room. Even with his inclemency blocking her passive allure, she remained a striking presence, and he lightly touched his cheek, savoring the simple gesture. But Fleur was more than just a pretty face to him. He hoped that she could be a powerful ally in the future, which he was in dire need of. He'd relied heavily on Saul Croker for support over the past few years, and knew he would need to extend his circle of trust eventually to win this war. Perhaps he could fulfill Dumbledore's original wish for the Triwizard Tournament, establishing alliances with the other school champions to form a united front against Voldemort. Either way, it was nice to no longer be the mortal enemy of an entire school. Much of the Beauxbatons crowd was following Fleur's lead and treating him more respectfully, some even sitting near him at the Ravenclaw table during meals. Harry even spotted Dahlia chatting with Fleur's friend Isabel one morning at breakfast, suggesting that the Potter name no longer carried so much baggage for his sister as well. Saturday soon arrived, and Harry woke up feeling nearly as nervous as he had the day of the first task. He had things he wanted to accomplish in Little Hangleton today, but he was mostly stressed about his upcoming date with Katie. What would they talk about? Would they even get along outside the context of their shared love of Quidditch? What if he said something foolish that made her dislike him? What if this proved to be as disastrous as his first date with Cho in his last timeline? Stop that, Harry chastised himself as he got dressed and headed down to the entrance hall. Katie's not as high maintenance as Cho was. At worst, it'll just be two friends having a nice time in the village. Still, though, his heart hammered hard as ever as he descended the many steps from Ravenclaw Tower, anxious to see how the day would progress. Katie was waiting for him downstairs. She wore a plain, checkered muggle overcoat, jeans, and red and gold winter boots that matched the scarf tied around her neck. She spotted Harry descending towards her and beamed radiantly at him. He smiled back. That easy smile of hers never failed to warm his heart. You look nice, Harry remarked as he took her arm and led her out the front doors once Filch waved them through. Sorry I'm late. Oh no, I'm the one that's early, Katie said quickly. I've always been an early morning person. Eager to start the day, you know? I get that, Harry chuckled. He was more inclined to sleep in whenever possible, but he knew Katie had a competitive drive to improve herself every day with early workouts and admired her dedication. Harry helped Katie up into a thestral-drawn carriage, which whisked them down the path to Hogsmeade Village. He made light conversation along the way, asking about her classes, discussing the upcoming Quidditch match. She answered with short, concise responses, rarely leading the conversation with questions of her own. Harry was no expert with women, but he knew Katie well enough to deduce that something was off. She was usually the chatterbox, always full of energy and eager to talk about whatever sprang into her mind. She seemed attentive and energetic now, but was uncharacteristically muted in conversation. Was she just nervous about the date? Or was something else weighing on her? The carriage deposited them in the village, and Harry led the way to the Three Broomsticks, a popular starting point to the day for students to warm themselves up from the cold with butterbeer and warm food. Harry ordered drinks for both of them as they settled into a corner booth. He waited a few more minutes for Katie to speak her mind, and when she didn't, he decided to address things head-on. "You all right, Katie?" Harry frowned. "You're awfully quiet today." Am I?" Katie said nonchalantly, taking a deep swill of her butterbeer. "Just a bit nervous is all." "Uh-huh," Harry hummed, not altogether convinced. His senses were screaming at him that something was awry, something he needed to address here and now. "Seriously, Belle, what's up? Did I say something wrong?" "No, of course not," Katie muttered. Then, after a moment's awkward silence, she blurted out, "What happened with you and Fleur Delacour 2 days ago?" "Fleur?" repeated Harry, surprised. "Oh, that? It was nothing. She just wanted to thank me for helping her in the lake and apologize for some of the rude things she'd said about me before." "Oh," Katie said softly, frowning to herself, "because there were rumors going around that you and her snuck off to an empty classroom to, I dunno, snog or something." Harry cursed under his breath. He should have realized what their private conversation might have looked like, especially after the rumors surrounding him and Hermione the year before. "I don't think I'd have a chance in hell of getting Fleur Delacour's attention in that way," Harry chuckled. Then, seeing the perplexed look on Katie's face, he quickly added, "Not that I'd want it, mind. She's far too judgmental and full of herself." "But you must admit she's quite beautiful," said Katie, searching his face. "More beautiful than I am." "I wouldn't agree with that," said Harry carefully, knowing he was treading through a minefield. "She's attractive on the outside, sure, but it's what's inside that matters most to me. You're 10 times more enjoyable to spend time with, and I find you quite attractive as well." That seemed to help Katie relax somewhat. "Fleur acts like she's above everyone else in the castle," she scoffed. "Like nothing could ever live up to her oh-so-lofty standards." "She sure seemed to be having a blast with Roger Davies at the Yule Ball," Harry said sardonically. "I could practically hear her swoon every time he bragged about how many quaffles he could juggle with one hand." That drew a snort of surprised laughter from Katie, effectively breaking the awkward tension between them. They spent a few more minutes ribbing the Beauxbatons champion, whom Harry now realized had been a major source of self-consciousness for Katie. He was all too happy to assuage her fears by bashing the Partvilla, even if he didn't fully believe some of the things he said to knock her down a peg. Conversation turned elsewhere as Katie gradually returned to her normal, cheerful self. "So what are your parents like?" she asked. "I've heard a lot about your dad and what he's done, but what is he like outside of all that?" "He's a good man," Harry said thoughtfully. "A bit strict and over-protective, but he means well. He really was one of the best professors we ever had," Katie sighed. "Him and Lupin both. I'm glad to hear he's not secretly some sort of monster." "My mom will be the first to set him straight if he was," Harry chuckled. "What's she like?" asked Katie. "She's brilliant," Harry grinned. "She's Muggle-born, so she always had to work hard to get what she wanted. She just achieved her potions mastery a couple months ago." "Really? Good for her." Katie beamed. "Father was just telling me that Britain doesn't have nearly enough of those to go around." "What does your dad do?" asked Harry, realizing he knew very little about Katie's personal life. "He's a breeder," Katie explained. "Raises magical creatures on our farm and sells them to pet stores and the like. He has a side business selling feathers and eggs and other ingredients to potioneers. Professor Snape is one of our steadiest customers." "Perhaps my mom will become another one for you," Harry grinned. "Hope she won't need too much," Katie grimaced. "Dad keeps saying if demand continues to grow, I might need to come home and help tend to the farm. He and my brother can barely manage it on their own." "You have a brother?" "Colin," Katie nodded. "He's 5 years older than me. Joined the family business as soon as he graduated 3 years ago." "And I take it that isn't in your plans?" Harry surmised. Katie sighed sadly at this remark. "My dad seems to expect me to," she muttered. "I help out every summer when I'm at home, but I want to try my luck with Quidditch first, see if I can go pro. I write to Oliverwood sometimes, and he thinks I can do it if I keep training hard." "Good for you," said Harry. "And what does your mom think about all this?" "Dunno," Katie shrugged glumly. "She died when I was 3. "Oh hell, I'm sorry," Harry said, suppressing a wince. Leave it to him to trample indelicately around a sensitive issue. But to his relief, Katie just smiled at him. "It's all right. It was a long time ago," she said cheerily. "I know she would encourage me to follow my dreams. I hope Father understands when the time comes." "Me too then," said Harry. "Let me know if you need a big, scary guy to help straighten him out." "Yeah? Do you know of anyone like that?" Katie asked sarcastically, looking around the room exaggeratedly, as though searching for someone with that description, causing Harry to snort with laughter. "Maybe I shouldn't be threatening your dad on our first date," Harry chuckled with a wry grin. "Don't worry, he's a big softy," Katie giggled. "It's Colin you have to worry about. If he found out that his baby sister was snogging some guy dash. Have you been snogging someone I don't know about?" Harry quipped, raising his eyebrows in amusement. "Oops, I may have been getting ahead of myself there." Katie smirked, face reddening slightly. Harry felt a shiver of excitement run down his spine and smiled in spite of himself, his face no doubt turning a similar shade of scarlet. They sat and chatted for a while longer, their glasses long emptied of butterbeer, but the conversation sustaining them nonetheless. Harry was pleased to find that he could talk to Katie about anything, from Quidditch to her family's farm to their classes, to how unpleasant they both found Professor Snape to be. Eventually, they stood to leave the pub, emerging on the frosty main road of the village. "Want to check out Zonko's?" Katie suggested. "Sure," Harry shrugged. Anywhere warm, where they could continue chatting sounded nice to him. "Come on, I know a shortcut," said Katie, grabbing his hand and leading him down a side alleyway. They wove through the back channels of the village, eventually turning into a small alcove and finding themselves up against a solid brick wall. Katie, I think this is a dead end," Harry remarked, looking around the secluded spot. "I know," said Katie breathlessly. Then, before Harry could register what was happening, she pushed him back against the wall and kissed him. And this was no chaste peck on the lips. She smashed her face into his, leaning into him with a vigor he hadn't expected. Harry responded in kind, pulling her close and returning the kiss eagerly. Neither of them really knew what they were doing, but they were united by mutual desire and clumsy curiosity. "I could get used to this," Harry thought to himself as he succumbed to the blissful pleasure of the moment. All in all, Harry's date with Katie was one of the best days he'd ever had. It wasn't just the stolen moments hidden away in back alleys, though those would endure happily in his memory forever. It was the simple pleasures of mutual connection, of experiencing the joys of life with another person, walking down High Street hand in hand, laughing at whatever silly jokes popped into their heads, gossiping about classmates, sharing their hopes and fears of the future. Such intimate conversations that Harry never thought he could have with another person, a catharsis he never dreamed possible. The hours seemed to melt away as Harry's anxiety disappeared and he was able to fully relax at Katie's side. Visiting from storefront to storefront, with no particular aim in mind, but to live each new experience through the eyes of the other. Sitting side by side in Madame Putafoot's, once the site of Harry's most unpleasant dating experience, now spent in blissful silence, cozied up close for warmth and comfort. It just felt natural, like he and Katie had fallen in a perfect sync and could effortlessly coexist as one. Is this what life could be? Harry thought to himself in amazement. No worries in the world, just peace and companionship. In all the tumult of his efforts over the past 3.5 years, he'd forgotten that this was what he was fighting for in the end. A life free of Voldemort. A life where he could discard such worries and simply enjoy his time with the people he cared about. It was all he'd ever wanted and more, and he didn't want this day to ever end. But the sun was drifting lower and lower in the sky, and Harry knew his time was running short. He yearned for this not to be the case, wishing he could just while away the weekend with Katie. They could return to the castle together, enjoy a warm meal, perhaps steal away somewhere private, and continue where they left off in the alley. It took all of Harry's self-control to tamp down on this desire and do what he needed to do. "Hey, Katie," he said as they exited the Hogsmeade pet supply shop, which was apparently one of her family's clients. "I hate to say this, but I actually have plans for this evening." "Oh," said Katie, sounding somewhat crestfallen. "What kind of plans?" "My godfather Sirius is in town," Harry fibbed. I promised him I would meet him for dinner and drinks at the Hog's Head. I see, said Katie. Well, I wouldn't mind meeting him. Well, I don't know how much time he has, Harry said, awkwardly rubbing his neck. And I haven't seen him in a while, dash. Okay, I get it, Katie nodded, still looking a bit put out. See you back at the castle? Definitely, Harry grinned. If you're free tomorrow, maybe we can study together or something. I'd like that, said Katie. And Harry leaned in for another tender kiss, jolts of pleasure rippling through him from the simple touch. Once again, he was sorely tempted to throw his plans to the wind and see where the rest of the day might take him. But Voldemort loomed large on the horizon, and he knew he could not delay. So he regretfully said his goodbyes, and they went their separate ways. Harry backtracked through the winding back alleys that hours before had been the site of one of the most pleasurable moments of his life. But now he had far different aims. He double-checked to ensure nobody was around to see him before turning on the spot and operating away from the village. He emerged on the outskirts of Little Hangleton, close to where he'd appeared the last time he came here. To the east lay the small downtown area, with the rundown neighborhoods beyond containing the Gaunt Shack. But he turned and headed in the opposite direction, towards the more affluent side of town, where the former Riddle family had once resided. Harry felt a sense of foreboding as he approached the town's cemetery, flanked by an imposing iron rod fence. He was unsure if his unease came from the bad memories of this place in his previous timeline, or lingering dark magic from whatever preparations had already been made here. Harry stopped at the entrance, suddenly hesitant to enter the sight of so many nightmares that had plagued his dreams. But he took a deep breath and crept in anyway, knowing what must be done. Hominum revelio, Harry whispered. His wand sent a small pulse of magic through the graveyard, telling him that there was nobody else with him here. Specialis revelio. Another pulse shot out that would alert him to any magical traps or enchantments set here, perhaps in case Voldemort had expected any unwanted visitors. But he detected nothing and continued creeping forward, despite his senses screaming at him to run the other way and never return. Eventually, he arrived at his destination, a large statue of the Angel of Death, looming large over the spooky scene. Below it lay a marble headstone reading Tom Riddle, which he knew stood at the plot of land containing the remains of Voldemort's Muggle father. Remains which could not stay here any longer. With a quick glance around to ensure he was still alone, Harry got to work. He began gouging deep chunks out of the ground with his wand, levitating the loose earth and setting it off to the side of the grave. He kept at it for several minutes, emptying the plot of land, until he could see the wooden coffin resting 6 feet below the surface. Harry carefully levitated the box up and out of the ground, setting it on the grass before him. He felt dirty for performing such a crude act as defiling a dead body, but surely this paled in comparison to what Voldemort would do to it if given the chance. So Harry set his qualms aside and carefully removed the lid of the coffin, recoiling from the rancid stench that wafted out of the box. There was not much left of Tom Riddle Sr. some 50-odd years after his murder, just a decaying skeleton tucked within a frayed old Muggle suit. "Sorry, Mr. Riddle," Harry muttered regretfully as he pointed his wand at the remains and vanished them, leaving the coffin empty before resealing it. Part 1 of his plan was complete. Now came the second part, ensuring that Voldemort did not become suspicious of any tampering with his father's grave. Harry could have conjured fake bones or some other means of magical trickery, but didn't believe the Dark Lord would be so easily fooled. No, he would have to resort to a more banal form of subversion. Harry located another tombstone a couple rows down, bearing the name Stephanie Chapman, who had died about 5 years before. Riddle Sr. did. He hated to defile more than one grave site, but hoped that this Miss Chapman would understand, given the circumstances. Harry began the painstaking process of excavating her grave, once again removing the dirt from above her coffin and setting it off to one side. Finally, Harry managed to reach her coffin and levitate it out of the ground. Fortunately, he would not have to disturb Stephanie Chapman's remains, as he simply brought the coffin over to Tom Riddle's grave and lowered her down into the already dug-out site. He brought Riddle's now empty coffin over to Miss Chapman's grave and did the same, before dumping the dirt back into the holes and carefully smoothing the mounds. For good measure, he cast a subtle fertilization charm to ensure the grass grew back over the freshly filled graves and blended in with the rest of the overgrown locale. The switch was complete, and despite the grisly nature of the act, Harry felt relieved. If things did progress to the point they had in his last timeline, Voldemort would be in for a rude surprise when the bone of the father turned out to be someone he shared no relation with. From what Harry knew about sacrificial blood rituals, such a mistake could produce disastrous results. And with a little luck, the ritual might fail completely, if not backfire in spectacular fashion. This was not all Harry had planned, however. He reached into his robes and pulled out a small, shrunken bag, which he then enlarged to full size. Inside were three metallic objects, shaped like miniature discs with cones facing outwards from the center. Harry doubted any wizard would be able to recognize the device, and he was counting on it. Muggles referred to them as klaxons. Harry had gotten the idea from the Weasley twins, in fact, in his previous timeline. While experimenting with products for their joke shop, they had once released a prototype decoy detonator in the Gryffindor common room, causing a tremendous ruckus and scaring the entire house half to death. In researching the Muggle equivalent of such devices, Harry had come across the loud noisemakers, once used during the wars as a means of warning British citizens of incoming warplanes. Nowadays, they were sometimes sold as aftermarket additions to automobiles, allowing Harry to locate and purchase them in Godric's Hollow at a Muggle automotive supply shop over Christmas break. There was nothing magical about them. They operated with a simple mechanical switch powered by batteries. If Voldemort or anyone else used a detection charm to search for magical traps in the graveyard, they would not find these klaxons. If things went south and the resurrection ritual went underway, Harry wanted a backup plan to draw as much attention to the graveyard as possible. Harry buried each of the three klaxons around the perimeter of the graveyard, placing small rubber balls over the entrance of the horns under a thin layer of dirt. Each of these balls was tied to a string, with the other end connected to the mechanical switch that powered on the klaxon. If Harry summoned the balls to him from the graveyard, they would lift the dirt off of the horn and flip the switch, activating the noisy machine. That would ensure that the entire valley would be flooded with the deafening noise of the klaxons until they were found and deactivated, hopefully causing Voldemort and the Death Eaters to flee. It wasn't a foolproof plan, but it was the best Harry could come up with for now. He, of course, had no intention of letting the graveyard plot proceed as planned, and would have additional backups in place in case the worst happened to him or Neville. But it gave him some small measure of comfort that things would not all go according to plan for Voldemort this time around, and he'd taken proactive measures to slow his progress. By now the sun had dipped below the horizon, and the sky was rapidly dimming from its golden glow to cool darkness. Harry checked his watch. It was 6:30, meaning he still had roughly 30 minutes to return to Hogsmeade and make his way back to the castle before curfew. He headed for the graveyard exit, his mind drifting back to Katie, wondering if perhaps he could meet her after dinner, if they could sneak off and continue their escapades elsewhere in the castle. Harry took one last glance back as he exited the graveyard. Behind it, he could see the upward slope leading to Riddle Manor, sitting atop the hillside, vacant for decades as a lasting reminder of what had happened there. He turned away from the sight, only to do a double take as his brain registered that something was awry. The lights of the manor were on. How odd, Harry thought. The home was vacant, wasn't it? But then he remembered with a jolt that Voldemort and Wormtail had briefly used the home as a hiding spot the previous summer. Was it possible that they had returned? Heart hammering, his instincts once again telling him to flee, Harry turned and began to steal his way up the slope towards the illuminated house to investigate. Harry reached the low brick wall surrounding the property and paused, unsure how to proceed. He considered casting another Revelio to check his surroundings, but the last thing he wanted to do was alert Voldemort to the presence of another wizard. After weighing his options, he settled on a course of action, backing down the hill a ways to enact his plan. Harry cast Disillusionment and noise-canceling charms on himself before closing his eyes to focus. Homunculi speculo, he muttered, and after the brief and unpleasant sensation of his mind being torn in two, he found himself staring through the eyes of his mirror projection, which was also invisible and soundproofed. Harry guided the apparition forward to scout out the area. His clone, which was not made of anything tangible, walked straight through the brick wall and crept across the unkempt lawn to the manor. The light seemed to be coming from the second floor, meaning he should be safe to discreetly enter the house without attracting any attention. Harry directed his clone straight through the back door, once again unwilling to draw any attention by opening or closing any entrances that oughtn't be disturbed. Harry found himself in a dusty old kitchen, listening intently to the ancient creaks and groans of the old house. He stole forward towards the hallway, keeping his eyes and ears out for any sign of movement. For all he knew, Nagini could be lurking nearby, and he didn't want to risk the snake sensing a presence that shouldn't be there. Harry located the main stairwell and began ascending slowly. His footsteps may be muffled, but he still felt a strong sense of unease, not wishing to take any chances. He reached the landing and began to climb the second set of steps when a high, chilling voice made him freeze in place. "My potion, Wormtail." The voice was coming from a room at the end of the hall on the second floor, which Harry could distantly see over the top step. He dared not move any closer, not now that he had confirmation of precisely who was present ahead of him. "Yes, my lord," came the stammering voice of Peter Pettigrew. Harry heard the man quite clearly now, shuffling across the room towards his master. There was a brief silence and the sound of liquid sloshing in a bottle as Voldemort, in whatever horrific form he now found himself in, drank its contents. "You've done well all these months, Wormtail," Voldemort remarked. "Our journey is nearly at an end. Soon I will be back at my full strength, and you will no longer need to perform such ministrations for me." "Forgive me, my lord," said Peter shakily. "But why not perform the ritual now? We have the diadem you requested, and all of the other ingredients are ready. "No," Voldemort said sharply, and Harry could practically see Peter flinching in response to the harsh rebuke. "I require the Longbottom boy's blood. I have told you this. I will not have a repeat of your failure to apprehend him like 3 years ago." Briefly, Harry had a mad idea to rush into the house and overpower Wormtail here and now. He would have the element of surprise, and he doubted Voldemort would be able to muster much of a defense in his current vulnerable state. It was crazy, suicidal even, but the thought of terminating the threat here and now was an enticing one. But then, to Harry's amazement, a third voice chimed in. Peter and Voldemort were not alone. "Allow me, my lord," said the voice of males. It was vaguely familiar to Harry, but he could not quite place it. "I can easily capture Longbottom within the castle and obtain his blood for you." "Your eagerness is duly noted, my faithful friend," said Voldemort thoughtfully. "But his death must appear to be an accident. The tournament provides a perfect cover for his demise, such that our hand is not tipped to Dumbledore or to the Ministry." "What of the Potter boy, my lord?" asked the mysterious man. "I still do not understand why you requested his name be entered." "My reasons are my own," said Voldemort evenly. "I admit that I did not expect him to survive the first 2 tasks unassisted, and he has proven more competent than I envisioned. But it is no matter. Longbottom must be the one to reach the cup first." "I will see to it, my lord," said the man. "What other reports do you have from Hogwarts?" asked Voldemort. "It has been difficult to move freely through the castle," the man said bitterly. "The Aura Moody is suspicious of everyone, and I dare not risk drawing his attention. But I believe that no one suspects my disguise as of yet." "Good," said Voldemort. "Are you certain that Longbottom is prepared for the maze?" "I will find a way to ensure he knows what is coming," said the man. "He is stubborn and wishes to figure it out on his own, but I have managed to manipulate the oaf Hagrid to give him hints in the past." "Very well," said Voldemort. "Use extreme caution, and do remember the primary task I have set for you. If the opportunity presents itself, I expect you to obtain that which I seek above all else." "Yes, my lord," said the man. "It has been elusive thus far, but I will manage. I also have it on good authority that another of my targets will come out into the open soon," Voldemort continued. "I do not need him alive. Do what you can to eliminate him, and make it look like an accident if possible. We do not want a repeat of the Rita Skeeter fiasco." "It will be done, my lord." "Now, take me downstairs, Wormtail," Voldemort ordered. We must continue training our new recruit, and there is much for him to learn in so little time. It was time to go. Harry released the body mirroring charm, causing his clone to vanish and his mind to return to his body on the hillside. He dared not apparate from here, lest he tip off Voldemort that a wizard had been lurking nearby. He crept backwards down the hill, then turned and ran down the winding road that led back to the main village. He waited until a lone car rounded the bend out of sight before closing his eyes and twisting on the spot, apparating away. He reappeared in the same spot he'd disappeared from in Hogsmeade earlier that day. It was dark now, as only the shopkeepers remained in the streets, closing up their storefronts. Harry hustled down the path towards Hogwarts, hoping his late return would not draw too much attention to himself. He could not see any students ahead of him. They must have all returned from the village by now. The bright lights of the entrance hall spilled out across the grounds as Harry hustled up to the castle. He could not hear any voices coming from the great hall beyond. Dinner must be long over, and the students had returned to their common rooms. Harry felt badly that he would not get to see Katie again before bed, and hoped that she didn't feel that he ditched her completely. Harry slipped through the great oak doors into the silent hall, hoping to reach Ravenclaw Tower undetected. Unfortunately, he barely made it up the first staircase before he was spotted by Filch, who reprimanded him for returning past curfew. Luckily, he was let off with just a warning. Perhaps Harry defending him from Malfoy and the Durmstrang boys' taunts had endeared him to the squib somewhat. Harry managed to slip through the Ravenclaw common room without drawing further attention to himself and hurried to bed, closing himself within his four-poster. He had a number of urgent owls to send off in the morning, one to Saul informing him of what he'd heard, and another to the Aura office, providing an anonymous tip as to where Peter Pettigrew might be found. But that could wait until tomorrow. Harry sat wide awake, thinking about what he'd learned. There was indeed an impostor in the castle, and it certainly wasn't Moody, or Hagrid for that matter. He continued to rack his brain for why the voice had sounded so familiar, but just could not place it to save his life. He would inform Moody about what he'd learned the following day, now that he knew without a shadow of a doubt that he was innocent. Voldemort desired another prize from within the castle, but it didn't sound like someone he wanted dead. Another Horcrux, perhaps? It seemed unlikely for there to be multiple in the castle, but he couldn't think what else that could mean. And who was this target Voldemort wanted dead? And how did he plan to get him out into the open? But the most important thing was knowing the main plot was still underway. Voldemort still planned to kidnap Neville via Portkey during the third task for his resurrection ritual. He wanted Harry dead in the tournament, and whoever the impostor was would likely make his life in the maze difficult. Was that why he'd entered Harry to begin with? In the hopes of offing another dangerous future enemy? Or were there more complex motives at play that not even Voldemort's followers were privy to? Harry would have 3 long months to mull this over before the third task. Hopefully when the time came, he would have a more concrete plan in place to thwart Voldemort's plans. Until then, he would continue to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Year 4 to 13. Sensing the unseen. Again, Potter, roared Professor Moody, as Harry gingerly picked himself up off the floor once more. Your enemies won't be so merciful every time you get knocked to the ground. Harry gritted his teeth and dropped back into a dueling stance, despite his body screaming at him to lie back down. He'd spent nearly every afternoon in the Dadak classroom dueling with Moody, ever since he returned from Little Hangleton and shared what he'd overheard there. He left out the part about apparating to the village illegally, of course, and framed it as another vision. Regardless, Moody had insisted on more intense training to prepare him for what was out there. Is that really the best you've got? Moody demanded as he deflected yet another flurry of spells sent his way. Any Death Eater worth their salt would wipe the floor with you, boy. Harry somehow doubted that, but Moody's words got under his skin regardless. He redoubled his efforts, wand slashing through the air in a desperate attempt to break through the Exorer's defenses. He quickly realized why Moody was so feared among Death Eaters during the First War. The man was ruthless, powerful, and unbelievably quick despite his advanced age. He had to be, in order to call himself, one of the few wizards who had faced off against the Dark Lord and lived to tell the tale. Stop! Moody barked, as yet another spell chain from Harry's wand splashed harmlessly against the man's shield charm. Why are you using such weak spells in combat, Potter? There's a time and place for disarming charms, but a life-and-death fight is not one of them. I'm trying to diversify, like you taught me, Harry panted, resting his palms on his quivering knees. He was thoroughly exhausted from the workout. So I'm not predictable. Your spell vocabulary needs updating then, Moody said gruffly. You can't be throwing such weak charms around in the heat of battle. You want spells that can do real damage. Blasting curses, bone breakers, cutting curses, and the like. It didn't seem appropriate in a school setting, Harry mumbled, knowing at once that this was not the right thing to say. Do I look like I give a rat's ass about ministry regulations? Moody demanded. You've got a bloody Dark Lord after you, lad. Say it was Vapori. Harry's eyes widened as Moody fired the blood-boiling curse directly at his chest, and he flattened himself to the ground to avoid the nasty purple jet of light. See, said Moody. No more difficult to block than a disarming charm, but the psychological impact affected your reaction. Because it could have killed me, Harry protested. I would have used the counter curse before that happened, Moody muttered, rolling his eyes. But my point remains. You can't be afraid of using or facing such dangerous magic, because in a real battle, every advantage counts. Great, Harry groaned, struggling back to his feet. Can we take a break now? Do you think the Dark Lord would give you the same courtesy? Moody demanded. Again, stupefied. Half an hour later, Harry limped out of the classroom, sore from head to toe, feeling like he'd been hit by a train and then run over multiple times for good measure. He was frustrated. Not only had the Aurors failed to find anybody at Riddle Manor thanks to his anonymous tip, but Harry was more convinced than ever that he was not prepared for a real fight. He knew that Moody meant well, and that such draconian training methods would serve him well in real combat. But right now he wanted nothing more than to hex the man senseless for it. After a nice, long bath and full night's rest, of course. These training sessions also cut into the precious free time Harry had to spend with his new girlfriend. Between his training and Katie's upcoming OWLs, they barely had time to see each other outside of Quidditch practices. They made time for meals together and the occasional study session in the library, but rarely got to sneak off and truly enjoy their time together like they both wished they could. Such was the harsh reality of the double life Harry was forced to live. Harry still hoped to flush out the impostor within the castle before the third task arrived in June, and had replayed the conversation he overheard in Little Hangleton over and over in his mind. One line in particular from the mysterious new follower of the Dark Lord stuck out to him as a potential clue. So on a frosty Saturday afternoon in early March, Harry made his way down the hill to pay Hagrid a visit at his hut. There was still snow on the grounds, and Harry would have liked nothing more than to stay inside and bundle up by the fire. But duty compelled him onward, unwilling to leave any stone unturned. To Harry's surprise, Hagrid was not alone. Damien Dursley was also present as he approached the hut, and he appeared to be in the middle of a heated debate with the half-giant. Told you they ain't got no conscience about it, Hagrid was saying. That's rubbish, Damien protested. No creature would willingly choose to enslave themselves or kid themselves that they enjoy it. House elves are just different like that, said Hagrid. They don't like having to provide fare themselves or take vacations and whatnot. It benefits them as much as us. No, it doesn't, Damien insisted. We've just tricked them into believing that. Is now a bad time? Harry said tentatively to announce himself. Oh, hey there, Harry. Hagrid greeted him. Your cousin and I were just discussing the plight of the house elf, as he puts it. They deserve rights like any other intelligent being, said Damien. They do have rights, Dursley. That's what I've been telling you, said Hagrid. But more than that is going to have to wait. What year? Discrimin will take years to change. Well, maybe it shouldn't have to, Damien bellowed frustratedly, kicking a nearby fence post in frustration. He grabbed a shovel leaning up against the hut and stalked off in the direction of the forbidden forest, still silently fuming. He's got passion, this for sure, Hagrid chuckled as he watched the second year go. He'll be all right. Anyhow, why don't you come inside fare some hot tea, Harry? Harry gratefully accepted the offer, following Hagrid into his much warmer hut and sitting at the table. Fong the boarhound jumped up to greet him. and Harry carefully extricated himself from the gentle beast's fierce licks and paws to the face. Hagrid poured Harry a cup of steaming liquid before sitting opposite him, his chair creaking ominously under his weight, but somehow holding. "How've you been faring?" Hagrid asked Harry. "With the tournament going on and all that." "Not too bad," Harry shrugged, taking a tentative sip of his scalding liquid. "Just one task to go, and I feel all right about my chances." "How about your classmates?" asked Hagrid. "They treating you all right? I heard what happened with Ron Weasley and his lot a few months back." "It's no big deal, really," Harry shrugged. "They just got caught up in the heat of the moment. It'll all blow over soon, I'm sure." "This is the spirit," Hagrid beamed. "Don't you fret about being unpopular now. I didn't have many friends myself growing up at Hogwarts, but things worked out all right in the end. We can't all be Slug Club members, after all." "Sorry." Harry frowned, confused. "What's a Slug Club member?" "Oh, right, that was a bit before your time," Hagrid chuckled. "Before Professor Snape showed up, old Professor Slughorn taught potions around here. He had a slug club for students he thought showed potential. Very exclusive, very elite. I take it you didn't get invited?" Harry surmised from Hagrid's bitter tone. "Nah, he only invited purebloods mostly," Hagrid sighed. "Students whose folks were famous in the wizarding world. Or just the super smart ones like Riddle." "Tom Riddle?" Harry asked with a jolt. "That's the one," Hagrid said darkly. "He was old Sluggy's favorite. Always chatting him up between classes, trying to win him over with his charm. Bunch o' rubbish. Me and Dumbledore knew he was up to no good, but none of the other teachers could see it." "What happened to Professor Slughorn?" Harry asked. "Nokru, Agristrav. Retired, I guess, about a decade ago. Probably off rubbing shoulders with the high and mighty somewheres." Harry mulled this over in his mind. Tom Riddle had been close to this Slughorn fellow, perhaps even closer than the typical student-teacher relationship. Was this worth exploring further? Could Slughorn be located and approached about the topic, assuming he was still alive? He would definitely have to ask Saul about this at the next opportunity. "Anyway, enough about all that," Hagrid said, shaking his head of the negative thoughts clearly swirling through his brain. "What did you come to see me for?" "Oh, right," said Harry, remembering the reason he'd come down here to begin with. "I had a question for you. About the first task." "Oh," said Hagrid. "Mighty fine job you did there. Glad to see you make it through all right. I knew you couldn't put your own name in after seeing that dragon." "Thanks," Harry chuckled. "Neville did great as well. You told him about the dragons, didn't you?" Hagrid stiffened a bit at this. Strictly speaking, I shouldn't admit to such a thing," he said evasively. "I'm glad you did," Harry said quickly. "It probably saved his life. Good thinking on your part." Hagrid relaxed visibly at this. "Least I could do," he shrugged. "Though in truth, it weren't entirely my idea." "Someone else suggested you tell him?" Harry asked casually, trying to hide his excitement. "Who was it?" "Oh, that would have been—" Hagrid sighed heavily. Then he paused, frowning a little. "Tell you the truth, I don't exactly remember." "You don't?" said Harry, surprised. "Where did this happen?" "It was right here, in me hut," said Hagrid, scratching his beard. "Someone came knocking after dark. We shared a bottle of fire whiskey and talked about the first task. Blimey, who was it? A staff member?" Harry urged, realizing how close he might be to catching the culprit. "Or a student. Male or female?" "Male must have been," Hagrid said, still looking puzzled. He stared blankly into the distance for a moment before shaking his head in defeat. Must have had a few too many that night. But whoever it was, I am mightily, as does Neville." "No kidding," Harry said, forcing a hollow chuckle, though internally he couldn't believe his bad luck. This was the smoking gun that could have pointed to the impostor. Why had Hagrid drank too much that night? Unless the impostor planned it that way to cover their tracks, he realized. Got him so drunk he wouldn't remember the conversation. "I offered her help with the egg clue, but Neville wouldn't hear it," Hagrid chuckled. "Kept going on about honor, and wanting to prove himself without any help." "Well, luckily he did," said Harry, declining to mention his ploy with the Weasley twins to slip that info to the boy. "He handled himself well in that lake." "Yeah, he told me all about it last week," Hagrid smiled knowingly. "Gentle creatures, those merfolk, mighty misunderstood. Dumbledore introduced me to their chief once, but I couldn't understand a word he was saying. Should have realized that's what that infernal screaming was all about. Anyway, I'd best get back to the castle, said Harry, looking up to the darkening skies. Thanks, Hagrid. Any time, Hagrid winked. Maybe you'd best go check on that cousin o' yours out in the thestral pasture. He might appreciate the help in clearing out the snow. Will do. Can Damien even see thestrals? Harry wondered as he made his way down the dirt path into the forbidden forest. That question was answered rather quickly when he spotted his cousin in the middle of a clearing, shoveling snow in a straight line and bumping directly into a thestral, falling flat on his backside with a groan. This bloody pasture is haunted, he huffed. Not exactly, Harry chuckled, hopping the fence to join him. Haven't dealt with thestrals before? What are they, some kind of ghosts? More like winged horses. They're invisible to humans unless you've seen death. Damien frowned at this. That sounds made up, he decided. Come and see for yourself then, Harry shrugged. He walked over to the corner of the enclosure, where a group of thestrals were huddled under a thicket of trees, shivering under a thick blanket of snow. He drew his wand and cast drying charms on them, melting the snow on their backs and giving them a warm blast of hot air. The thestrals eagerly approached him, rearing their heads with approval. What's making that noise? Damien demanded, walking towards him. But he walked straight into the path of another thestral, falling over face first into the snow. Damien sprang back to his feet, startled. He cautiously inched forward, arms outstretched, until he made contact with the thestral's bony side. The hell kind of sorcery is this? Damien demanded suspiciously. Like I said, you have to have seen someone die, Harry explained patiently. You're lucky if you can't see them yet. How come you can see them? I watched my defense professor get murdered in my first year, Harry explained. Been able to see them ever since. Damien stared in shock at this revelation. Clearly he hadn't known that about Harry. But he recovered quickly, working his way up the side of the thestral until he located the head, stroking its mane gently. I hope they're friendly, Damien said warily. Sure they are, said Harry. Most docile beasts around. Why don't you give him an apple? Harry plucked the fruit from a nearby tree and tossed it to Damien. The boy cautiously held it up over his head, and to his astonishment, the thestral began to take sloppy bites out of it, which from his view must have been more like watching the apple vanish bit by bit into thin air. Cool, Damien breathed in awe. He had a twinkle of excitement in his eye that Harry hadn't seen before in his younger cousin. Harry set to work clearing the heavy snow banks from the pasture. Hot flames spread out from his wand, licking the frozen earth and melting the offending white powder into puddles. He taught Damien the spell so that he could help with strict instruction to never use it while pointing his wand at other people. The devious grin on Damien's face as he cleared swaths of snow away with the flames was slightly concerning, and Harry hoped he hadn't just given his cousin a new tool to terrorize his classmates with. Once this task was completed, the sun was beginning to set, and Harry accompanied Damien back up to the castle. For once the boy did not run away from him or make snide remarks, merely keeping pace with him. Harry realized this might be a good opportunity to bond with his cousin, something he'd long been meaning to do. How was your Christmas break? He asked. Have a nice time with your family? It was all right, Damien shrugged. Dudley was on his high horse about placing third in his wrestling tournament, and Dad didn't give a toss about what I'd been up to. Good for Dudley, said Harry, choosing to skate past the thorny second half of that sentence. Did you two get along well? Damien mulled this over for a minute before answering. We used to, he said. Lately he takes after my dad more. Ever since my Hogwarts letter came, and we had that row. You had a row with your dad? Asked Harry. The night before I left for school, first year, said Damien. He didn't want me to come, said it was a freak school for freak people. Mum insisted I had to go, and eventually Dad said fine, whatever, and that I should just stay here if I wanted to go so bad. Blimey, said Harry. I'm sorry. Funny thing is, I didn't even want to go in the first place. Damien laughed hollowly. I was happy to go to Smeltings with Dudley, but Mum wouldn't have it. That seemed rather unlike Aunt Petunia to Harry. She was always eager to stamp out any hint of magic in her household. Why would she suddenly be so supportive of her own son being magical? Had something happened in this timeline to cause such a personality shift? Or was there more to her than meets the eye? Maybe you could come visit sometime this summer, Harry suggested. I think you'd enjoy Godric's Hollow. Yeah, maybe, Damien shrugged. You have no idea how boring little whinging can be in the summer. Oh, trust me, I do, Harry thought bemusedly, though he did not say this aloud. The thought of spending another summer at number 4 Privet Drive sounded like cruel and unusual punishment. Anyway, good luck in the Quidditch match next weekend, said Damien as they arrived in the entrance hall and went their separate ways. Even though I hope Diggory kicks your arse. Thanks a lot, cousin, Harry chuckled, playfully punching Teen on the arm for his quip. Damien was as loyal as Hufflepuffs came, and there was no one he was more loyal to than Cedric Diggory. Harry had spent many a practice mulling over his upcoming match, up with the older boy and how to possibly outfly him. He would once again be at a disadvantage in both size and speed, as his mother still insisted on keeping his firebolt to remove her son's temptation to spend all his free time flying. Harry had grown considerably over the past year, but he was still a couple inches shy of Cedric's height and not quite as filled out in body mass yet. He would not fare well if their match involved a lot of close-quarter combat between the Seekers. The only real chance he had was to simply spot the snitch before Cedric did. Harry felt confident in his ability to juke, dodge, and feint, but such skills would only take him so far. At the end of the day, it would came down to who saw the little golden ball first, and Harry was determined to come out on top. The winner would be going up against Crumb in the final in May, a daunting but exciting prospect. Harry knew Cedric would also be itching to test his mettle with the best of the best, and would not go easy on Harry. Harry worked extra hard in practices, recognizing how important their next match would be. He even began waking up early to join Katie for her early morning workouts, which doubled as a way to stay fit and to spend more time with his girlfriend. One such morning saw them jog 2 miles around the pitch, which Katie considered light cardio but had Harry side in stitches by the final laps. My stamina could really use some work, Harry thought miserably, knowing this would also aid him in his training with Moody. After changing and showering separately, they headed back up to the castle hand in hand. Classes were already in session, but both of them had a free period, giving them a bit more time to themselves. Want to head to the library? Harry suggested as they crossed through the empty halls. Or, I don't know, somewhere quieter? Katie raised a mirthful eyebrow at him, but sighed. Afraid I have a lot of work to do, she grumbled. I still have to finish an essay for Moody before lunch, and I'm afraid Flitwick has set a pop quiz for this afternoon I haven't studied for. I can help with that, Harry offered as they headed for the library. You think you can help with OWL level material? Katie asked. It's pretty advanced stuff. I like to read ahead, Harry shrugged. In truth, he'd already completed the OWL material in his last timeline and was pretty sure he'd aced his exams in both charms and defense. Bloody Ravenclaws, Katie muttered, shaking her head. If I hadn't taken pity on you and agreed to a date, you'd probably be reading on to NEWT level by now. Who says I'm not? Harry grinned cheekily. I'm an overachiever, Miss Bell. I can snare pretty witches with one hand and read textbooks with the off dash. Then, without thinking, without being consciously aware of what he was doing, Harry plunged his hand into his robes and spun around, wand in hand. His shield charm was erected in the nick of time, blocking the incoming cutting curse with a resounding gong. Harry's wand flashed through the air in a blur, firing 3 follow-up spells in return. His opponents were unable to block them, either too surprised by his speed or not expecting him to return fire in the first place. 3 people fell to the floor. 1, Marcus Flint, was out cold from a stunner. The other 2 were not so lucky. One Durmstrang boy was scrabbling at his face from Harry's Batbogey Hex, while Marco Pavlovich screamed in agony, clutching his shattered leg thanks to the Bonebreaker curse. Katie gasped in fear at the gruesome sight. How did you know they were there? She asked timidly. That spell came out of nowhere. Dunno, Harry muttered, keeping himself between Katie and the assailants. But they looked to be out of the fight completely, each consumed with the consequences of Harry's retaliation. Several doors banged open as students came rushing to hear what had caused all the commotion. Murmurs broke out immediately as the large crowd came upon the 3 incapacitated 7th years, with Harry standing over them, wand drawn. Move aside, barked Professor McGonagall as she swept into the corridor, Professor Flitwick hot on her heels. She took one look from the 3 downed boys to Harry and Katie before demanding, Explain yourself, Potter. Harry opened his mouth to protest, but Katie jumped in on his behalf. It was self-defense, Professor, Katie insisted. We were just walking, and one of them fired a cutting curse at Harry's back. He shielded to protect both of us, then returned fire. McGonagall knelt down to examine the damage to Marco's leg, while Flitwick performed the counter curse for the other Durmstrang boy's affliction. The bone is shattered, she remarked. Potter, did you use a bonebreaker curse? That was very reckless. I aimed at the legs, Harry muttered. And I wasn't really thinking. I thought it was life or death, Professor. Indeed, his little Hangleton excursion and his recent fights with Moody had instilled fresh paranoia into him, and his first instinct when attacked was to think the impostor had come to finish him off at last. Be that as it may, McGonagall huffed, that is a completely unacceptable spell to be throwing around at Hogwarts. Come with me, Potter. I'm coming with him, Professor, Katie said adamantly, stepping beside Harry with a defiant look on her face. Oh, very well, Miss Bell, said McGonagall. Phileas, can you assist Mr. Pavlovich to the hospital wing? Certainly, Minerva, said Flitwick, conjuring a stretcher and levitating it underneath the still moaning Marco. He then turned to the other two boys. I suggest you two return to your quarters until called upon by your headmasters. Flint and the other Durmstrang boy, both now free of their afflictions, looked at each other and shrugged before slinking off down the hall. Harry followed McGonagall in the opposite direction, already irritated at what was to come. He was certain to get chewed out for using magic that was frowned upon as dark. But so what? Madame Pomfrey would be able to mend Marco's leg in minutes, and his life was never in danger. Meanwhile, the cutting curse, while not considered dark, could have caused lasting damage to him or Katie, severing a limb or puncturing a key organ. If anything, Harry wished he'd responded with even greater force. He was rescued from his spiral of negative thoughts by Katie, who gently slipped her hand into his and sidled up next to him. That was really brave what you did, she whispered in his ear, leaning up to kiss him on the cheek. At once Harry was at peace with his decision. If Katie stood behind it, he would too, no matter the consequences. McGonagall led the way into the staff room, where a handful of teachers were milling about, drinking tea and conversing lightly. Albus, we have a problem, McGonagall announced. Dumbledore, who was conversing with Professor Snape, stood to greet them. What is the matter, Minerva? He asked. It wasn't Harry's fault, Headmaster, Katie blurted out. Someone tried to hex him from behind. He was just defending himself. With a bonebreaker curse, McGonagall retorted. Marco Pavlovich's right leg was destroyed when I arrived. VOT, demanded Karkaroff, jumping to his feet from the corner of the room and stomping over. He attacked Pavlovich again? In self-defense again, Harry retorted, meeting Karkaroff's glare with one of his own. Dumbledore stepped neatly between them to defuse the tension. Peace, Igor, Dumbledore said diplomatically. We will need to hear from all parties before rushing to judgment. That is VOT you said last time, Karkaroff roared, pointing an angry finger at Harry. And the boy walked free. He was given detention, as was the boy who instigated the fight, Dumbledore pointed out. Mr. Potter has a right to defend himself from unprovoked attacks. No, I will not have this. Karkaroff spluttered furiously. It is the second time he has hurt my student, and I will not have it. If I may, came a drawling voice. Everyone turned to see Professor Snape approaching the group. I have it on good authority that this attack has been brewing for weeks now. I've received several reports from my Slytherins that Flint and others from Durmstrang were plotting revenge against Potter. And you didn't think to report it? McGonagall demanded, looking affronted by this news. I spoke with Mr. Flint and attempted to have him see reason, Snape shrugged. As always, he proves to be thicker than a troll's club and didn't listen. I also presumed that certain parties would appreciate discretion in this matter. Snape gave a pointed look at Karkaroff after this remark, causing the man to grumble irritably. It seems to me that the situation is quite clear, said Dumbledore after a moment's silence. Mr. Potter's use of force was clearly in self-defense, even if his methods were, shall we say, distasteful. Though come to think of it, Igor, isn't the Bonebreaker curse regularly taught to your own students in their defense courses? My students know better than to use it in the halls. Karkaroff sputtered indignantly. but not to throw cutting curses at the backs of defenseless students, Snape muttered, drawing another murderous look from Karkaroff. Enough! Dumbledore groaned, signaling for Snape to back off. Both parties will be appropriately dealt with for their actions. Harry, please return to your common room. He will not be punished? Karkaroff demanded. For breaking the leg of my student? Your student should count himself lucky his curse did not connect with Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said sternly. It could have resulted in charges for premeditated attempted murder. It is grounds enough for me to remove him from the premises as a danger to my students. Wouldn't you say, Igor? Again, Karkaroff's face purpled with rage, but he knew he was not winning this argument. With a final glare at Harry, which was returned in kind, Karkaroff swept from the room, undoubtedly to check on his student in the hospital wing. Let's go, Harry, Katie whispered, gently guiding Harry towards the door. With a final look at the gathered staff, Harry followed her, amazed that he wasn't in trouble. I'm surprised Professor Snape stood up for you back there, Katie remarked as they traversed the empty halls. I thought he hated you. He's not all bad, Harry shrugged. He may be a bastard, but he usually does the right thing in the end. He had to assume that Snape was looking out for him on his mother's behalf. Surely he recognized the true danger of the situation, given that his dark mark must be growing stronger by the day. Karkaroff knew it too, but was too stupid to realize that the true enemy lay outside these walls, and he would be just as screwed if the Dark Lord were to return. Harry realized that he wasn't paying attention to where they were going, allowing Katie to guide him along. Say, Katie, this isn't the way to Ravenclaw Tower, he remarked. I know, Katie grinned, roughly pulling him to the side and into a hidden alcove. I just wanted to repay the favor for protecting me. And she pulled him close for another deep, passionate kiss, which Harry eagerly reciprocated. Worth it, Harry thought as he enjoyed the spoils of having a girlfriend once more. Snape's benevolence wasn't the only oddity that weighed on Harry's mind in the coming days. How had he been able to sense and intercept the cutting curse before it hit him? The spell was silently cast and completely out of his vision. By all accounts, he should have been bleeding out on the floor before he even realized what had hit him. But that wasn't even the first time it had happened this school year. He'd sensed Ron Weasley's hex aftercare of magical creatures, class as well, blocking it before the poor kid had even finished the incantation. He hadn't thought much of it in the heat of the moment, but that didn't seem typical. Could most wizards sense magic they couldn't see or anticipate it coming? It was another question for Saul Croker the next time he saw the man. It was too dangerous to write to him regularly, given that the ministry was still watching him like a hawk. The occasional coded message was not sufficient to pass information back and forth at the frequency Harry needed. Saul's last missive had come the week before, responding to Harry's news from Little Hangleton, suggesting that they may be able to meet over spring break at the end of March to discuss things further. Harry thought back to the previous August, when he completed the ritual of ontogenesis in Saul's office. What had he said about potential side effects? You may find yourself more aware of your magical surroundings than before. Did that explain his newfound reflexes? Was he able to detect magic in the air more acutely? It was certainly a useful ability to have, giving him a sort of sixth sense for danger. It had saved him multiple times this year already, but such questions would have to wait. The week of the Quidditch match arrived, and tensions were unusually high for an unofficial match. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw had traditionally gotten along quite well, but seemed to be mortal enemies now, as nasty glares and scuffles in the hall intensified in the lead-up to the game. The Hufflepuffs and Slytherins were largely siding with the team of mostly Ravenclaws, the former to support Cedric and the latter to spite Harry. Let them chirp, Angelina muttered on the morning of the game as students jeered at their approach over breakfast. We'll let our play do the talking. Harry opted to join his new teammates at the Gryffindor table, feeling the hostile eyes of his house, mates upon him from the moment he walked into the hall. Hope they'll be in a forgiving mood when I kick their asses, Harry thought defiantly. An hour later, the team was suited up and seated in the locker room as Angelina Johnson went over their final game plan. Davies is a good player, but we should have the advantage over the other chasers, she said, looking to Katie and Alicia. They aren't as coordinated as we are, and we should be able to handle our own without much assistance. The other two girls nodded their agreement with this. That leaves Diggory as their most dangerous player, Angelina continued. No offense, Potter, but without your firebolt, it's dangerous to leave you unsupervised with him. So Fred, George, I want you to focus most of your attention on him. Roger that, Fred nodded, fist bumping his twin and giving Harry a look of reassurance. Harry returned it, still lamenting that his trusty broom languished back in Godric's Hollow, but feeling determined to make the most with what he had. Other than that, just remember what we practiced and avoid major mistakes, said Angelina. Let's go kick some Ravenclaw ass. The team cheered, though a couple also threw apologetic looks to Harry for the quip. He couldn't care less. His own house had turned on him during the tournament, and now they would reap their due rewards. They'll think twice before disrespecting a Potter, Harry thought today. He would be a proud Gryffindor through and through. Soon Madame Hooch summoned them onto the pitch, and they took off into the chilly air. The snow had finally melted, but conditions were still frigid, and Harry cast a warming charm on himself that he hoped would hold for the duration of the match. The Gryffindors received a raucous welcome, with cheers and boos raining down upon them. Harry spotted his family in the stands, cheering and waving, including his sister. For once, she would not have to root against him in a match. Harry intended to make the most of it. The teams faced off at center field to begin the game. Hey, Potter, Roger Davies taunted. Enjoy the final Quidditch game of your Hogwarts career. Harry ignored him, just grateful that Roger would be graduating this year and his unpleasantness would be gone from the team. He tuned out the crowd and the hostile team across from him, steeling himself for action as Madame Hooch blew her whistle and tossed the quaffle into the air. And the game is underway, shouted Lee Jordan over the roaring crowd. It's Alicia Spinnet with the quaffle, dodging past Chong, passing off to Johnson. Harry did his best to keep one eye on the action below, while also keeping tabs on Cedric, hovering nearby. The sixth year may be friendly and harmless off the pitch, but on a broom he was terrifying. A predator lying in wait, poised to strike at any moment. Harry knew he could not let him out of his sight for even a moment, lest he spot the snitch and immediately put distance between himself and Harry to catch it. Katie Bell scores. Lee Jordan exclaimed excitedly, wearing his Gryffindor loyalty on his sleeve. That's 10-0 to the red team. Harry spotted Roger Davies chewing out his fellow chasers after the play, including a disgruntled Cho Chong. He felt a small amount of satisfaction from watching his old teammates bicker and argue over who was to blame, but he couldn't relish in the moment for long. The most dangerous player on the pitch wasn't involved in the action below, still staying level with Harry, eyes peeled for any sign of the snitch. Harry kept his focus on Cedric, daring him to make a mistake, to avert his attention for just a moment too long. Harry instinctively ducked as a bludger came whizzing past his right ear from behind, hurtling harmlessly away. Potter's got eyes in the back of his head, Lee Jordan said in amazement. That bludger should have knocked him into next April. Harry saw the offending Ravenclaw beater fly by, shaking his head at the failed ploy. It was the second time that month that Harry had sensed an incoming threat he couldn't see. Was Saul's theory correct after all? Were his senses more attuned to latent magic in the air thanks to the ritual of ontogenesis? But he didn't have time to ponder this before he saw Cedric enter a sharp dive towards the ground. Harry swore and dove after him, knowing it was futile to try and catch the larger and faster boy. But his senses told him something was awry. Cedric didn't seem to be zeroing in on a single target, just racing towards the grass far below. Was this a feint of some kind? A tinkle of gold caught Harry's attention in his peripherals, and he peeled off to the left after it. Cedric was too preoccupied with his elaborate feint to notice, pulling out of his dive just in time to see Harry pinning the snitch against the far goalposts and snatching it out of the air. Harry Potter has caught the first snitch of the match. Lee Jordan shouted over the cacophony of cheers and groans from the mixed crowd. Nice feint attempt by Diggory there, but Potter somehow read him like a book and made him look the fool. Cedric looked unhappy with himself as the two teams aligned at center field to begin the second period. Harry was relieved that he would not be getting swept 0-3 today, but knew he could not rest on his laurels. He would have to catch at least one more snitch in order to ensure his team's victory today, and that became doubly apparent as chaser play resumed below. As always, Roger Davies was doubling down on dominating the goalposts, directing his beaters to focus solely on Angelina, Alicia, and Katie. Harry was left well alone, but with Fred and George playing a more balanced game and continuing to harass Cedric, the opponents managed to rack up several goals and nearly erase the 50-point lead Harry had given them. Harry knew he would have to end this match as quickly as possible. If things dragged on like this, he might need to catch all 3 snitches, or worse, watch the score get out of hand to where the snitches no longer mattered in the score. Davies may be a git, but he was a talented chaser, and his unbalanced offensive approach was currently paying dividends. Just focus on Cedric, Harry thought to himself. The older boy was playing more passively now, unwilling to commit to any feints or trickery lest Harry gain the upper hand again. Harry kept his eyes peeled for another speck of gold, praying that he would have an easy path to victory, that he wouldn't have to tussle with a stronger Hufflepuff at all. But it was not to be. Harry spotted the second snitch soon after, but to his dismay, Cedric was between him and his goal. Harry gritted his teeth and rocketed forward, knowing that Cedric would have plenty of time to react. Indeed, he barely got past Cedric when the larger boy realized what was happening and gave chase. Soon Harry found himself shoulder to shoulder with Cedric, each jostling and bumping each other in an attempt to gain dominance. The snitch was straight ahead of them. It would simply be a matter of strength to determine who could muscle their way to the finish. Harry tried his hardest, pushing with all his might against Cedric's sturdy frame in the hopes of knocking him off course. But Cedric's size and speed won the day, his broom keeping a handle's length ahead for much of the way and effectively boxing Harry out en route to catching the second snitch. "Diggory catches snitch number 2, said Lee Jordan to a much more raucous crowd reaction. The blue team takes the lead, 120 to 80. Harry could see his teammates below, looking exhausted from the grueling fight. The Ravenclaw beaters were relentless, ensuring that the chasers, nor Volkov, their keeper, got a moment's respite from the bludger onslaught. Harry signaled to Madam Hooch for a timeout and beckoned his team down to the pitch for a quick meeting. "We need to switch things up," Harry suggested. "You guys can't keep getting beat up like this." "It's what we signed up for, Potter," Angelina huffed. "Don't worry about us. Diggory's their best player," Fred added. "We need to keep him in check to have a chance." "Diggory won't matter if the chasers push the lead to 60 or more," Harry pointed out. "Let me handle Diggory. Fred, George, you focus on keeping these four alive." "Are you sure, Harry?" George frowned. "Positive," Harry nodded. "Keep us within 50, and I'll handle the rest." Angelina looked skeptical with this approach, but the twins gave her nods of reassurance. She eventually agreed, and the team took to the skies again to begin the third and final period of the match. Roger Davies clearly had not updated his team's strategy during the timeout, as his beaters continued to focus solely on the chasers and keeper. But Fred and George were right there to defend them, allowing Angelina, Alicia, and Katie to mount a counteroffensive of their own. They managed to take back 2 quick goals before Davies wised up and ordered his team into a more defensive posture to stem the bleeding. That was one problem taken care of. The other remained at large, however. Diggory, prowling the field, no longer molested by bludgers and given free rein to hunt. Harry was anxious, knowing the risk he was taking by ordering Fred and George to leave them alone. If Cedric managed to spot the snitch first, it would all be over, with only Harry standing between him and his prize. Harry knew it was futile to try and keep pace with Cedric, so he focused all his attention on locating the snitch. The chaser play below had stalled, and all eyes in the crowd were on the 2 seekers, on the hunt for the elusive third snitch that would win the game. Time seemed to slow for Harry as he focused all his attention on the field around him. Would he spot the tiny golden ball in time? And there it was, hovering just below Volkov at the southern end of the pitch. Harry's heart sank. Once again, Cedric was between him and the snitch, and if Harry went for it now, the older boy would once again have time to set up a blockade and muscle his way to the tiny ball first. Harry couldn't take that risk, but he also couldn't allow Cedric time to spot it himself, or it would be over anyway. It was time to do something drastic, something that would either make him look like a genius or an utter moron. Harry flattened himself against his broom and sped off towards the goalposts, in the opposite direction. His only hope was for Cedric to give chase, to commit to the wrong course of action. Even then, it would take a combination of luck and skill to achieve what he was aiming for. But part one of the plan seemed to have worked. Potter looks to have spotted something, Lee Jordan exclaimed. He's racing for the goalpost, but Diggory's going to get there in time. Harry sensed Cedric coming up fast behind him. He'd deliberately flown at less than full speed, allowing the Hufflepuff ample time to catch up and prepare a defense. Harry waited until Cedric was a few feet away, hurtling in for a devastating shoulder check before springing his trap. Harry yanked hard on his broom and flipped over onto his back. Cedric, who was unprepared for the maneuver, shot underneath him, his momentum carrying him farther than expected from the missed contact. Before Cedric could recover, Harry was off, now hurtling as fast as his school broom could take him towards the snitch. "Fred! George!" Harry bellowed to the twins, who were hovering nearby. "Not Diggory on his arse now." The twins looked at each other and nodded, peeling off from the chasers to join the seeker chase. Cedric had righted ship and was now shooting off after Harry, but his progress was slowed by a pair of well-placed bludgers, forcing him to slow and dodge them. Meanwhile, a play was developing right underneath Harry as he sped for glory. Roger Davies had the quaffle, and was now taking advantage of the twins' absence to mount an attack of his own. He didn't seem to get the memo, directing his beaters to clear a path for him to the goal, oblivious to the fact that Harry was flying uncontested towards a snitch, just 10 feet or so above him. Davies heard the cheers of the crowd and seemed emboldened by them, refusing to pass the quaffle as he carved a path through the defense. He ducked under Angelina's outstretched arm and roughly elbowed Katie in the face before rearing back for a shot. He fired at the right goalpost. Volkov made a valiant effort to save it, but a bludger to the shoulder knocked him off course and the quaffle sailed through the hoop. Davies did a fist pump as the crowd went wild at the play. It took him a few seconds to realize that he was not the source of the commotion. Harry had swooped in unnoticed and snatched the snitch from beneath the left hoop, ending the game on the spot and causing the crowd to go bonkers. "I've never seen a feint like that in a live match before," Lee Jordan shouted hoarsely. Potter fooled Diggory with a full field length feint to divert him away from the snitch. Roger Davies scores for blue, but it's not enough as the red team wins, 160 to 140. Harry felt elated and relieved that his foolhardy plan had worked as he landed on the pitch, soon to be swarmed by his teammates. His first concern was not celebration, however. "You all right, Katie?" he asked his girlfriend. "Never better." Katie beamed. Her right eye was rapidly swelling from Davies' elbow and a trickle of blood ran down her temple, but it did not diminish her radiant beauty in Harry's eyes. She grabbed him around the neck and kissed him deeply, earning whoops of delight from their teammates. "Hey, lovebirds, save some for the rest of us," George quipped. He too embraced Harry excitedly, as did Fred and the other chasers. "All right there, Volkov?" Harry asked the stoic Durmstrang keeper. "I had worse," Volkov shrugged. His right shoulder was bent at an odd angle, likely dislocated, but he remained in good spirits, a small grin tugging at the corners of his lips. Roger and the rest of the blue team immediately headed to the locker room, clearly too bitter with the result to congratulate the other team. There was one exception, however. "Good game, Harry," said Cedric, approaching the group and offering a handshake. "You were the better flyer today." "Just got lucky, that's all," Harry shrugged modestly. "You had the advantage the whole way through." "And I squandered it," Cedric grinned knowingly. "Seriously, nice work. You deserve the chance to fight Crumb." "Thanks," Harry grinned. Then they were interrupted by a mob of students rushing the pitch to congratulate the winning team. Most of them were Gryffindors, but students of other houses were also present, even Ravenclaw, as several of Harry's classmates approached to offer their well wishes and compliments on his gutsy play. Harry made his way back to the locker room hand in hand with Katie, flanked by his teammates, feeling overjoyed at the result. In the grand scheme of things, this impromptu Quidditch tournament meant absolutely nothing. But it felt good to have something fun to look forward to, something that wasn't life or death with razor-thin margins of error. He would get to test his strengths against Victor Crumb, the best seeker on the planet, and that thought terrified and excited him in equal measure. Now, if only he could convince his mother to let him have his firebolt back for the final match. /N. I originally wrote the scene with Damien for year 3, but wound up cutting it at the last minute. I remained attached and held on to it, hoping to find a place for it later. And luckily I did. Gonna try to include more little slice-of-life interactions between Harry and the side characters to flesh out their relationships moving forward. P.S. I borrowed a bit of fanon magic from one of my other completed fics, Evangeline's War, for the concept behind this chapter. If you enjoy my writing style or philosophical musings on the nature of magic itself, you should check it out sometime. I'm quite proud of it. Year 4 to 14, The Potion Master. Everyone keeps staring at you, Harry, remarked Luna serenely. Do you think it's because your glasses are on crooked? Yes, I'm sure that's why, Harry chuckled, adjusting his glasses with a grin. He'd been drawing furtive glances and nods of encouragement around the castle ever since his big Quidditch victory over Cedric, and even some appraising looks from the female population. Nothing like a library study session with Luna Lovegood to pour cold water on his delusions of grandeur with a much-needed ego check. The weather is finally improving, said Luna, staring out a window onto the sunny grounds. Father says we might be able to go rackspurt hunting over spring break if it's warm enough. Shall we take a walk outside? Harry suggested. Such a beautiful day as this deserves to be enjoyed properly. I think I'll pass, Luna sighed. Straying too far from home seems dangerous these days. Trelawney rubbing off on you, is she? Harry chuckled. The professor had become something of a recluse in recent weeks, forecasting danger at every turn and refusing to leave her quarters near the divination classroom. She saw nothing but death and suffering on the horizon whenever she looked into his or Neville's crystal balls or tea leaves, which was as annoying as it was disconcerting. I don't know if I'll continue with divination next year. Luna sighed wistfully. I don't feel like I'm learning anything, and the perfume in that attic gives me a headache. I see, said Harry. Well, hopefully you stick with it. I'm sure your mother would have encouraged you to. We'll see. Luna shrugged noncommittally. Harry wasn't exactly Trelawney's biggest champion, but he didn't want to see Luna's own seer talents go to waste. As Saul Croker had said, having such a powerful gift and the ability to channel it was invaluable, especially as they pressed onward into the unknown. Any kind of insight Luna might be able to provide about the future was worth subjecting her to a subpar instructor in the short term. Harry eventually bade Luna farewell and stood to leave the library. He hoped to get in a few laps around the Quidditch pitch while the weather was still nice. But as he headed for the exit, he spotted Fleur Delacour perusing the shelves and decided to greet her. "Anything I can help you find, Miss Delacour?" he asked. Fleur turned to face him, face already scrunched up in annoyance, but she relaxed when she saw he was not just some allure-addled admirer. "Oh, bonjour, Harry," she greeted him. "Just doing some research." "For the third task?" he asked with a knowing grin. "Perhaps," Fleur said evasively, narrowing her eyes slightly in suspicion. "If that's the case, you may want to check out the creatures section," Harry suggested. "None of those will do you much good." He indicated the armful of books she was carrying, ranging from dark spell recognition to disenchanting cursed objects. "Creatures?" Fleur muttered. "We do not have to fight another monster, do we?" "Lots of smaller ones, actually," said Harry. "Are you taking care of magical creatures with Hagrid?" "None, I am not," said Fleur, "though we are allowed to audit any class we wish." "You think it would be helpful?" "Depends," Harry shrugged. "How do you like your chances against a blast-ended screw-it?" "What is that?" "Something worth looking into," Harry winked. "Best of luck to you, Miss Delacour." And he exited the library, laughing internally at the bewildered look on Fleur's face. He doubted there was a single book in the library that mentioned the dangerous crossbreed Hagrid had invented. As Harry crossed the room, he spied Hermione and Krum seated side by side at a table, books strewn open around them. Hermione appeared to be laser-focused on homework, while Krum was looking up at Harry, an eyebrow quirked curiously at him. He must have noticed the other two champions conversing in private, perhaps wondering what the topic of conversation was. Harry gave Krum a polite nod before exiting the library. Should he alert Krum to the dangers of the third task as well? The creatures were one thing, but the hidden threat of the impostor was also something worth warning him about. Harry still remembered the vacant look on Krum's face in his last timeline, forced by the imperious curse to torture Cedric, and hoped to avoid such an outcome again. But even approaching Crumb was a dangerous proposition nowadays. He was often flanked by his Durmstrang mates, including Marco Pavlovich, who shot Harry nasty looks every time they passed in the halls or at meals in the Great Hall. Harry had no idea what Crumb thought of him in this timeline, or if he would be amenable to Harry's warnings. Perhaps he too had asked around the school and heard of Harry's dangerous reputation, and intended to steer well clear himself. Maybe Harry would get the chance to speak with Crumb around their upcoming Quidditch final. Tensions would be high in the lead-up to the match, but during or after might be a good time to approach him. Harry could even see a world where he allowed Crumb to beat him, in order to soften him up enough for a cordial conversation. But no, Harry's competitive spirit would never let that happen. He wanted to beat Crumb, and badly. Now that the weather was improving, he was finding time to fly almost every day, either during practices with his team or by himself on the pitch. He was growing tired of using the school brooms and wished desperately to have his firebolt back, and began scheming ways to convince Lily to let him have it the next time he saw her. Fortunately, such an opportunity arose a few days later, when Harry received a letter from James at breakfast. "Dear Harry, I wanted to remind you that the International Potions Conference is coming up on the first Saturday of April. Your mother will be honored there for her mastery, and she would like for you and your sister to be there. Luckily, the event will be held at Hogwarts this year, so you will not have to travel. Make sure you have something nice to wear. I know these events aren't the most exciting to attend, and you may find yourself bored talking to a bunch of stuffy old potioneers. Just remember that this is a very important day for your mother, and we are doing this to support her. I expect you to be on your best behavior and represent your family well. These events can be important networking opportunities, even if you don't end up going into the field yourself. Congratulations again on your Quidditch victory. Amos Diggory now owes me a bottle of fire whiskey, and it's been fun to rib him about it over the past couple of weeks. I'm excited to see you fly against Crumb, and I'm sure you are too. No pressure, of course he is the best of the best, and there's no shame in losing to an elite athlete such as himself. I can't make any promises, but if the potion conference goes well and you play your part, I can try to convince your mother to let you have your broom back for the final match. Just don't act desperate about it. You know how stubborn your mother can be when she's on one of her crusades. Speaking of which, I hope you are still preparing hard for your final task. You've done wonderfully in the tournament so far, and we will be very proud if you manage to win. But your survival comes first and foremost. Do not slack off or take anything for granted. Dumbledore still has concerns about a plot against Neville Longbottom's life. Personally, I think he's gone a bit barmy, but I would still exercise caution just in case. Love, Dad. P.S. Feel free to invite Miss Bell along to the conference. Your mother is eager to meet her, even if I have convinced her not to pester you about it. Harry hadn't even considered inviting Katie as an option. That would certainly go a long way towards making the event more tolerable. He was a bit nervous about introducing Katie to his parents, though he knew it was irrational. James already knew her from his year of teaching, and Lily would of course love the girl immediately. Still, it was a step they hadn't taken yet, and it made him anxious to think about all the same. That anxiety didn't abate much when he brought up the subject with Katie later that day. "Of course I'll go with you, silly," she smiled. "I was going to be there anyway. My dad goes every year to network and advertise ingredients from the farm. This way you'll get to meet him." "Great," said Harry, suppressing a groan. Now both of them would be meeting each other's parents. Twice the reason to be anxious and dread the event. He would rather face off with Crumb on a toy broom and complete the third task with a prank wand than endure a fancy networking event. It's for Mum's sake, Harry reminded himself. And Katie will be there. It'll be all right. To take his mind off of it, Harry spent the next few evenings in the room of requirement practicing his spell work. He hadn't utilized the room much lately, though it still vaguely smelled of smoke and ash due to the fiend fire damage it had sustained the year before. It remained a sanctuary of sorts. Harry envisioned a makeshift combat arena complete with moving training dummies and various cover areas to resemble a battlefield environment. He spent hours dancing and dodging about the space, taking out dummies with the powerful new spells and curses he'd added to his arsenal. It wasn't as if he could practice the blood-boiling curse or intro-rupturing curse against other humans. so he had to make do with maiming and disemboweling the plastic dummies the room provided. Eventually, Harry paused for breath, panting and examining the devastation he had wrought around him. It took him a moment to realize that his mind had subconsciously recreated the graveyard at Little Hangleton, with the cover areas resembling tombstones and other stone effigies marking the various plots. He felt a shiver of foreboding as he realized that his brain was still preparing for such a fight to happen once more. That won't come to pass this time, he told himself adamantly. He had already taken steps to prevent Voldemort's resurrection in this timeline, and planned to take more before the third task. But the night was still deeply ingrained in his mind, and he desperately wished to avoid the same feeling of helplessness he'd felt on that terrible night. The evening of the potions conference arrived sooner than Harry would have liked. He opted to wear the same dress robes he'd worn to the Yule Ball, after Katie reassured him it was not a faux pas to do so. The castle was mostly deserted when he made his way up to Gryffindor Tower, with most of the student body enjoying the pleasant spring weather outdoors. He would have loved to join them in relaxation, perhaps with a casual broom ride around the grounds, but instead he readied himself for a boring evening to support his mother. Katie and Dahlia were both waiting for him outside the portrait of the fat lady. Both wore simple dresses for the occasion, Katie's blue with a matching hair tie and Dahlia's red with little frills. "You look beautiful," Harry greeted his girlfriend with a smile and a kiss. "And you're dashing as always," Katie complimented him back. "What am I then, yesterday's trash?" Dahlia quipped, forgotten to one side. "Your beauty goes without saying, Dahlia," Katie smirked. "Unless you're fishing for compliments from your brother?" "Umph," Dahlia sniffed, her snark clearly outmatched. "Not inviting Neville to the conference?" Harry asked his sister. "Why would I?" asked Dahlia, folding her arms. "He's not my boyfriend or anything." "Oh," said Harry, surprised. "I just thought he didn't have the balls to ask me out properly after the ball," Dahlia shrugged. "And I wasn't going to waste time waiting for him to do so. Now come on, we're going to be late." And she led the way down the stairs, a bemused Harry and Katie following behind. The conference was to be held at a little-used banquet hall in the south wing of the castle. Most students usually avoided the place, known as one of Peeves the Poltergeist's favorite haunts, but Dumbledore must have found a way to tempt him away for the evening. The place looked more opulent and full of life than Harry could ever recall, filled with ornate decorations and round cloth, covered tables surrounding a simple stage. Already the room was full of guests, with more trickling in by the minute. Harry, Katie, and Dahlia entered the hall and looked around. It appeared that the rest of the Potter family had not arrived yet. Katie led Harry across the room towards a large man sipping a cocktail in the corner. "Hi, Daddy," she greeted the man with a warm hug. "This is the boy I was telling you about, Harry Potter." "Pleasure to meet you, Harry," grinned the man, giving Harry a firm handshake. He was a burly fellow who looked like he spent most of his time working outdoors, but he had a cheery air about him that reminded Harry much of Katie's own pleasant demeanor. "Likewise, Mr. Bell," said Harry politely. "Please call me Elias. Katie's told me a lot about you. She says you're a most impressive young man." "Oh, I don't know about that," Harry chuckled modestly. "Please, top of your class, a talented seeker, and the youngest. Ever try Wizard Champion to boot?" Elias Bell grinned. "Don't sell yourself short, Harry. I'm sure you'll go on to great things in life." "Thank you, sir," Harry bowed. "So, Katie tells me you run a farm?" Harry chatted with Elias for a few minutes about the magical creature business, which sounded surprisingly complex and interesting to him. Care of magical creatures had never been a favorite subject of his, mostly because it involved learning how to survive such dangerous beasts with only minimal instruction from the rather reckless Hagrid. Elias invited him to come visit over the summer, to which Harry readily agreed. "And you must be the youngest Potter," said Elias, offering his hand to Dahlia as she approached. "I believe congratulations are in order for your mother's achievement. You should tell her yourself," Dahlia encouraged. "She just arrived." Indeed, Harry spied his mother and father entering the hall across the room. Lily Potter looked stunning in an elegant purple gown, beaming and accepting the praise of several attendees. James looked similarly pleased, a proud husband on his wife's arm as they glided elegantly across the space. Harry gently took Katie's arm and guided her towards his parents, feeling a bit nervous. "Hi, Mum," he said, clearing his throat. This is my girlfriend, Katie. Oh my, is it really? Lily said excitedly, wrapping Katie in a hug. So great to finally meet you, dear. You must be something special to catch our Harry's eye. Nice to meet you too, Mrs. Potter. Katie smiled shyly. Congratulations on your mastery. Good to see you again, Miss Bell. James grinned, shaking Katie's hand. You too, Professor, said Katie. We've missed having you around this year. You were brilliant in the Quidditch match last month, Lily complimented her. Dahlia always said you were a wonderful chaser. Have you ever thought about going pro? Katie beamed and began explaining her hopes of playing professionally after graduation. Harry relaxed, relieved that introducing one another to their parents had gone so smoothly. He should have figured as much. Everything about Katie just felt natural and easy. Almost too easy, in fact. Don't be pessimistic, Harry reprimanded himself. You're entitled to have good things happen to you too. Hey there, kid, said another familiar voice. Harry turned to see Remus Lupin entering the hall, his girlfriend Alessia on his arm. Remus was wearing a tailored muggle suit that made him look quite distinguished, a far cry from the shabby secondhand attire he used to sport. Alessia looked lovely as always beside him in a matching black gown. Uncle Remus. Harry grinned, wrapping them both in a hug. What are you doing here? Supporting your mother, of course, said Remus. Though I was also invited independently, believe it or not. A lot of potion masters are eager to meet me. They all want samples of his blood, Alessia smiled knowingly. He has become quite the story around the world. Yes, well, we'll see about that. Remus chuckled nervously. I'm happy to be cured, of course, but I don't exactly look forward to a life of being dissected by curious scientists and healers. No, just the pretty redhead potioneer you grew up with, Alessia quipped, winking at Harry. Remus reddened a bit at this. That isn't why, he stammered, but Alessia put him out of his misery with a tender kiss. Remus grinned stupidly at the affectionate gesture, and Harry couldn't bring himself to tell the man that he had lipstick on his mouth. It was too endearing a sight for the man who had suffered such a miserable and lonely life before Alessia entered it. The small group eventually dispersed and moved on to mingle with other guests. It was a surprisingly well-attended affair, with the banquet hall soon becoming filled with potioneers of all backgrounds. It was an international conference, after all, and Harry saw men and women from all over the world greeting his mother and offering their congratulations. Eventually, a short but excitable man took the stage and signaled for everyone to take their seats. Welcome, one and all, to the 379th Annual International Potions Conference, he announced in an American accent. I'm President Victor Williams. We thank you all for coming, and we also thank Severus Snape for graciously offering up Hogwarts as a venue to host the event. A smattering of applause met this announcement. Lily smiled over at Professor Snape, who smiled back, an expression that looked quite foreign on his usually dour face. As always, we are here to discuss the latest news and developments in the world of potion making, said Victor. But this year, we also come together to welcome a new member into the fold. Please join me in congratulating Britain's newest potion master, Lily Evans Potter. A raucous round of applause rose for Lily, who stood and acknowledged the praise. Victor eagerly waved her up to join him on the stage, and after a moment's hesitation, Lily did so, turning to face the crowd. Thank you. This is a tremendous honor, she said. None of this would be possible without my amazing family. So thank you to my husband James and my children Harry and Dahlia for supporting my dream all these years. More applause rang out at the mention of the famed Auror as James blew kisses to his wife. I'd also like to acknowledge Severus Snape for his mentorship and assistance throughout the process, Lily continued. His insight and unwavering support was invaluable through even the toughest of days. Thank you, Sev. Snape preened under the glowing praise, which to Harry once again seemed foreign and unnatural for the man. I'll be eager to discuss my dissertation with many of you this evening, theorizing on the usage of basilisk venom as a medicinal tool rather than a destructive one, said Lily. For that, I extend my gratitude to Remus Lupin, who kindly allowed me to use his blood for my research and inspired me to think beyond the conventional wisdom for my hypothesis. Harry glanced over at Remus and Alessia, both looking pleased at Lily's words. He also heard the hushed murmurs of the crowd around him at the mention of the ex-werewolf. Remus' story was internationally known by now, and he would certainly find himself to be popular in conversation this evening. And finally, I'd like to thank one more person, Lily concluded. I wouldn't be where I am today without the teachers who fostered my love of learning from a young age. So I'd like to dedicate this honor to my old potions professor, Horace Slughorn. Harry's neck nearly snapped with how fast he whipped his head around towards the source of the new round of applause. He watched as a short and squat man with a thick handlebar mustache stood and acknowledged Lily's praise with a deep and dramatic bow. So that's the infamous Slughorn, Harry thought to himself. He remembered Hagrid's words from the month before and vowed to speak with the man before the night was up. If there was any chance he might know something useful about Tom Riddle's past schemes, it was worth looking into. Victor Williams presented Lily with a special plaque commemorating her mastery, drawing a final round of applause before she retook her seat. Moments later, food and drink appeared on the tables all around the room, inviting all to eat and enjoy one another's company. So, Katie, have you been keeping our Harry in line? Remus asked, grinning at the girl seated beside him. He must be hard to keep tabs on with how much he likes to wander. He's rather good at disappearing when he wants to, Katie quipped, sliding her hand into Harry's. But I'm usually good at guilting him into inviting me along. He needs someone to drag him out of the library every once in a while, James agreed with a smirk. Then, after a concerned look from Lily, he added, though I'm sure you're encouraging him to prepare hard for his final task. Of course, said Katie. Not that he needs the help. He was awfully impressive in the first 2 tasks. Pride cometh before the fall. Lily sighed worriedly, turning to her son. You have been preparing, I hope, dear? I have, Harry nodded. I have to face a variety of magical creatures in an enchanted maze. Hopefully none of Hagrid's monstrosities, James grimaced. That man has a proclivity for breeding beasts that never should have seen the light of day. That's for sure, Harry agreed with a chuckle, remembering his interaction with Fleur in the library earlier. Though perhaps he shouldn't be so blasé about it. The impostor Moody had been making things easier for him in his previous timeline. The maze was sure to give him much more trouble this time around, now that Neville was the intended victor and Voldemort wanted Harry dead as a main priority. Once most of the guests had eaten and drank their fill, they stood to spread out and mingle throughout the room. Lily was whisked away immediately, a popular topic of conversation this evening, with many wishing to discuss her mastery and ideas with her. She looked perfectly at ease in this environment, happily holding court with other experts in her field and engaging them with in-depth discussions on her unique contributions to the subject. Not bad for a Muggle-born, Harry thought with pride. Across the room, Harry spotted Horace Slughorn engaged in animated conversation with an elderly Asian witch. He waited until the 2 parted ways, then guided Katie over towards a man. Mr. Slughorn? Harry announced himself. I'm Harry Potter. Lady Evans Potteresson. Dear me, of course you are, Slughorn said, eyes widening in recognition as he shook Harry's hand enthusiastically. I knew both of your parents well, naturally. I can see so much of James in you. But those eyes are unmistakably your mother's. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, said Harry, an easy smile on his face. My parents spoke of you often. You were their favorite Hogwarts professor. Harry had no way of knowing if this was actually true, and in fact doubted it to be the case. But his suspicion was correct that it was the right thing to say, as Slughorn glowed with pride at these words. I am honored, he beamed. They were among my favorite students I've ever had, indeed, indeed. That is saying a lot, sir, said Harry, considering the number of gifted students you must have had over the years. Oh, certainly, Slughorn said, clearly right at home with this sort of hammed-up, overly indulgent conversation. But I know a brilliant witch or wizard when I see one, and your mother stood out to me straight away. The same way that Tom Riddle stood out to you, sir? Harry asked innocently. He could not miss the mild look of panic that crossed Slughorn's face, nor the way his breath seemed to hitch in his throat. But Slughorn recovered quickly with a smile. Much the same, he said vaguely. If you'll excuse me, Mr. Potter, I must speak to President Williams about something. And Slughorn hurried off, clearly intending to get as far away from this conversation as possible. That was odd, Katie remarked as he departed. Yes, it was, Harry agreed. Who's Tom Riddle? asked Katie, looking quizzically at Harry. An old acquaintance of my family's, Harry said cryptically, and he guided her back across the room, engaging other attendees in conversation and accepting their congratulations on Lily's behalf. Harry had little doubt now that Slughorn not only remembered Tom Riddle, but knew things about his past that he wanted to distance himself from. He desperately wanted to follow Slughorn and ask follow-up questions, but suspected it would do him no good. He'd have to think of a subtler approach. As the night wore on, Harry quickly learned just how dull of an event a potions conference could be. The older attendees may have been eager to discuss the nuances of their craft with one another, but it made Harry want to crawl under a table and take a nap. Katie, too, looked less than enthused to be there, though she put on appearances otherwise as she joined her father on his rounds as he advertised his fresh supply of mooncalf milk to the gathered crowds. Eventually, Katie was able to make her escape. "I've got to finish a project for McGonagall's class," she told Harry. "Any chance you can join me?" "I'll look for you in the library later," Harry promised. "I've got to stay and support my mother." "I understand," said Katie sadly. "Join me for a run tomorrow morning?" "Wouldn't miss it," Harry grinned. He hesitated before bidding her farewell. Katie's father and his own parents were both lurking nearby. But Katie, Gryffindor as she was, just grinned and pulled him in for a lingering kiss before departing the hall. Harry rolled his eyes as he met his father's gaze and received a surreptitious thumbs up. Nor did he miss his mother's tiny smile as she pretended not to have seen the intimate interaction. Harry resumed his rounds, joining his parents as they made their way around the room, greeting the other guests. He allowed himself to be paraded around, his various accomplishments put on display to make James and Lily look better by association. "A Triwizard champion, at your age?" whistled an elderly African wizard as he shook Harry's hand. "Most impressive, young man, most impressive. Top of his class as well," Lily beamed. "And a first-rate seeker at that," James added. "He'll be facing off against Victor Crumb next month in a winner-takes-all match." Lily looked exasperated at this mention, but it certainly seemed to delight the man all the same. Speaking of which, Harry muttered to his father once Lily was out of earshot. "Do you reckon she'll let me have back my you-know-what for the match?" "Just keep playing along," James said through a fake smile as he nodded to a well-dressed man passing by. "If this night goes off smoothly, we just might be able to talk her into it later." "All right," Harry sighed. Then, in a change of tactics, he asked, "Any luck in tracking down Pettigrew?" "Not yet," James sighed. "We received an anonymous tip about his whereabouts a few weeks back, but it didn't turn up anything. Though I suspect you already know this." "Sorry?" asked Harry, raising his eyebrows. James leaned in close to his son, a knowing look in his eye. An anonymous tip from a Hogwarts owl, providing suspiciously specific information, he muttered under his breath. "I can read between the lines, Harry. Why didn't you just come to me directly with your vision?" Harry groaned internally. He clearly wasn't as subtle as he thought he was. "You never seem to believe my visions when I bring them up," he sighed. "So I tried a different method." "I believed you at the World Cup," James pointed out. "But you can't just pick and choose what you share with us, Harry. Your visions aren't totally reliable, and we need as much information as possible to figure out what to do with them." "It isn't the first time I've dreamed about little Hangleton," Harry insisted. "Please, Dad, you have to believe me on this one. Something bad is going to happen there." "I hear you, son," James reassured him. "We are keeping a close eye on the village and the graveyard there for signs of dark magical activity. We have been since October, in fact. You have, after you spoke with Professor Dumbledore last fall. Believe it or not, he also takes your visions seriously. So please, stop keeping them to yourself and come to one of us straight away if you think something is wrong." "All right," Harry sighed. James was right. Harry had to be more forthright with his knowledge of future events to prevent the worst from happening. He'd even contemplated telling James his secret in full, but could not quite bring himself to do so. He could not bear to think how his relationship with his parents would change if they discovered he was not the same boy they'd raised for the first 11 years of his life. With the night winding down, small groups were congregating back around the tables, engaged in small talk, or simply sharing drinks and appetizers that had been supplied by the house elves. Harry once again spied Horace Slughorn across the room, a small pile of pastries in hand, taking a seat by himself in the corner. "Now's the best chance I'll get," Harry thought to himself. He carefully extricated himself from his current conversation and crossed the room until he reached Slughorn's table. "Professor Slughorn?" Harry announced himself. "I wish to apologize for earlier. If I said something to upset you, I assure you it was not my intention." Slughorn sized Harry up for a moment before beaming up at him. "Not at all, my boy," he reassured Harry. "Just old memories cropping up. Not your fault in the slightest." "May I join you for a drink, sir?" Harry asked politely, slipping into the seat opposite his. "I would be honored to get to know the man my parents respected so much." "I would be delighted, my boy," said Slughorn eagerly. "I've heard a great deal about you as well this evening. Perhaps you'll go on to even greater things than your parents." He reached across the table for a nearby bottle of wine, but Harry beat him to it. "Please allow me," he said, picking up the bottle himself and uncorking it with a flick of his wand. "Are you quite old enough to be drinking, young man?" Slughorn asked dubiously. "Of course," Harry lied smoothly. He twirled his wand to summon 2 goblets to the table, both of which he filled to the brim with the cool, red liquid. "Impressive charm work, Mr. Potter," Slughorn appraised him as he accepted the glass Harry offered to him. "Your mother was also quite gifted in that field, you know. Is that why you invited her into your slug club?" Harry asked casually, taking a sip from his own cup and ignoring the impulse to pucker his lips at the sour taste. "Oh, it was certainly one of many reasons," said Slughorn. "She also had a keen mind for potions, of course. At the time, I suspected that perhaps Mr. Snape was doing her assignments for her, but I believe tonight has thoroughly disabused me of that notion." "You must have had many brilliant students in your club over the years," Harry commented as Slughorn took a deep swill of his drink. "The best minds to ever pass through Hogwarts." "Indeed," Slughorn nodded. 4 decades of brilliance, many of whom now occupy the highest positions in our society." "Absolutely," Harry agreed. "Though none quite so brilliant as Tom Riddle, I imagine." Slughorn froze quite abruptly, looking once again stricken by Harry's words. "The name is not that familiar to me," he said evasively. "I was not particularly close with all of my students, you must understand. But you were close with Riddle, weren't you?" Harry pressed, leaning in close. "He was closer with you than anyone else at the school, wasn't he?" Slughorn opened his mouth to retort, but found his words caught in his throat. He looked down at his goblet, eyes wide. "What have you done?" he murmured fearfully. "Answer the question, Mr. Slughorn," Harry said coolly. Slughorn looked around wildly for assistance, but no one paid him any mind. He hadn't noticed Harry raising muffling and "notice me," not charms around them, nor had he noticed Harry slipping Veritaserum into his goblet before handing it to him. "Yes," Slughorn croaked, unable to lie. His eyes were slowly becoming glossy and unfocused, the effects of the truth potion gradually overcoming his fight-or-flight instinct. "He considered you something of a confidant, did he not?" Harry deduced, "for his less than savory explorations of magic." "Yes," Slughorn admitted, despite trying to fight the truth from coming out. "Did he ever ask you about Horcruxes?" Harry asked. Slughorn looked to be panicking behind his glossy eyes, veins bulging in his neck and temple as he desperately fought against the Veritaserum. "Yes," he eventually grunted. "What did he want to know?" "He sought understanding of its mechanics," Slughorn said, panting heavily with effort. "The effects that the ritual has upon one's soul." "Was that all he asked about them?" asked Harry. "No," said Slughorn. "He was curious about the implications of creating more than one, splitting the soul into a more magically potent number of pieces." "How many?" Harry pressed, heart pounding with fear. Slughorn gulped, face twitching with the effort to resist the truth potion, but it was futile. "7," he croaked. Harry felt a chill down his spine. 7 pieces, 7 Horcruxes. It was more awful a thought than he could have imagined. He'd thought, perhaps hoped, that there were only a small handful, the diary, the diadem, and perhaps one more. But it seemed that Tom Riddle had indeed delved into dark magic so horrible that none could comprehend the depths of the evil he'd committed. Slughorn suddenly grabbed Harry's arm and stared fearfully into his eyes. "You must understand, I had no idea what he would become," he pleaded with Harry. "I never would have known what I know now. Such a fool I was." "I understand completely, Mr. Slughorn," Harry said sympathetically, drawing his wand and pointing it in the man's face. Obliviate. Slughorn's eyes slid out of focus as Harry removed the memory of their conversation from the man's mind. He then hit Slughorn with a silent stunner and gently rested his head on the table, propping up his arms so that it looked like he was sleeping. Harry grabbed the bottle of wine and placed it next to him so that he would simply think he drank too much, then dispelled all of his enchantments and stood to leave. Nobody seemed to notice Harry's temporary absence or reappearance at the event. He mingled politely with a few more guests, looking for an opportunity to make his escape. The party seemed to be winding down. Guests were trickling out of the hall, and Filch had already arrived to begin sweeping the floors, a subtle indication for others to take their leave as well. Eventually, Harry spotted Lily seated at a table alone, kicking her heels off and reaching for a bottle of wine herself. He moved to join his mother, sinking into the seat beside her. "These things always drag on for far too bloody long," Lily muttered, pouring herself a glass with one hand while massaging her ankle with the other. "You don't have to stay all night, dear." "I think I'll turn in then," Harry agreed. "I'm getting tired." In fact, he felt wide awake, but was still so horror-struck by what he'd learned that he needed time alone to process its implications. "Good night, sweetheart," she said, leaning over to kiss him on the forehead. "Keep preparing for that third task, will you?" "I will," Harry promised. Then, clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, "Say, Mum, I've got a Quidditch game coming up against Victor Crumb. It's a really important one for me. Do you think it would be possible if—" "Oh, all right," Lily huffed. "You've been a good sport tonight. You can bring your firebolt back with you after spring break." "Thank you, Mum," Harry said, breathing a sigh of relief. "I'll see you soon, and congratulations again." He kissed her on the cheek and stood to leave the hall. He needed to speak to Saul Croker, and urgently. To hell with the investigation on the Department of Mysteries. He would find a way to meet with him over the coming spring break one way or another. Step 1 would be sending off a coded message relaying what he'd just learned and making arrangements for another secret rendezvous. Perhaps at the church in Godric's Hollow again? Harry felt an odd sensation bubbling up within him as he made his way up the stairs towards Ravenclaw Tower. At first he assumed it was anxiety, brought on by his latest revelation and the impending danger of the third task. But he quickly realized that it was some physical ailment brewing in his stomach, causing him discomfort. Dinner didn't agree with me, I guess, he thought. But the next thing he knew, his body gave a great lurch, and he dropped to his knees, coughing and wheezing in the empty corridor. His insides felt like they were on fire. Pain radiated throughout his entire body as he twitched and spasmed uncontrollably. "I've been poisoned," Harry realized with horror. "Help," he croaked, but could not muster the strength to raise his voice. "Somebody—" His vision was growing blurry and dark. He could barely move his limbs, dragging himself helplessly through the empty corridor. "I'm going to die here," thought Harry. "Nobody will find me in time." The Auror's Toolkit. Harry desperately clawed at his robes, trying to free the small glass cube from the folds. He finally wrenched it free, fingers trembling as he brought it up to his face, searching for the correct compartment. Only 2 liquids remained, and one of them was the silvery substance he knew to be Thief's Downfall. He fumbled with the lid of the other, praying that it was the poison antidote that would save his life. Harry pried the compartment open and brought the rim to his lips, shakily drinking in the foaming liquid. Some of it dribbled down his chin as his body continued to convulse, but he forced the rest down before the cube dropped from his trembling fingers. His vision was going dark, and he knew there was nothing more he could do. He could only pray that the antidote would save him as he slipped from consciousness, the world fading around him in a haze of blurred colors and distant sounds. Harry didn't know how long he'd been out when he regained his senses. He was no longer face down on the floor, so he reckoned he must have been moved, but nor was he staring up at the ceiling of the hospital wing, as he might have expected. He seemed to be sitting upright in a dark, enclosed space, groggily attempting to get his bearings. Then, a cold jet of water sprayed him in the face, causing him to splutter and cough violently. He tried to wipe away the liquid from his eyes, but found that he could not move his arms. They were pinned to his side, held in place by what felt like thick ropes. His legs and torso were also bound tightly in place. strapped to what seemed to be a hard wooden chair. The jet of water ceased, and a light was thrust into his face. Harry blinked rapidly until the blurred shapes and colors resolved themselves into the face of Severus Snape, hovering over him, wand pointed directly in his face. "Rise and shine, Potter," Snape said sardonically. "What the hell?" Harry croaked, once again trying and failing to free himself. "Professor Snape, what is this?" "Horace Slughorn has been murdered," Snape said simply, eyes narrowed with suspicion. "You have a lot of explaining to do." Year 4 to 15, Crossroads. "Murdered," Harry stammered, momentarily pausing in his attempt to break free. "Poisoned," Snape said simply. "Laced into a bottle of wine." A slow, acting strain. By the looks of it, he was assumed to be sleeping, until someone attempted to wake him and found that he was dead. Harry's mind raced. Someone had poisoned the wine at Slughorn's table, the same wine he himself had drank. It was indeed fortunate that he had the antidote on hand, or he would have surely met the same fate in that lonely corridor before he was discovered. Then, Harry remembered with a jolt that his mother had also drank wine at the event. "My mum dash," he began in a panic. "Is safe," Snape reassured him. "Nobody else at the conference drank the poison wine. Or so I thought, until I left for Ravenclaw Tower looking for you, and found you unconscious in the hallway." "You were looking for me?" Harry asked cautiously. "Before the Aurors arrived to begin their investigation," said Snape. "They'll want to question everyone who was there to find a suspect. You are fortunate that I found you before they did." "Funny, I don't feel that way at the moment," Harry deadpanned, struggling with his binds to prove his point. "This is merely a precaution until I determine your motives," Snape sneered. "If I am satisfied, I will let you go. But first, you're going to answer a few questions of my own." "What kind of questions?" Harry asked nervously. "The same kind the Ministry will be asking you as a murder suspect if I don't like your answers," Snape said crossly. "Fortunately for you, I'm fresh out of Veritaserum, but rest assured that if you attempt to lie to me, I will know." Harry felt a sharp jab assaulting his senses, an unpleasant sensation that he recognized immediately from his previous timeline. Snape was forcing his way into his mind. Unlike Dumbledore, who favored gentle prods and light, subtle touches with his legitimacy, Snape's was like a battering ram at the gates, threatening to burst through Harry's defenses. Harry didn't know if his self-taught clemency would be of any help here. "Where's Dumbledore?" Harry asked nervously. "The headmaster is away from the castle this evening," said Snape. "He will return momentarily, once the news reaches him. If you'd like, we can wait for him to arrive before you answer my questions. But I suspect you don't want him to hear this, do you?" Harry said nothing in response. That was, in fact, the last thing he wanted in this moment. He hardly trusted Snape with his secrets, but the thought of what Dumbledore might do with the knowledge Harry had obtained tonight filled him with dread. Snape seemed to take his silence as answer enough. "Did you poison Horace Slughorn?" he demanded. "No," Harry said at once. "Were you aware of any attempt to poison him?" Harry denied vehemently. "I saw you put up wards and sit down to speak with him, boy," Snape growled, drawing closer to Harry's face with an angry expression. "If you attempt to subvert or avoid my questions, I will hand you over to the DMLE in an instant. Did you slip anything into Slughorn's drink?" "No," Harry stammered, but at once felt a sharp flare of legitimacy wash across his subconscious. "Do not lie," Snape seethed. "What did you put in his drink?" Harry struggled to think of an excuse, but could not see an easy way out. "Veritaserum," he eventually sighed. Snape arched an eyebrow in surprise. "Where did you come across Veritaserum?" he demanded. "Professor Moody gave it to me," said Harry. "An Auror's toolkit." Snape narrows his eyes at this. He reached over to a nearby table, procuring the glass cube and dangling it in front of Harry's face. "This one?" he asked. "Yes. And judging by the fact that it contains no poison antidote, I presume that is why you are still alive after sharing wine with him?" "Yes," Harry sighed. "Did you know the wine was poisoned?" "No. I wouldn't have drank it otherwise." Snape's face twitched in annoyance, but he appeared satisfied on that front for now. "Why did you administer Veritaserum to Slughorn?" he continued. Harry certainly did not want to reveal his motives to Snape, but nor did he want to anger the man by obviously lying and risk being questioned by the Ministry, or worse, by Dumbledore. "Selective truths," he told himself, remembering his training from nearly 3 years ago. For information, he eventually said. Obviously, Snape rolled his eyes. What kind of information? The kind that the Dark Lord would want to die with him, said Harry. Snape's eyes flashed dangerously at this. Are you working on behalf of the Dark Lord? He demanded. Or sympathetic to his return? No, Harry growled. Are you? Of course not, you imbecile, Snape sneered. His return would present a significant threat to my safety, and that of your family, as I'm sure you are aware. That's why I'm working against him, said Harry. And yet, you continue to withhold information from his greatest enemy, Snape glared. If you learn information pertinent to the Dark Lord's destruction, surely Albus Dumbledore would be the first person who should know about it. I don't trust what he'll do with the information, said Harry. Why not? Would you? Harry laughed hollowly. Have you even noticed what the past 4 years have been like for me? Fighting dark wizards, a basilisk, and the shade of a Dark Lord. That is because you have a remarkable tendency to stick your nose in where it doesn't belong, Snape grumbled. Wrong, said Harry. I'm merely doing what Dumbledore should have been doing all along, keeping Neville Longbottom safe. What is your interest in Longbottom? The Dark Lord wants him dead at all costs, said Harry. And Dumbledore is not doing enough to protect him. I assure you that Dumbledore has the utmost care for Longbottom's well-being, said Snape. You need not worry about Dash. If he believed that sacrificing Longbottom's life was necessary to win the war, he would do so, said Harry. I cannot let that happen. Why not? Because he was dealt an unfair hand in life, said Harry, the words spilling out of him in an emotional torrent. Marked for death as a baby, orphaned and alone, hunted by a Dark Lord. No one deserves such a fate. I feel compelled to protect him and help shoulder the burden placed upon him. It's not fair that I should have everything he ever wanted, only for him to die young and miserable. It should be me in his place. Harry found that he was crying. He had never put into words before why he had taken the course of action he had in this life, but now it made sense to him. He felt terribly guilty for the choice he'd made in the afterlife, not realizing that somebody else would be forced to carry the weight he once had. Snape was unmoved by his display of emotion. He waited until Harry's sniffles subsided before continuing. Tell me, Potter, he said, are you a legitimate seer? Harry felt another jab of legitimacy and knew it was no use in lying. No, he admitted. And you knowingly lied to the headmaster about being one? Yes. How do you know all that you do if you're not a seer? I can't tell you that. Why not? Because you're the right-hand man to the two most powerful wizards alive, Harry said simply. I can't let what I know fall into the wrong hands. If you think you are smarter than Albus Dumbledore, then you are a greater fool than I imagined possible, Potter, Snape sneered. You agree with his methods completely, then? Harry shot back. You've never differed on how to handle a problem? Snape hesitated, and it was clear that Harry had struck a nerve. Dumbledore has his reasons, he said neutrally. Does he now? Harry scoffed. How'd that work out for the Longbottoms? Or Quirrell? Or Skeeter? Or Slughorn? He faces a formidable threat, Snape argued. The Dark Lord is more powerful than you know, Dash. And you fancy your chances against him? Harry challenged. If he knew what I learned tonight, he'd stop at nothing to kill me, just as he killed Slughorn. Do you really want that knowledge yourself? When you may soon find yourself in his presence, subject to the same questioning you're giving me now. Once again, Snape said nothing in response to this barb. Harry knew he had a point. Could Snape withstand Voldemort's legitimacy to obtain dangerous information? As gifted an occlumens as Snape may be, would he be willing to take such a risk, given the stakes involved? The dead potion master in the banquet hall was proof enough of what might become of anyone with such information. Before Snape could respond, there was a flash of light, and a silver phoenix Patronus flew into the room. I'm in my office. The voice of Albus Dumbledore echoed through the room. Find Harry Potter and meet me here as soon as possible. And the phoenix dissolved to mist, leaving Harry and Snape alone once more. They eyed one another warily for a moment longer. Snape looked uncertain for the first time, as though internally debating how to proceed. What do you intend to do with the information you obtained tonight, Potter? He asked. If you sincerely hope to stand up against the Dark Lord on your own, Dash. I'm not alone, Harry countered. There are others. I can't tell you who, but rest assured, Albus Dumbledore is not the only person taking active steps towards Voldemort's defeat. Harry felt another jab of legitimacy as Snape contemplated this. He hoped that the veracity of his words would carry through. Snape's black eyes were inscrutable, studying Harry, deep in thought. Finally, with an exasperated sigh, Snape flicked his wand, vanishing the ropes holding Harry in place. "You trust me then?" asked Harry, rubbing his sore wrists. "I trust nobody but myself," Snape scoffed. "For now, our goals are in alignment. But if I ever discover that you pose a threat to my well-being, I will not hesitate to kill you." "Duly noted," Harry grumbled. "Now, the headmaster will want to know what has happened here tonight," said Snape. "Can you provide any insight that I cannot?" "No," Harry shook his head in frustration. "I have no clue who's behind it all. Skeeter, Slughorn, the tournament, if it isn't Crouch Jr., I cannot fathom who it could be." "Then I will decline to mention this little interrogation to the headmaster or the ministry," said Snape. "Or your ill-timed conversation with a soon-to-be dead man. And I suggest you do the same." "Why help me?" Harry asked, puzzled. "What do you stand to gain from this?" Snape studied him for a long moment. "Consider it a favor to your mother," he said simply. "Why ruin the pinnacle achievement of her career by dragging her son into a murder investigation he has no good defense for?" Harry nodded slowly at this. He'd known Snape and his mother to be friends once upon a time, and was beginning to suspect that one party still had strong feelings for the other. Harry couldn't be sure, but he also felt that Snape was hiding something himself. He must have some ulterior motive to keep Harry's secret, whether it was for nefarious aims or to hold it over his head at a later date, remained to be seen. He stood, stretching his limbs as Snape handed his wand back to him. "And the toolkit?" Harry asked, indicating the glass cube on the table. "I hesitate to see what use a teenager like yourself has for such a device," Snape frowned. "I'd be dead right now without it," Harry said simply. "How'd you think my mother would have reacted if I didn't have the antidote?" Snape groaned and thrust the Auror's toolkit towards Harry. "I won't even bother asking what you did with the polyjuice potion," he muttered. "I'm sure I don't want to know." "You probably don't," Harry agreed. He wondered if Snape assumed it was something juvenile, like stealing a female classmate's hair. That was probably less scandalous than the truth, so might as well let him go on believing it. Snape led the way out of the dungeons and up to the headmaster's office. They passed by several Aurors on the way, with Snape directing them towards the banquet hall. "Acid pops," Snape announced when they reached the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. Then he and Harry ascended the spiral staircase. Dumbledore was pacing back and forth behind his desk, finally sitting when he saw Snape and Harry enter. "Ah, good. You found Harry," said Dumbledore. "What have you determined, Severus?" Horace Slughorn succumbed to a dose of slow-acting poison, administered via a bottle of wine, said Snape. He was presumed to be sleeping, but when guests were unable to rouse him, James Potter alerted the Aurors at once. "And do we know where this wine came from?" Dumbledore inquired. "The conference purchased them and had them stored in the kitchens," said Snape. "They arrived yesterday morning, and I asked the house elves to deliver them after dinner. Beyond that, I am unsure who handled the bottles." "The Aurors will get to the bottom of it, surely," Dumbledore muttered. "You secured the tainted wine, I presume, and every other bottle in the room, to be safe. As far as I know, only one bottle was poisoned, but I will need time to analyze them all." "Very well," Dumbledore sighed, rubbing his eyes tiredly behind his glasses. "Are you aware of anyone who might have wanted Horace dead, Severus? Any possible motive you can think of?" Snape's eyes darted over to Harry briefly. "None comes to mind," the man shrugged. He had many friends, so it isn't a stretch to imagine he had a few enemies as well. "Yes, well, Horace was particularly resistant to Voldemort's machinations during the First War," Dumbledore mused. "Tom sought his help in building connections with Britain's elite, but he refused to give it." Harry had not known this. He'd assumed Slughorn must be a man with bendable morals, being a Slytherin and a former friend of Riddle's. But perhaps he'd misjudged the man. His mother had been rather effusive in her praise of the former professor tonight, after all. "Will you be needing anything else from me, Headmaster?" asked Snape. "Go speak with the Aurors. Offer your assistance in the investigation," said Dumbledore. "I need a moment with Harry alone." But don't you trust Professor Snape, Headmaster? Harry asked innocently. Unreservedly, my boy, said Dumbledore. But this concerns just the two of us. Thank you, Severus. Harry gave Snape a pointed look, as if to emphasize his point. Still think the headmaster knows best? He silently demanded. Snape's lip curled in obvious disdain at the dismissal, but he nodded and swept from the office. What can I help you with, sir? Asked Harry uncertainly. I am aware that you were present at the conference this evening, said Dumbledore. I take it you saw Mr. Slughorn before you departed? Yes, Harry said nervously. I spoke with him briefly, mostly about my mother. And I don't suppose you noticed anything suspicious? Dumbledore asked. No, sir. I suspected as much, Dumbledore sighed, rubbing his eyes once more. Horace was a good man. I'd hoped tonight was a sign that he was reintegrating into society, but sadly, that is no longer a reality. Harry sat patiently as a heavy silence fell between them. He was unsure what Dumbledore wanted from him, and was wary of an impending line of questioning. Is there anything you would like to share with me, Harry? Asked Dumbledore after a moment. Like what, sir? Any insight into today's events? Dumbledore pressed. Motives behind the attack? Theories as to the attacker? I am certain Voldemort is behind it, Harry responded. But I don't know who is acting on his behalf within the castle. And what business would Lord Voldemort have in murdering ex-professors in broad daylight? No clue, Harry shrugged. He felt no prod of legitimacy at this statement, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Dumbledore knew he was lying anyway. The old headmaster regarded Harry wearily, his expression inscrutable, but Harry thought he sensed disappointment in the man's eyes. I know you are hiding things from me, Harry, Dumbledore sighed. What kind of things, sir? Harry asked, schooling his features despite the dread settling in his stomach. I know that you have twice illegally operated to Little Hangleton during your Hogsmeade weekends, said Dumbledore. I know that you know more about what's going on than meets the eye. For the life of me, I can't understand why you conceal the truth from me. Harry's mind raced. How had Dumbledore known about his field trips to the village? He remembered his father mentioning that they had been watching the village closely. Perhaps they could tell when someone operated there. But how much more did Dumbledore know? Did he know about the graveyard excavations? The trip to the Gaunt Shack? It seems we both know more than we're letting on, don't we, sir? Harry sighed. Indeed. Dumbledore nodded. Perhaps it is time we work together instead of keeping one another in the dark? I agree completely, Harry nodded. Why don't you go first, Headmaster? Me? Dumbledore frowned. What have I kept from you, my boy? It would have been nice to know you're watching Little Hangleton before I wasted so much of my time there, Harry said hotly. And perhaps if I'd known the Philosopher's Stone was secure, Quirrell would still be alive. You've allowed me to do a lot of damage by leaving me in the dark. You are not wrong, Harry, Dumbledore nodded. I've underestimated you in the past, and I won't easily do so again. Good to hear, said Harry. So let's start with the prophecy. Mind sharing its contents with me? Genuine shock registered in Dumbledore's face. He clearly hadn't been expecting this question. Prophecy, he repeated. The one Professor Trelawney made 14 years ago, Harry said coolly. The one that caused Voldemort to target the Longbottoms. You heard it, didn't you? Aye. There is no possible way you could know of the prophesized existence, Dumbledore breathed. Unless Saul Croaker Dash? I worked it out myself, said Harry. But I know it's there in the Department of Mysteries. And I'm beginning to suspect that it involves me somehow. That is inaccurate, Dumbledore said slowly. I cannot reveal the contents of the prophecy to you, but rest assured that it does not involve you. And why can't you reveal it? Harry, you must understand that the act of witnessing a prophecy is crucial to its accuracy, Dumbledore said exasperatedly. Prophecies tend to be self-fulfilling. The knowledge gained by learning their contents often leads one down a road they would not normally have taken, thus bringing about the proper conditions to fulfill it. So you won't tell me, because you think it will cause me to act differently? Harry deduced. In short, yes. I see, said Harry. So instead, you will allow me to march onward to my death with no idea what is coming for me. Harry, your safety is very important to me, Dumbledore frowned. If I believed you to be in mortal danger, I would do all I could to protect you. Really? Harry scoffed. No offense, Headmaster, but my life has been threatened every single year I've been at this school. And if you haven't noticed, I was entered into this tournament against my will, and someone clearly wants me dead. So forgive me if I don't feel entirely safe in this situation. I have no reason to believe this plot is targeted at you, said Dumbledore. Your entry into the tournament may have been a failed ploy to humiliate you, and nothing more. I assume Hagrid told you what the centaur said about me? Harry pressed. How I'm some kind of trickster whose fate is tied to Neville's? Is that why you don't trust me? It is not a matter of trust, Harry Dash. It absolutely is. Harry shouted, getting angry now. You expect me to trust you with everything I know when I'm left to my own devices. I'm fighting for my life, Headmaster. You think I'm the best duelist in the castle because I like fighting? Or that I learned how to apparate just for fun? I know there's a war coming, sir, and I'm doing my best to protect myself and my family. No one is comfortable with a threat like Voldemort looming, Dumbledore agreed. You and I happen to be among the few who believe he's still out there. I've been working very closely with your father to ensure Dash. My father is not the one in the tournament, said Harry. Nor is he the one who can see the future. So why are you going behind my back when you expect me not to do the same? Your point is duly noted, Harry, Dumbledore said tiredly. But you are still just a child, Dash. Just a child. Harry roared, jumping to his feet. I'm fighting men 3 times my age on a regular basis. I faced down 40 Death Eaters at the World Cup by myself because no one else was willing to do it. So don't talk to me like I'm some little boy who needs to be sheltered. Because when Voldemort shows up at our doorstep, I'll be the first one to greet him. That is precisely what concerns me, Harry, said Dumbledore. You should not have to shoulder all this responsibility yourself. You should allow the adults to fight these battles for you. Yeah, well, they've done a pretty piss-poor job of it so far, Harry retorted. If I sat back and waited for you to solve all my problems for me, my sister's bones would still be lying in the Chamber of Secrets, and my own will likely be strewn about the maze in a few months. Time. You're right, Harry, Dumbledore sighed. We have failed you badly. Please allow me to make it right. If you know something that can aid us in Voldemort's downfall, now is the time to share it so I can take steps to see it through. I may even allow you to help if the situation warrants it. How benevolent of you, Harry grumbled. Perhaps I'll extend you the same invitation on my next excursion. I really don't think that's the path you should be taking right now, Harry, said Dumbledore. We have a common enemy. Now is not the time to be petty. I prefer to think of it as being practical, said Harry indifferently, turning towards the door. I've seen what happens when you keep your secrets to yourself, Headmaster. It ends with a lot of undue death and suffering. And without asking to be dismissed, Harry exited the office, slamming the oak door shut behind him. What a sanctimonious prick, Harry fumed as he stormed back to Ravenclaw Tower. Just be a good boy and tell me everything you know, while I refuse to do the same. He couldn't tell Dumbledore the true cause of his resentment, of course. The fate he'd met in his previous timeline, losing his godfather and his own life to the veil of death. None of that would have happened if the man just showed a shred of respect for anyone else's agency but himself. If Harry had known that Voldemort would attempt to plant false memories in his head, and the prophecy was safe within the Department of Mysteries, he never would have gone there in the first place. Was he overreacting? Should he place more trust in the most powerful wizard of all time? The man did have a point. For as much as Harry had covered for Dumbledore's mistakes, so too had it gone the other way. Dumbledore had rescued him in the Chamber of Secrets, in the Room of Requirement the year after, and was perhaps the only man alive capable of standing up to Voldemort in a duel. And given what Harry had learned tonight from Slughorn, it might be prudent to place a little bit of trust in such a man. But his refusal to share the prophecy had made up Harry's mind for him. The hypocrisy was too much for Harry to stand, asking for information while providing none in return. Dumbledore was afraid of what Harry might do with said information. Well, then he'd best be terrified of what Harry could do when left in the dark. Predictably, there was unrest among the student population the following morning when the Daily Prophet announced the tragic death of Slughorn within Hogwarts grounds. A few people knew that Harry had been present at the conference, but no one asked him about it. If anything, it caused people to look at him suspiciously again. Something of a common routine throughout the school year for Harry. Not that I can blame them, Harry reasoned. I always seem to find myself in the middle of these situations somehow. Perhaps if they knew he'd nearly succumbed to the poison himself, they'd think differently. But no, as usual, Harry would find himself blamed for a situation in which he was an unwitting victim himself. Harry was pulled out of Charms class later that morning and summoned to an empty classroom where ministry officials had set up an investigation headquarters. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," Amelia Bones greeted him tersely. "Do you know why you've been called down here this morning?" "I have a good idea." "Yeah," Harry sighed. "We're just waiting for 2 more," said Amelia. She leaned in close, studying Harry closely. "But off the record, how are you feeling?" "Harry, fine," Harry shrugged indifferently. "Just try to stay ahead of everything happening around here lately." "You and me both," Amelia sighed. "My niece Susan tells me you've earned quite the reputation around the school. A gifted duelist. I hear perhaps you'll have a future in the Auror office alongside your father." "Yes, perhaps," Harry said vaguely. He hadn't given much thought to his career path in this timeline. He'd been working towards being an Auror last time, though now the idea held less appeal. Hopefully the threat of Voldemort would be gone by the time he graduated, so he could pursue something less intense. But if he wasn't, Harry couldn't see himself doing anything else but fighting. They sat in silence for a few minutes until the door opened again, and Katie and Dahlia were led into the room and directed to sit beside Harry. "Thank you all for coming," Amelia greeted them. "You 3 are the only students who were present at the potions conference last night. I understand you 2 were there to support your mother." "That's right," said Harry, speaking on behalf of himself and Dahlia. "I invited Katie along as my date." "I see," said Amelia, as Mafalda Hopkirk scribbled something down in her notes beside her. "Did any of you encounter Horace Slughorn at the event?" "Harry and I spoke to him briefly," Katie answered. "I don't really remember what about, though. It was a long night." "Understandable." Amelia nodded sympathetically. "And none of you witnessed any suspicious activity while you were there? Anyone who seemed tense or hostile around Mr. Slughorn?" "Nothing comes to mind," said Harry, as Katie and Dahlia nodded their agreement. "Very well." Amelia sighed, rubbing her eyes tiredly. "We have to talk to everyone there, you see, but of course none of you 3 are under suspicion. Professor Snape has already attested to all of your whereabouts throughout the event. So he didn't tell the Ministry about my secret meeting with Slughorn," Harry thought. Perhaps he had gotten through to the enigmatic man after all. He still didn't know if Snape could be trusted with all that he knew, but it was at least a sign that he wasn't fully in Dumbledore's pocket. Whether that was ultimately a good thing once Voldemort returned remained to be seen. "Is my mother okay?" Dahlia blurted out, sounding worried. "Was anyone else injured?" "No one else was poisoned as far as we know," Amelia reassured her. "I've spoken to your father, and he recused himself from the investigation to be with your mother. She's a bit rattled, as I'm sure you can imagine." "We'll see her in a couple of days anyway," Harry reassured Dahlia, squeezing her hand. She nodded, clutching him tightly for support. "I think that's everything we need from you," Amelia sighed, signaling for Mafalda to stop writing. "Miss Bell, I've also spoken to your father, and he requested that you come straight home next weekend." "All right," Katie nodded. She and Harry had briefly discussed spending time together at Godric's Hollow over the coming break, but it was understandable that their parents would be overly cautious after such a horrible event. "You may return to class," said Amelia. "Please let me know if you remember anything noteworthy from the conference." Harry led the way out of the classroom, still holding his sister's hand. They were silent for a few moments as they made their way back to their respective classes. Finally, Katie said, "This doesn't have anything to do with you, does it, Harry?" "What? Of course not," Harry said at once. "Why would you think that?" "I don't know," Katie sighed. "People are talking about you in Gryffindor, and, well, strange things always happen around you, don't they?" "As if it's ever his fault," Dahlia scoffed. "How many bloody dragons and dark wizards does Harry have to fight before people realize he's not evil?" "Of course I don't believe that," Katie said hurriedly, clutching Harry's arm affectionately. "I trust you, Harry. I just wish you weren't always in the middle of all the trouble around here." "Well, you know what they say about trouble," Harry sighed. "It's like a stray dog. Play with it once, and it follows you home." Harry became more aware of the whispers around him as the week went on. Students gossiping behind his back, throwing him worried looks in the halls and at meals. "Serves me right for having good things happen to me," Harry thought sarcastically. "Get a girlfriend? Win a Quidditch match? Here, now you're framed for murder." It was a microcosm of his Hogwarts experience in this timeline. 2 baby steps forward, 1 giant step back. Luckily, he only had to endure this treatment for 1 week until spring break arrived. He didn't anticipate it being a very relaxing vacation. Lily and James would no doubt want to keep their children close after what happened at the conference. Besides, Harry wasn't going back to Hogwarts until he could have a lengthy conversation with Saul Croaker. Too much had happened since their last meeting, and they wouldn't get to talk again until after the 3rd task. Harry felt as though he was at a pivotal crossroads in his life. He now knew the enormity of the task ahead of him, the true depths of Voldemort's evil. 7 tethers to life that would need to be destroyed in order to see the man's demise. And that was assuming the Dark Lord himself could be located and killed, a task that would only get more difficult if he succeeded in resurrecting himself. How he proceeded from here, and whom he decided to bring along with him, would have ripple effects far out into the future. As expected, when Harry and Dahlia returned to Godric's Hollow, they were given strict instruction to remain in the house at all times during the break. It led to a rather dull holiday for Harry, spent idly flipping through textbooks he'd already read in full and enduring minor pranks from his equally bored sister. He yearned to take the firebolt out for a spin, having been deprived of it for nearly a year now, but was not permitted to even approach the brood shed. Harry had only one true item on his agenda for the break, however, and that was meeting with Saul. He sent a coded message on the first day of vacation, demanding to meet and saying it was urgent. He received nothing in reply for a long while, a maddening silence that had him cursing Saul's name, and Fudges for imposing such restrictions on their ability to speak freely. Finally, with 2 days left until the return to Hogwarts, another postcard arrived addressed to Harry. This one depicted the Tower of London and was once again signed by SC. "Who's sending you postcards?" asked James curiously as he watched Harry casually pocket the laminated paper. "My roommate Terry," Harry lied. "He's visiting London with his folks." Luckily, no further questions arose, and Harry waited until he was safely back in his room to decode the postcard. He muttered the passphrase and tapped his wand to it, watching as a short message appeared. "Same place, same time. Come alone." Saul must have been in a hurry to send this off if he didn't have time to write a proper message. He wondered just how strictly the ministry was monitoring his activities, if he couldn't even write a simple letter. Harry hoped he wasn't causing problems for Saul by sending him letters on a near-weekly basis, even if they were carefully coded to prevent anyone else reading their true message. Harry snuck out of bed at 1:15 to midnight, careful to silence his footsteps before creeping down the hall and down the stairs. He noticed that his father had placed an alarm ward on the back door, which he carefully deactivated before slipping out into the backyard. He hopped the fence and hurried down the road into the heart of Godric's Hollow, already anxious about the conversation to come. Harry paused in an alley, waiting for a lone straggler to disappear down the street, before crossing the road to St. Anthony's Church. He cautiously slipped into the front door and closed it behind him, finding himself in the oppressive silence of the main cathedral. "Croaker," he whispered into the darkness. Saul emerged from the opposite side of the room, wand held aloft. "Name of the person we visited together last summer?" he demanded. "Mrs. Cole," said Harry. "Location on the postcard you sent me last Christmas?" "Eastbourne," said Saul. Both he and Harry relaxed, as Saul flicked his wand to restore dim light to the room so that they could see each other. "What the hell happened with Slughorn?" asked Saul at once. Skeeter was one thing, but 2 murders at Hogwarts in the same school year? "He met the same end," Harry muttered. "The impostor got to him. We're certain it was the same person who committed both murders?" asked Saul. "Yes," said Harry. And he filled Saul in on everything that happened in Little Hangleton during his last visit, including the conversation he overheard between Voldemort and his newest recruit. Saul listened intently without interruption, stroking his chin thoughtfully, frown deepening by the minute. "Sounds like this was pre-planned, then," he eventually remarked. "If the Dark Lord intended to draw him out of hiding, then this was no spur-of-the-moment crime of opportunity." "And you think Skeeter was?" Harry frowned. "It's possible," Saul mused. "Her death was far messier and less easy to explain away. The shallow grave, the lack of plausible deniability. Slughorn's death feels more streamlined, like a trained assassin carried it out." And yet it almost went wrong again, said Harry. I shared that bottle of wine with him before he died. Saul's eyes went wide. What on earth for? He breathed. And how are you alive? Moody gave me an Auror's toolkit months ago, said Harry, withdrawing the small glass cube from his robes and displaying it to Saul. If it wasn't for the poison antidote within, I wouldn't be standing here now. But you spoke with Slughorn that night? Saul pressed. Any idea what might have caused his murder? I know exactly what caused it, Harry sighed. And it's not good news for us. Well, out with it then, boy. I found out from Hagrid that Slughorn and Tom Riddle were rather close while Tom was in school, Harry explained. So I thought if anyone had insight about his early forays into dark magic, it would be Slughorn. So I decided to slip Veritaserum into his drink and ask him about it. That was incredibly risky, in a room full of potioneers no less, Saul muttered, shaking his head. What if Slughorn had been trained to fight the truth potion? He wasn't, thankfully, said Harry. And what he told me was rather disturbing. Go on. I asked if Tom ever mentioned Horcruxes, said Harry. Sure enough, Slughorn was the one who explained to him what they are and how they work. And when I pressed for more, Slughorn admitted that Tom asked about the effects of splitting the soul more than once. Saul blanched at this, clearly sensing where this conversation was heading. More than once, he repeated weakly. In a 7 pieces, to be precise, said Harry. Saul took this in for a long moment. Then, quite unexpectedly, his knees wobbled and he lost balance, slumping sideways into a pew. Harry rushed forward to help the man sit. Saul was spry for his age, but he looked to have aged multiple decades in the past few minutes. Harry, Saul breathed, and it was a testament to his fear that he did not call Harry boy or Potter. This is far beyond anything I imagined. We can't do this on our own. We've managed so far, haven't we? Said Harry. We are treading water at best, said Saul. If the Dark Lord truly does have 7 Horcruxes, all of which are likely heavily protected, then we may not stand a chance. I refuse to think that way, said Harry. I'll fight to my last breath hunting them all down. And at this rate, it will cost you your last breath, Saul groaned. We have to take this to Dumbledore, kid. He's the only person I would trust to handle something of this magnitude. Well, I don't, Harry said stubbornly. He hasn't proven to be much use at anything lately. He's the most powerful wizard of the century, Saul began. Yeah? So everyone keeps telling me, Harry said hotly. And what's he got to show for it? 3 people murdered within his own castle. Nearly 5, if I hadn't found the Chamber of Secrets on my own 2 years ago. A Dark Lord rising to power uncontested. Hell, Neville's got a piece of him in his damn forehead, and Dumbledore's none the wiser. All right, then the Ministry, Saul said. We'll go to Bones in the morning. She can free up resources to help us dash. There are former Death Eaters crawling all over the Ministry, Harry pointed out. If a single person reports back to Voldemort what we're after, we'll never find them all. Your father, then, Saul said, exasperated. He's clever, and he can be trusted. I don't want him to know I'm mixed up in all this, said Harry. I can't even bear to tell him I'm a time traveler. It'll ruin our relationship permanently. Harry, listen to reason. Saul groaned. Our little 2-man operation is not going to cut it any longer. You're still a Hogwarts student, and I'm stuck under investigation and unable to travel freely. We have to bring more people into the fold, preferably people who know how to handle what we're up against. I know, Harry sighed. He'd long since come to the same conclusion, and had been giving this very question some thought. I have an idea of who we can approach. Who's that? Bill Weasley, said Harry. He's a curse breaker, and he already suspects that I know more than I'm letting on. We can swear him to secrecy, and he can help us hunt and destroy the Horcruxes. Can he be trusted? Saul asked skeptically. The Weasley family is notoriously loyal to Dumbledore, so your little secret might wind up in hands you don't want it to anyway. I'll see if he's willing to swear an oath, said Harry. He spent years working in Egypt raiding tombs, and he's encountered Horcruxes before. He's the perfect person to help. Sure, he'll be useful for entering the cave and the Gaunt Shack, Saul acknowledged. But what help will he be in finding more such hiding spots? He doesn't understand Riddle like we do, and we don't understand Riddle like Dumbledore does. I'm not sure Dumbledore understood him all that well either, Harry retorted. He never caught wind of the Horcruxes himself, did he? We've learned more in the past year than he has in 50. He's working with incomplete information. If he knew what Slughorn told you, he'd dedicate his efforts to tracking these objects down. We simply do not have the means or knowledge to find them all. We may be closer than you think, Harry pointed out. The diary's already been destroyed. We know where the diadem is, and we know of at least 2 more potential hiding places. That could mean 4 Horcruxes down already, and just 2 to go. 3 to go, Saul corrected. I think just 2, Harry reasoned. Slughorn said Voldemort wanted to split his soul into 7 pieces. That means 6 Horcruxes plus himself. And how do you factor in the diadem? Saul demanded. If he reintegrates that fragment back into his soul, will he seek to create another to get that number back up to 7? He might, Harry shrugged. Either way, that's over half the Horcruxes accounted for, isn't it? And we can continue looking for significant hiding places for the other 2 or 3. And if we can't find them, then we can go to Dumbledore with what we know, said Harry. But we've made good progress without him. Why place our faith in somebody who might ruin everything we're working towards? How would Dumbledore ruin it? Saul frowned. Neville's a Horcrux, remember? Said Harry. I suspect that Dumbledore realized the same about me in my previous timeline. And what did he do? Let me run off to my death in the Department of Mysteries. My life didn't matter to him, so long as my death served a greater purpose. That's all well and good, Harry, but what if Neville does need to? Saul groaned. Tell me, if you were the only person alive with that knowledge, would you be willing to cast the killing blow yourself? I would find another way to purge the soul fragment without killing him, Harry said confidently. That may not be an option, Saul retorted. If leaving Longbottom alive meant the Dark Lord would tyrannize the country for decades more, would you allow countless millions to suffer for one boy? You aren't getting it, Saul, Harry grumbled. He is me, do you understand? I'm the one that should have been in his spot. I owe it to him to find a way to save his life. And if there isn't one, there will be, Harry said firmly. I'll never forgive myself if he could have been saved and Dumbledore jumps the gun trying to solve things how he sees best. The way Dumbledore sees best is very often best for everyone, said Saul. You may have known Dumbledore as a powerful wizard in his day, but I'm the one who has been dealing with him the past 5 years, said Harry. He's in over his head and he knows it. He's all but begging me to help him solve these issues because he can't do it alone. He's old, tired, and outmatched, yet he thinks he can act as war general and fix everything on his own without outside input. And you think you could do a better job? Yes, Harry said adamantly. In fact, I do, and already have. Saul looked like he wanted to retort further, but said nothing. He began pacing up and down the pews, muttering to himself under his breath. I asked Dumbledore about the prophecy. Harry spoke into the silence. He wouldn't tell me because he thinks it could become self-fulfilling or some nonsense. Do you agree with him? Saul looked up at Harry, regarding him with an odd expression. A curious thing for him to say, he said. Implying such a prophecy existed, of course, it would mean that he thinks you may be involved in it somehow. I figured as much, Harry sighed. And I don't suppose that entitles me to hear what it has to say? No, it would not, Saul said flatly. This hypothetical prophecy, whose existence I cannot confirm nor deny, would only be accessible by the maker, the witness, or the subject. But if the subject was ambiguous, Harry pressed. If the name on the label had a question mark next to it, irrelevant, said Saul. The magic of the Hall of Prophecy would reject you for attempting to take it. The only way you're hearing the contents of that prophecy is if the witness tells you, or the subject somehow gets his hands on it otherwise. So you understand why I can't trust Dumbledore then? Harry insisted. He refuses to tell me the truth when it could mean my life depends on it. Why should we tell him anything in return? Saul considered this for a long while. I don't like it at all, he sighed. But for now, we stay the course. You focus on getting through your final task alive. Once the investigation on my department ends, we can speak with Bill Weasley and look into the 2 hiding spots. But if those trails run cold, we may have to seek the wisdom of someone more knowledgeable than ourselves. Fine, Harry shrugged. He didn't care if this was only a temporary arrangement. He would find ways to keep extending the timetable and leaving Dumbledore out of the loop. He just knew deep down that telling him about the Horcruxes would spell disaster. and that Neville would be the one to suffer for it. He still felt indebted to the boy for shouldering the load of expectation on his behalf, and would do all he could to ease that burden for Neville. "Be careful, Harry," said Saul ominously. "We don't know who can be trusted at Hogwarts right now. Don't let your guard down for even a second while the impostor remains at large." "Understood," Harry nodded. "Same to you. There are many within the ministry who will be sympathetic to Voldemort if and when he returns." "Believe me, I know it," Saul muttered darkly. "As loath as I am to admit it, you're one of the few people I do trust at the moment." "I'm flattered," Harry said with an ironic bow. "Don't squander a kid," Saul warned. "We're fighting a war that few people even realize exists. We cannot fail." That sobered Harry up significantly. He departed the meeting with Saul feeling not much better about their circumstances. He'd somehow maneuvered through the past week without divulging his secret to anyone new, which felt like a small victory, if one at all. Was he making a mistake by playing his cards so close to the chest? Was Snape correct in his assessment that he was using the exact same playbook as Dumbledore himself? But his thoughts eventually strayed to Neville, blissfully unaware of the danger and still dreaming of fame and glory in the third task. The boy who had been thrust into a role he was ill-prepared for, who seemed fated to die a cruel death. A fate that should have belonged to Harry. "I'll see you through this, Neville," Harry swore to himself as he settled into a restless sleep that night. "Even if I have to drag you kicking and screaming away from death's door." /N. Harry was due for a temper tantrum or two, wasn't he? Considering he never got to trash Dumbledore's office in his last timeline and all. This was a difficult chapter to write, as I knew Harry needed a clear opportunity to justify his decisions that will affect the rest of the story. What matters to me is that his logic remains consistent with his character and motives. Is it flawed in self-defeating logic? Well, that's for you to decide. Year 4 to 16. Fraternizing with the enemy. /N. This past week has proven just how fragile the FFN site can be. If the site ever goes down for good, remember that you can always find this story under the same title and username over at Archive of Our Own. Harry was not too eager to return to Hogwarts once spring break was over. He had only 2 months left until the third task, and while the maze itself didn't worry him, the behind-the-scenes plot surrounding it most certainly did. Neville seemed determined to believe the tournament was legitimate, and if someone was clearing a path to the cup for him, he might wind up in mortal danger before Harry could do a thing to stop him. All there was to do was prepare. He was reading far ahead on magical creatures, making sure he was fully prepared for any and all beasts he might face in the maze. He didn't know what other horrors the judges had prepared for him that he simply hadn't seen in his last timeline, since the impostor Moody had been clearing the way for him. Best not to leave a single stone unturned. Harry headed downstairs for breakfast on the morning the train was set to depart. He found his father in the kitchen, engaged in low conversation with an unexpected guest. "Oh, Harry, you're up early," said James. "You remember Dale Greengrass? I believe his daughter Daphne is in your year." "That's right," said Harry. "How do you do, sir? Good to see you again, Harry." Dale greeted him with an enthusiastic handshake. "Splendid work in the Triwizard Tournament so far. I hope you're training hard to win the grand prize." "I'm more focused on surviving the final task, but I appreciate it," said Harry diplomatically. "Don't mind us, son. We're just wrapping up some political business," said James. Harry set about preparing breakfast around the kitchen as he casually eavesdropped on the two men's conversation. "Lords Nott and Selwyn are going to raise the biggest fuss, of course," Dale was saying. "They've owned house elves for centuries and won't like this radical change to tradition. And the other pure blood seats will follow suit. Well, Dumbledore will no doubt be able to sway the light faction to our side," said James. "And I've asked Sirius to give testimony on Creature, which might go a long way towards convincing some of the more traditionalist factions. I'm more concerned about how the moderates will lean," Dale muttered. "I think I can convince Patil and most of the Muggleborns to join us, but swaying the minds of even half-bloods will be difficult." "Are you actually introducing house elf legislation in the Wisengamot?" Harry asked excitedly, unable to keep out of the conversation. "We're working on it," James sighed. "After what happened to Slughorn, we really want to get a hold of Crouch Sr. to see if he knows anything." The only way to do that is to update the laws and force Winky to cooperate. But it won't just be about compelling her to speak, right? Harry pressed. You'll push for them to earn rights and not be forced into slavery? That will take longer than a single vote to achieve, I'm afraid, James grimaced. The first step is allowing house elves to act against their master's wishes if they are abused, or given orders that are illegal or immoral. That will open many people's eyes to how bad the elves actually have it, something the pureblood families don't want to happen. Your father's right, Harry, said Dale sympathetically. Real change takes time. Just because progress is slow doesn't mean it isn't worth taking the first baby steps. Hermione and Damien won't like hearing that, Harry thought to himself. But he wouldn't argue the point. Even if the road to freedom was long, any step in the right direction was worth pursuing. Dahlia woke up late as usual, protesting as her mother shooed her out the door before she could enjoy a full breakfast. Soon they were back on the Hogwarts Express, whisking them back north to finish the school year. Harry found Luna Lovegood in an empty compartment and joined her, noticing that she seemed more pale and sickly looking than usual. "All right there, Luna," he asked. "Have a nice holiday?" "I stayed in my room most of the week," Luna sighed miserably. Daddy was quite concerned, but he doesn't understand the danger that's out there. "Luna, you can't take everything Trelawney says seriously," Harry chastised her lightly. "She's always forecasting bad things happening, and most of them don't come true. Didn't you see what happened to Horace Slughorn, Harry?" Luna demanded. "Things aren't right at Hogwarts this year, and I intend to tread carefully." "That's different," Harry said slowly. "Slughorn was targeted for a reason. What reason would anyone have to target you? Or Trelawney for that reason?" "I don't make the rules, Harry," Luna shrugged. "I just follow the signs as best I can." "Well, follow your intuition, I suppose," Harry muttered. Far be it from him to discourage her talents of foresight, even though he seriously doubted she was the one in danger. It was yet another reason to hope the impostor was caught soon, just for the peace of mind it would bring. It seemed that Luna was not the only paranoid person in the castle at the moment. Many other students were more skittish than usual as term resumed, traveling in tight-knit packs in the halls and avoiding Harry like the plague. After what happened to Skeeter and Slughorn, there was a pervading sense of unease in the castle, one that left Harry feeling on edge. "We can never just have a normal year at Hogwarts, can we?" he lamented. Harry used to take comfort in the daily rigors of Hogwarts curriculum, but right now it felt more like a giant waste of time. Writing pointless essays, completing the same homework assignments he'd already done in another timeline. It was just time-consuming. He hadn't appreciated what a valuable commodity time was until he didn't have enough of it. He wished he could spend his time on more fruitful activities, like researching for the third task or hunting Horcruxes with Saul Croaker. Being trapped in a 14-year-old's body was starting to wear on him mentally. Quidditch practices were his only real reprieve during the week, and even that was feeling more like a chore than usual. Angelina Johnson was transforming into a taskmaster like Oliver would had once been, desperate for a victory against Crumb's team despite the odds against them. She pushed the team extra hard during scrimmages, to the point that even Katie, the most athletic among the group, was completely exhausted by the end of each session. Harry needed a more productive outlet to get his frustrations out. So on the first Saturday back from break, he snuck out of the Great Hall after breakfast, keen to get some more combat training in. He headed straight for the 7th floor and paced in front of the blank stretch of wall 3 times, imagining the combat arena he wanted to relieve some stress in. The door materialized, and he walked forward to enter. But something felt off. He had a sneaking suspicion that something was awry, that he was being watched. He paused, focusing on the magic around him, his mind reaching out in search of the hidden threat. He spun around with lightning speed, firing a silent stunner down the corridor. He didn't see it collide with anything, but he heard a distinctive thump as something large dropped to the ground. He crept forward on high alert, half expecting a gang of Durmstrang students to jump out and assault him at any moment. His foot collided with something invisible, and he paused. "Revelio," he muttered, pointing his wand at the ground. The disillusionment charm lifted, and he saw Fleur Delacour sprawled on the ground, unconscious. "Oh, bloody hell," he groaned. "Innervate." Fleur blinked awake, looking around wildly to gather her bearings. She looked up and saw Harry's wand trained upon her, before sighing and covering her face in embarrassment. "Murd, I am sorry," Harry said Fleur. "I did not mean to frighten you." "Why are you following me?" he demanded. "I wish to speak with you after breakfast," she explained. "Then I saw you sneak out of YEA Hall, and I was curious where you were going, so I followed you." "While invisible?" "He was stupid, I know," said Fleur, face flushed red. "You have many mysteries I am curious about. Now, will you be a gentleman and help me up?" Harry sighed and extended his hand, lifting Fleur to her feet. "What did you want to speak with me about?" he asked. Fleur wrung her hands together, looking nervous. "I am frightened, Harry," she muttered. "After what you said about the Dark Lord, and what appealed to Mr. Slughorn, are you quite certain we are safe in YEA Castle?" "Reasonably certain," said Harry. "The plot involves Neville Longbottom, and it won't take place until the third task. Whoever is behind this will seek to get us out of the way, but not kill us necessarily." "Okay, I see," Fleur sighed, sounding marginally more relieved. "Madame Maxime says there is nothing to fear at Hogwarts, but I'm not so sure." "The impostor wouldn't dare harm you, or any other student before the task," Harry reassured her. "It would be too large of a risk. As long as you stick with friends and don't wander off alone, you'll be fine." "You do not seem to fear wandering off alone," Fleur remarked. Her eyes darted over to the door to the room of requirement, then back to Harry, her expression clearly indicating curiosity, but a conviction not to pry. "Well, come along then," Harry chuckled. He led the way to the door, opening it to allow Fleur inside. She marveled at the enlarged space, filled with target dummies, raised platforms, ramps, and cover areas. "What is this place?" she asked. "The room of requirement," Harry explained. "It takes the form of anything you ask it to be." "C'est magnifique," Fleur breathed, strolling through the makeshift arena in awe. "We do not have anything like this at Beaux Batons." "I come here sometimes to let off steam," said Harry. "It's sort of a sanctuary for me. I hope you won't tell anyone else it's here." "Your secret is safe with me," Fleur grinned. "May I stay and watch?" I suppose," Harry said awkwardly. He briefly wondered if this was some ploy to gather intel on Madame Maxime's behalf, but figured it didn't matter. Nothing he did in here would be relevant for the maze anyway. Harry moved to the center of the room, stretching his limbs in preparation. "You may want to stand behind something," he warned her. As he did so, a transparent barrier appeared in the corner, allowing Fleur to watch without fear of being hit by errant spells or shrapnel. She dutifully shuffled behind the barrier, leaning against the wall to watch. Harry knelt beside a small cover spot and closed his eyes to get in combat mode. "Fight for your life," he told himself. In 3, 2, 1, he took off running, firing spells over his shoulder as he did so. The target dummy sprang to life, moving around the battlefield in a rough imitation of enemy fighters. His first spell missed wide, but his next two were on target, one splitting open the nearest dummy's chest, and the other causing it to explode outward, spraying shards of wood everywhere. Harry rolled behind a wall, imagining curses flying over his head. He flicked his wand at a nearby pillar, transfiguring it to water and launching it across the room. At the last second, he hardened it into a block of ice, shattering on impact with another dummy and causing it to smash against the opposite wall. He kept up this relentless pace for another 5 minutes, dispatching enemies and moving from spot to avoid being surrounded. The room continued to spawn more dummies every time he took one out of commission, ensuring there was always a constant stream of targets. Harry turned off his mind, focusing only on his own breathing, movements, and spell casting, refusing to slow down, refusing to surrender. Eventually, he tripped, causing him to slam face first into a low wall instead of vaulting over it as he intended. He saw stars but staggered back to his feet, wildly throwing more spells at the incoming dummies. He was far off the mark, and soon he found himself on his knees, cursing himself for his clumsiness as 5 dummies encircled him in a tight formation. "Mon Dieu," Fleur gasped, walking out onto the battlefield to check on him. "That was impressive, Harry." "Not impressive enough," he muttered, spitting blood on the ground dejectedly. "In a real battle, I'd be dead." "Your nose is broken," Fleur said worriedly, the target dummies moving out of her way as she approached, eyes wide. Eh, I've had worse, Harry grinned, though in truth his head was throbbing painfully, and the room was still spinning around him. I am horrible with healing spells, Fleur muttered. Shall I walk you to the hospital wing? That would be very kind of you, said Harry. He accepted her hand as he got to his feet, immediately feeling dizzy from the movement. He resisted the urge to vomit and headed for the exit, Fleur close behind. You say that we are safe air, Fleur remarked as they made their way through the castle. And yet you fight as if danger is around the corner. I told you war is coming, Harry shrugged. We're safe here in the castle, but out in the real world will be a different story. Fleur considered this in silence for a few moments. Are you a time traveler? She eventually asked. It took all of Harry's self-control not to whip his head around and stare at her in shock. What makes you think that? He asked casually. You are far more capable than anyone in your year, said Fleur. More than anyone in my year, for that matter. You seem to always know what is happening and are always present when bad things happen. Interesting theory, Harry quipped. Maybe I'm just a naturally gifted student with rotten luck. Pa, Fleur chuckled. So, what is it then, voyageur? Your secrets are safe with me. For a maddening moment, Harry considered telling her the truth. He truly believed Fleur could be trusted, and having a confidant in the castle would be a tremendous relief. But he remembered the fear in her voice when she approached him and didn't want to burden her with all that he knew. Not yet anyway, she was still just a student after all. If I ever get flung into the past, I promise you'll be the first person I call, he quipped. Sounds like a smashing good time if you ask me. Fleur giggled at his joke, a light tittering sound that made the hair on his neck stand up. Fine, keep your secrets, voyageur, she smiled. But I want you to teach me how to fight like that sometime. It won't be of much help in the maze, I promise you that, said Harry. Non prepious not, said Fleur. But if war is coming, I wish to be prepared. I suppose I can do that if I have the time, Harry shrugged. Fleur beamed at this, an infectious gesture which he returned with a smile of his own. Harry! Katie's shriek of alarm pulled Harry from his thoughts, as she spotted him from across the corridor and peeled off from her group of friends to hurry over. What the hell happened? She demanded, cupping his damaged face in her hands. Fleur's got a mean left hook, Harry grinned bloodily. Fleur giggled again, but Katie did not look amused. We're gonna palm free right now, she said, taking his hand in hers and guiding him away. That's where we were already, Harry tried to protest, but Katie would not be deterred, all but dragging him to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey was not present when they arrived. Instead, Dahlia was treating a first-year girl who seemed to have succumbed to a bout of unending hiccups. Look what your brother did to himself, an exasperated Katie announced, presenting Harry as if he were a misbehaving dog. Dahlia looked up nonchalantly at Harry's bloody face. Katie finally get tired of dealing with your crap? She deadpanned. Domestic violence joke. Nice one, Harry quipped, rolling his eyes. Care to patch me up, darling sis? Sit, Dahlia instructed, pointing to an empty bed. Harry obeyed, grateful for the chance to not have to balance as the world continued, spinning rapidly around him. Katie sat beside him, gently fussing over his face. Did you need something, Fleur? Katie asked sweetly. Harry turned. Fleur was standing in the doorway behind them. No, said Fleur. Just making sure that area is all right. Thank you, Fleur. I'll be fine, Harry said, smiling at the blonde. We'll talk later, okay? Very well, Fleur said, nodding politely before taking her leave. Harry turned back to Katie, amused by the suspicious look in her eye. What did little Miss Perfect want? She asked. Miss Perfect, Harry repeated, arching an eyebrow. Is someone jealous? I am not, Katie denied, face flushing red. I just didn't expect to see you two together, that's all. Right, Harry grinned. Well, you missed the part where I stunned her when she tried to follow me under a disillusionment charm. She watched me practice my combat spells until I ran into a wall, then offered to help me down here. You were practicing combat spells? Katie asked. Where? Irma's secret room, he admitted. I'll show you another time. Katie said nothing, but Harry sensed the wheels turning in her head at this revelation. It dawned on him that it was indeed a bad look for him to bring Fleur to his secret room before ever telling his own girlfriend about its existence. To compensate, He leaned in and planted a tender kiss on her cheek. It left a bloody streak behind, but she sighed and took his hand in hers, content to let it go for now. Dahlia eventually came over to have a look at him. "So who do I have to thank for caving your face in?" she asked, grabbing his chin to tilt his head to and fro. "Brick wall," Harry muttered. "Real stoic bloke. No sense of humor, that one." "Aha," Dahlia hummed, pointing her wand at his face. "Episky." Harry winced as he felt his nose contorted itself back into place with a small crack. He barely had time to recover before Dahlia was shining a light into his eyes, directing his pupils side to side. "You're concussed," she concluded, pocketing her wand. "Lay down, idiot," Harry acquiesced, gingerly lying back onto the pillow. He reached out for Katie to join him. She hesitated, but eventually joined him on the bed, allowing him to wrap his arms around her and hold her close. Dahlia walked back into the storage area and returned with a vial of murky liquid. "Drink," she ordered, handing him the vial. "Stay like that for half an hour, and if the dizziness goes away, you can go." "You're the best," Harry grinned, taking the potion and swallowing it in a single gulp. It wasn't nearly as unpleasant as Skeelgrow, though it caused the spinning in his head to momentarily reverse direction, doubling his sense of vertigo. "So how long have you had a secret room?" Katie asked, nuzzled up against his chest. "A while," Harry admitted. "It's kind of a place for me to get away from it all sometimes. I'm sorry for not telling you about it. I wish you felt more comfortable sharing these things with me," Katie sighed. "I can respect your privacy. I just want to feel included sometimes." "I know," said Harry. "I'm not a very trusting person by nature. I'm trying to fix that." Katie looked up at him curiously. She briefly shifted positions to draw her wand, aiming it at his face. "You're not going to hex me for this, are you?" Harry asked in half jest. "I should," Katie grinned, "but I'll take pity on you this once." "Scourgify." Harry felt the dried blood evaporate from his face, and Katie leaned in for a kiss. He pulled her in closer, grateful that she wasn't truly mad at him. "Oi, break it up, lovebirds," Dahlia shouted from across the room. "Don't make me deduct house points, as long as you take them from Katie, not me," Harry shouted back. Dahlia shot him a rude hand gesture, which he gladly returned. Katie did seem more muted than usual in the coming days, though Harry couldn't be sure if he was the root cause. Their schedules were getting more hectic, with Katie's OWL exams and the final Quidditch match against Crumb's squad on the horizon. All the same, Harry made a point to avoid Fleur for a while, lest Katie get the wrong impression again. Privately, however, he did enjoy the French witch's company and wished they could just be friends instead of rivals. Meanwhile, Harry was growing more and more excited for his upcoming Quidditch match. Having his firebolt back made him feel whole again. He'd been missing this. The unrestrained freedom of the skies, the raw speed and adrenaline that only the best of the best could give. He realized how spoiled he'd been in his last timeline, always having access to the top-of-the-line brooms despite his meager upbringing. As the expression went, he couldn't learn to appreciate something until he was deprived of it. But even the best of the best wouldn't be enough to beat Crumb. It leveled the playing field in one respect, but still left a wide gulf of sheer talent and experience that would leave Harry a massive underdog in the match. Though he felt good about the team in practices, he knew they faced a formidable task and could only pray he wouldn't be totally humiliated in a 0-3 rout like Crumb's last two opponents. 3 really, if you counted the World Cup. Of course, his detractors were eager to rub in the skill disparity as the match rapidly approached. "Your lucky streak is over, Potter," a Slytherin's 7th year sneered at him. "Crumb's going to wipe the floor with you." "Is the little boy going to cry?" a Bose Baton's girl taunted in the halls. "I hope you do not soil yourself." Part of Harry had assumed that he'd have more fans for the upcoming match, given that his team was the last remaining Hogwarts squad in the tournament. But he'd underestimated Crumb's star appeal. It seemed that nearly the entire school was rooting for the Durmstrang squad. Even a few Gryffindors had gone rogue, sporting the Bulgarian colors and joining in on the trash talk in the lead-up to the match. Harry couldn't bring himself to care, however. The death of Slughorn and its aftermath had reminded him of what real stakes lay out there, and how meaningless this Quidditch match was by comparison. All he could muster was excitement at the chance to fly against Crumb and measure himself against the best player in the world. He might get crushed, In fact, it was probable, but life experiences like that didn't come around every day. Angelina Johnson was less relaxed in her own approach as match day loomed. Your passes have to be more accurate than that. Alicia, she barked at her fellow chaser. Two of Crumb's teammates are in the pro league with him, and they'll capitalize on every sloppy throw like that. If the twins could give me some cover, I might not make those mistakes as easily. Alicia grumbled, rubbing her shin painfully from where a bludger had left a nasty purple bruise. They have to keep their focus on Crumb, Angelina retorted. He'll put us away within 5 minutes if we leave him to his own devices. For once, Harry was unsure if he agreed with this strategy. From what he'd seen of Crumb from the 3 matches he'd watched him play, he played about the same whether bludgers were flying around him or not. And as good as the twins were, they were still a far cry from the professional beaters Crumb was used to avoiding. It would ultimately be up to Harry to keep the man away from the snitch. He was the only one with a broom fast enough to keep up. There was only one advantage Harry had over Crumb: length. Unlike Cedric, who was built like a traditional athlete, Crumb was on the smaller side, a couple inches shorter than Harry and just as thin. He was stronger than he appeared, sure, but he was definitely built for speed and agility rather than close-quarters combat. If Harry could stick close to him in the air, he might have a chance at boxing the man out and beating him to the snitch with his longer wingspan. That was a tall order, of course, but it was a better game plan than nothing. The jeers and catcalls from fans were one thing. The treatment from the Durmstrang contingent was quite another. Harry decided to take his own advice and stop traveling through the castle alone, lest Pavlovich or any other instigators decided to mess with him. The nasty looks and muttered insults in foreign languages were disconcerting, but hopefully harmless. Harry didn't know how much influence Crumb had over his fellow students, but hopefully if he could get on the man's good side, things would settle down with time. Match day arrived, and Harry could never recall a more lively atmosphere in the Great Hall. The entire student body of all 3 schools seemed to be planning to attend, with many sporting the crimson and black of Team Bulgaria in support of Crumb. This was a bit confusing, given that the team of mostly Gryffindors would be sporting the red jerseys today, but there was no question who had the most support going into the match. Good. I like being the underdogs, Angelina said confidently as the team walked together down to the pitch. All the better when we surprise them with how well we can play. Harry quite agreed. If anything, the past 4 years at Hogwarts had instilled an inferiority complex in him that would serve him quite well today. He was used to being underestimated, being rooted against, and took perverse pleasure in wiping the smirks off of his detractors' faces. The others seemed quietly determined as well. The normally jovial twins were brimming with intense energy, and the chasers wore similar looks of consternation. But the biggest surprise came from their keeper, Volkov. He was always quiet and reserved, but today he seemed especially menacing, wearing a fearsome look of resolve. He met the glares of his countrymen with one of his own, daring them to speak out. Harry wondered what the house rivalry system was like in Durmstrang. He sensed a deep resentment between Volkov and Crumb's squad that might embolden him to play harder than ever. The stadium was rumbling so loud from students packing into the bleachers above that Angelina Johnson's locker room pep talk could barely be heard. Harry was paying her little mind, knowing that her intricate strategies for dealing with Crumb would likely falter. It would be up to him to beat the man one-on-one, regardless of what the beaters did. A daunting challenge, but one he felt ready for. Soon, the time had come. The team flew out onto the pitch under a chorus of boos and a few cheers. The stand seemed to have been magically expanded, as countless hundreds of students and even some members of the public had come out to watch. Harry spotted his family among them: James, Lily, Dahlia, Sirius, Remus, and Alessia, all waving and clapping for him. He greeted them with a few backflips and barrel rolls on his firebolt to get ready. The black-clad Durmstrang team flew out in formation soon after, drawing a deafening cheer from the crowd. They looked fiercely coordinated already, warming up in tight spirals around one another and looking supremely confident in their victory. If Harry didn't know any better, he would assume this to be a fully professional squad, Crumb's influence surely rubbing off on the other students. Welcome to the final match of this year's intramural Quidditch. Lee Jordan announced over the speakers. In the black uniforms, we have Team Durmstrang. led by their star seeker, Victor Crumb. Crumb pumped his fist for the crowd, looking fully in his element. As always, Harry was struck by how the normally mild-mannered and awkward young man seemed to transform into a superhero on a broomstick, striking quite the imposing figure. As with the World Cup, it will once again be up to a Ravenclaw to stop him. Lee continued. In the red jerseys are the surviving Hogwarts team, captained by Angelina Johnson and headlined by fellow Triwizard champion, Seeker Harry Potter. Harry performed a few more warm-up flips, mostly to tune out the cacophony of insults and scattered cheers from below. He didn't care about the crowd today. The only other person who existed, as far as he was concerned, was Victor Crumb. Madame Hooch marched out to midfield with the ball box as the two teams lined up to begin the match. Harry tried to meet Crumb's eye line and give him a friendly nod, but the opposing seeker didn't even look at him. Not giving me the respect I'm due? Harry thought hotly. I'll just have to prove myself to you then. The quaffle is released and the game begins. Lee Jordan announced excitedly. It's Durmstrang with possession, pushing it upfield. Ooh, a nice hit on Alicia's spinnet there from the beater. From the opening moments, it was clear that Crumb's squad was employing a very different strategy. Their beaters were almost exclusively focused on the chasers, ignoring Harry completely. And who could blame them? With Crumb as your seeker, you could afford to take more risks than you might normally be able to. A nice pass there, and here's the shot. Saved by Volkov, Lee exclaimed, as the crowd reacted to the fingertip dive from the keeper. And he is fired up, folks. Indeed, the normally reserved man was barking at the opposing chasers in a language Harry didn't understand. Looks like house rivalries are alive and well at Durmstrang as well, Harry thought, bemused. Harry kept the majority of his attention on Crumb, never letting the man stray too far away from him. But the snitch was slow to materialize, and so too was the offense of the teams down below. The Hogwarts squad had difficulty pushing through the stout Durmstrang defense with the twins playing cautiously, and Volkov continued making spectacular saves to prevent anything slipping through. Katie was the first to break the ice. She made a nice spin maneuver to evade her blocker and dodged a bludger, streaking towards the right goalpost. Marko Pavlovich got in position to defend, but she switched hands at the last moment, flicking the ball through the left hoop as the crowd cheered. Katie Bell scores. Lee Jordan shouted. The lengthy scoring drought is broken, and Hogwarts leads 10-0. Harry watched as Pavlovich chewed out his teammates for letting her through. Focus on your own job, Harry grumbled to himself. Don't blame others for your own mistakes. Play resumed soon after, and the defensive stalemate continued. Neither team seemed too eager to overextend. The Hogwarts squad didn't want to push into a numbers disadvantage, and Durmstrang seemed content to keep the score close and let Crumb handle things on his own. That meant all the more pressure on Harry to perform, as he did his best to tune out the action below and focus on finding the snitch. Suddenly, Crumb entered a sharp dive, rocketing towards the pitch at lightning speed. Harry dove after him, wind screaming past his ears as he fought to keep up. Crumb was hurtling towards the grass at an alarming rate. If he wasn't careful, he would crash. Then Crumb pulled up sharply, barely avoiding a violent collision with the earth. Harry followed suit, forced into a tight roll to avoid both the ground and Crumb himself. The crowd cheered in appreciation of the show of athleticism. A mighty Ronsky feint from Crumb, his signature move, Lee Jordan said excitedly. It nearly dupes Potter, but not quite. I'm not as thick as Aiden Lynch, Crumb. Harry jeered as he zoomed past Crumb on his way back into the air. Still, Crumb didn't even acknowledge him, merely returning to his previous height and circling menacingly as before. Meanwhile, Durmstrang managed to slip a goal past Volkov's defenses, leveling the score at 10 apiece. I'll just have to catch two snitches at this rate, Harry thought to himself. A tall task against Crumb, but doable. He put on a burst of speed, determined to spot the tiny golden ball before the Bulgarian did. He and Crumb spotted it at precisely the same moment, darting around midfield. They both shot after it, neither able to gain a significant head start over the other. Harry's heart pounded from the incredible speed, never having flown quite so fast next to another player before. But he did not back down from the challenge, shoulder to shoulder with Crumb, arms outstretched together side by side. It happened in the blink of an eye. Crumb's elbow jutted out, knocking Harry's arm askance. Harry stumbled slightly and righted himself, but his momentary lapse cost him as Crumb's fingers wrapped around the tiny golden ball in milliseconds. Crumbs got the first snitch. Lee shouted as the crowd roared its approval. Durmstrang leads 60-10. Damn it, Harry cursed himself. His strategy had worked perfectly. His slight size advantage had given him a chance at the snitch with his longer reach. But Crumb's savvy and unexpected move had thrown him off just enough to give him the advantage. The difference between a professional and an amateur, Harry figured. Wham! Harry was nearly knocked off his broom by a bludger to the back, flattening him to his broom and nearly causing him to topple over the handle to the ground. There was a great roar of disapproval from the crowd, as even those rooting for Durmstrang protested the flagrant late hit. That's a foul, Lee Jordan shouted angrily. Todorov hit that bludger well past the whistle, and that'll be a penalty. Madam Hooch rushed over to chastise the offending beater, whom Harry recognized as the second Durmstrang boy to attack him in the hallway weeks prior. But surprisingly, Hooch was beaten to it by Crumb himself, who got in his beater's face and began chewing him out in rapid Bulgarian. Todorov threw up his hands in mock innocence, but looked suitably dressed down by his seeker and nodded timidly. Angelina called a timeout as the team descended to the pitch to check on Harry. "You all right, Potter?" she asked. "I'll be fine," Harry grimaced. Pain radiated between his shoulder blades, but he didn't think anything was seriously damaged. Besides, adrenaline and righteous fury was pumping through him in equal measure, allowing him to ignore the pain and focus on the next snitch. "Fred, George, you have to be more accurate with your hits," Angelina told the twins. "Crumb was able to ignore your bludgers completely. It won't matter how accurate they are," Harry sighed. "He can avoid them just the same. These two should focus on helping the chasers." "The Durmstrang chasers are just as fast as Crumb," Angelina pointed out. "Half of them have firebolts as well. There's no point. If I may," an unexpected voice spoke up as Volkov stepped forward between them. "I suggest going after Pavlovich. He is their defensive anchor, and you will have an easier time scoring if he cannot coordinate with his team." Angelina looked thoughtful at this suggestion. "You're sure of this?" she asked. "I have played against him for 6 years," Volkov shrugged. Angelina turned to Harry. "And you think you can keep up with Crumb without help?" she asked. "I have to," Harry shrugged. Angelina sighed. Clearly she didn't like this plan much. "All right, we'll focus on goal scoring for now," she said. "But we're counting on you, Potter." "What else is new?" Harry said with a wink. The team took to the air and reset for the second period of play. Katie was awarded a penalty shot for the late hit on Harry, which she jammed straight through the center hoop with a furious shout. As play resumed, immediately Harry could see that Volkov's proposal was sound. Pavlovich was clearly uncomfortable sitting in his keeper's box, unable to roam freely to help his chasers without the twins pelting him from all angles. It allowed Angelina and Alicia to sneak in 2 quick goals to bring them within 20. Harry forced his attention back to Crumb, unwilling to let his attention lapse like that again. The Bulgarian continued to ignore him, hunting for the snitch, pretending that Harry did not even exist. Harry was less passive this time, briefly riding alongside Crumb and giving him a few shoulder checks to remind him that he wouldn't get off easily. Suddenly, Crumb shot off like a rocket across the pitch, barreling towards the Hogwarts goalposts. Harry gave chase, wary of another feint, but not willing to let Crumb get too far ahead in case the snitch was indeed ahead. He kept his eyes peeled for any sign of the golden ball, scanning his peripheries for any sign of trickery. Then Crumb flipped over on his broom faster than Harry imagined possible, and was suddenly flying full speed directly at him. Harry flinched, rolling out of the way as the crowd screamed in anticipation of a collision. "Whoa, a near miss there from the Seekers," Lee Jordan shouted. But Harry had a feeling of dread as he quickly spun around to follow Crumb's trail. He spotted the familiar tinkle of gold in the distance, a split second before Crumb grabbed the second snitch out of midair. "Another fantastic feint from Crumb," Lee Jordan shouted as the crowd roared its approval. This one has Potter looking the fool, and Durmstrang jumps far ahead to a 120-50 lead. Harry cursed himself for his foolish mistake. He'd used the exact same fake out against Diggory in his last match, albeit not nearly as controlled and elegant as Crumb made it look. And he indeed did look foolish as the Durmstrang squad high-fived their captain for his successful ploy. Angelina tried to signal for another timeout, but Harry waved her off. No change in strategy would improve his odds against Crumb. He would have to find a way to beat the man at his own game. He simply had to be better, as every tiny mistake would cost him against the pro. "Get your head in the game, Potter," Harry told himself angrily as he tried to clear his head of self-loathing thoughts. "Marry me, Crumb," one of the Beauxbatons girls screamed from the stands, causing giggles from the surrounding female students. Crumb ignored the outburst, merely returning to midfield for the face-off. It gave Harry an idea, however, one that he wasn't sure would work and that felt somewhat cruel, but might just give him the edge. It was clear he couldn't beat Crumb in tactics or skill, but he might be able to beat him psychologically. He waited until play resumed and zoomed close to Crumb for a flyby. "None of the Durmstrang girls want to date you, Crumb," he taunted as they passed one another. "Had to resort to asking out underage children from other schools?" Crumb's neck whipped around at lightning speed, staring at Harry with a bewildered expression. Harry schooled his features, resisting the immediate impulse to apologize. It was clear that he'd struck a nerve, as Crumb shook off the insult and resumed his hunt of the snitch. Harry did not give him any space. He turned around and sped to catch up to Crumb, sliding up alongside him. "Shame Hermione's going to dump you as soon as you leave," said Harry. "Must be a blow to your ego to get dumped by a 15-year-old. Crumb grumbled something under his breath in Bulgarian, but ignored Harry and sped off again. Harry did not give chase, allowing the man to stew in silence for a while. Hermione would kill me if she heard what I was saying up here, he thought to himself. It occurred to him that this might not be the best tactic to earn Crumb's trust, but there was no doubt his methods were effective. His competitive drive won out over any sense of morality as he prepared to crank up the heat. "Fleur and I were laughing at you two in the library the other day," Harry mocked the next time the Seekers crossed paths. "She already have you chained up in the library? Is she going to have your firebolt on a leash during your next pro match?" "Shut your mouth," Crumb growled, acknowledging Harry's taunts for the first time. "Bet you hear that a lot from Hermione, don't you?" Harry winked. He then sped away before Crumb could retort, leaving him once again to his simmering anger. Meanwhile, in the main match far below, the tides were slowly turning in favor of the Hogwarts squad. The Gryffindor chasers had figured out the Durmstrang defense, able to exploit tiny missteps and sneak through a couple more goals. The score was now 130-80 in favor of Durmstrang, one more goal from Harry's team, and he would have a chance at victory if he caught the final snitch. Harry continued to chirp at Crumb every time they got close to one another. Crumb managed to ignore Harry's taunts, but he was clearly angry at the constant needling. Occasionally, Harry would say nothing as he passed by, just to hear the frustrated mutterings under the Bulgarian's breath, telling him he was indeed getting under his skin. Another goal from Angelina Johnson. Lee Jordan shouted. The Hogwarts squad pulls to within 40 points. The Durmstrang team was clearly getting frustrated by their defensive woes. Todorov once again fired a late bludger at Harry's head, which he dodged with ease. The crowd roared in displeasure, especially after Madame Hooch didn't see the flagrant foul attempt. But Harry couldn't care less about such childish antics. "Shame your beaters can't aim." Harry fired at Crumb when play resumed. "Seems to be a recurring problem for you purebloods." Crumb narrowed his eyes at this jab, but did not respond. "Maybe that's why you're into Hermione," Harry continued. "You're hoping to muddy your blood a little, so the next generation actually stands a chance dash." Crumb huffed and threw a rough shoulder check at Harry, who deftly rolled over the top of Crumb to his other side. "Hard pill to swallow, isn't it?" said Harry. "That you're going to lose the match and the tournament to a filthy half-blood dash." Crumb sharply entered another dive, rocketing towards the pitch once more. Harry gave chase, but immediately suspected a feint. Crumb was making no adjustments to his dive, merely taking the shortest possible path towards the ground. There's no way he saw the snitch, Harry thought. He's bluffing. Then Harry saw it. In the corner of his eye, a tinkle of gold, over by the Durmstrang goalposts. Harry did not overreact, pulling level with Crumb and pretending to join him in the dive. Crumb ignored him, laser focused on the ground on pulling off the feint. Harry threw his shoulder into Crumb, hard, knocking the Bulgarian off course. Then Harry yanked up on his broom, a split second before impact, shooting across the pitch towards glory. Crumb realized what was happening a moment too late. By the time he had adjusted course and taken off after Harry, it was all over. Harry snatched the third snitch out of the air, and with it, the victory. There was a shivering second of shocked silence. Then the crowd exploded with cheers. "I don't believe it!" Lee Jordan screamed hoarsely into the microphone. "Harry Potter has beaten Victor Crumb to the snitch, and the Hogwarts team wins, 140 to 130. Harry let loose months of pent-up frustration and anxiety with a primal yell of euphoria as he took his victory lap around the pitch. Students from all houses were cheering him on, and his teammates were openly crying with joy. Harry swooped down to land on the pitch, and his team piled atop him, yelling madly and squeezing him tight. Harry got up and hurried over to Crumb as soon as the other seeker landed. "Victor, I didn't mean a word of it, I swear," he said hurriedly, feeling terrible for what he'd said. "I am so sorry, Dash." "Duh, I know," Crumb said, surprising Harry with a small smile. "I have heard much worse. Aiden Lynch threatened unspeakable acts against my mother, this vast nothing." And Crumb extended his hand to Harry, which he eagerly shook. "You were the better flyer today," Harry said earnestly. "Your team just let you down like in the World Cup." "I could have been better," Crumb shrugged. "You fly well, Potter. Let us talk next week." "Yes, let's," Harry said, surprised at the positive outcome. The simple words from the soft-spoken seeker felt like the greatest compliment anyone had ever given him. The next moment, Harry was nearly bowled over by students as they flooded the pitch, a large group consisting of multiple houses lifting him off his feet and onto their shoulders. Harry spotted his family in the crowd. Dahlia and Lily were hugging and crying. Sirius and Remus were jumping up and down like schoolboys, and James was shouting to anyone who would listen, "That's my son right there. My son beat Victor Crumb." It was an even better feeling than winning the Quidditch Cup the year before, Harry thought. Who cared if this was an unofficial match that counted for nothing? Who cared if the third task still loomed large and Lord Voldemort still wanted him dead? For one day at least, he got to be on top of the world. This was a moment Harry would cherish for the rest of his life. /N. As you read this, I am heading out of town for summer vacation. I cannot promise a new chapter on time next week, but I'll do my best to update as soon as I can get the next one ready. And when I do return, it will be full steam ahead to the finale of Year 4. I've cooked up some nasty surprises and can't wait to unleash them upon you all. Mwahaha! Year 4 to 17, the third task. Harry allowed himself a couple of days after the Quidditch match to bask in the glory of being the school hero. Beating Crumb's team had granted him near-mythical status in the castle among the other students, as just about everyone he passed greeted him with high fives and words of praise. He even signed a couple autographs for younger students. It was like being the boy who lived all over again, except this time, it was for something he'd actually worked hard for and accomplished himself. But suddenly it was June, and Harry had a third task to prepare for. Students once again moved on, having their own end-of-year exams to worry about. Even Katie was unable to spend much free time with Harry, her OWL exams looming large in just a couple of weeks. That was fine by Harry. It allowed him to buckle down and focus on his preparations without distraction. He spent far more time in the library than he ever had in either timeline, researching every possible magical beast they could throw at him in the maze and how to deal with each one. He even did a bit of digging into the darkest creatures imaginable, but eventually came to the conclusion that they would never make the champions face a Nundu or a Chimera and focused on the tamer breeds. It was clear he wasn't the only champion feeling the crunch. Harry entered the library on a rainy Sunday afternoon and spotted Fleur at a table by herself, perusing a heavy tome called Brutal Beasts of Britain and Beyond. He redirected his path and sat across from her. "Don't think you'll find much of use in there," he grinned. "No way they'll throw something that dark at us." "Don't be so certain," Fleur sighed, setting the book down in front of her. "Madame Maxime insists that I prepare for all possibilities." "I highly doubt they'll make us fight a Lethifold," Harry chuckled, indicating the page she'd been reading and the horrifying hooded carnivore depicted upon it. They were expelled from Europe centuries ago, for a reason. All the same. Fleur shrugged, closing the book. What are you up to? Same as you, I reckon, said Harry, pulling out a few books of his own from his bag. Want to compare notes? Fleur narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Is that allowed? She wondered aloud. Don't see why not, Harry shrugged. What are they going to do? Force us to duel instead? Though I suppose that's on your agenda as well. Indeed, Fleur grinned mirthfully, looking over the books he'd procured. Very well. I read 2 of those already. I took notes. Fleur dove into her own bag, and soon they were quietly chatting over their combined notes, brainstorming on the kinds of beasts they might be expected to face. Harry could feel many curious eyes upon them from around the library, no doubt wondering what 2 rival Triwizard champions might be discussing. The truth would no doubt shock them. The murmurs eventually rose to a crescendo, and Harry sensed a third party lurking nearby. Pardon me, Crumb announced himself awkwardly. May I have a word, Harry? Hello, Victor, Harry greeted the older man. Please join us. Crumb quirked an eyebrow curiously, looking to Fleur for confirmation. She nodded her agreement, and he took the empty seat beside Harry, intensifying the whispering all around them. I wish to apologize on behalf of my countrymen, Crumb said sincerely to Harry. I'm vast aware of the way they treated you, and wish that I had spoken up earlier. That's all right, Harry shrugged. I think I handled them all right on my own. Not all at Durmstrang share such disgusting blood purity beliefs, Crumb said darkly, a shadow of anger crossing over his face. I will not stand for such talk in my presence ever again. I appreciate that, Harry said, shaking the man's hand. I never thought you believed that nonsense anyway. You wouldn't be dating Hermione otherwise. Indeed, no, Crumb chuckled. My own father vast surprised when he heard, but I set him straight. Harry once again felt embarrassed about his actions in the last Quidditch match. Honestly, Crumb, I shouldn't have said what I said about you and her, he said. It was out of line. All's fair while in the air, Crumb recited with a grin. It is a common saying in Quidditch circles. I know you are not so cruel in real life. Good, Harry sighed with relief. However, I will do you a favor and not mention this to Hermione, Crumb smirked. She would not be so forgiving, I think. You're probably right, Harry grinned sheepishly. So, what are we discussing here? Crumb asked, looking around the table at the scattered books and notes. Harry and Fleur shared a look at this. Then, Harry drew his wand and cast a muffling charm around their table, ensuring they would not be overheard by the many curious bystanders trying to listen in. We are preparing for the 3rd task, said Fleur. Discussing creatures we may have to face in the maze. Crumb narrowed his eyes in confusion. Preparing together? He frowned. But why? Harry sighed and launched into an abbreviated version of the story he'd told Fleur months prior. By the end, Crumb looked shocked and surprised. You believe your Dark Lord is involved? Crumb asked. Karkaroff asked one of his followers. He will not like to hear this. I'm sure Dumbledore has tried to warn him already, Harry reasoned. And no, he wouldn't be happy to know the truth. Karkaroff Vass, never the most popular headmaster, Crumb chuckled. Even among purebloods, some of his views are seen as extreme. Glad to hear not everyone agrees, Harry nodded. When war breaks out, we'll need support from as many people as possible. You speak as if war is inevitable, Crumb said worriedly. Do you truly believe it? It's coming one way or another, Harry muttered. Whether in a month, a year, or longer, Voldemort is out there scheming, and we need to be ready. Crumb and Fleur took this in soberly, looking concerned. Well, I came in here to prepare for the task as well, Crumb sighed. May I join you? Certainly, said Fleur. And the 3 of them began talking in hushed tones about the various threats the maze might pose. It must have been quite the odd sight for passers-by, seeing 3 of the 4 school champions working together. It was rare enough to see any 2 of them interacting in passing, much less conspiring in secret. Surely it would appear oddest of all to Neville Longbottom, who happened to walk past their table half an hour later. He stared in bewilderment at the scene, as the other 3 champions paused their conversation and stared up at him. Harry gave Neville a little smile of reassurance and beckoned him over, but the boy merely narrowed his eyes in suspicion and hurried off, no doubt to inform Ron and Hermione of this latest development. Why won't he trust me? Harry lamented. Of course, coming across such a scene would do him no favors. It would certainly appear that the other three champions were scheming without him. But Neville wouldn't understand that it was for self-preservation. He was not the one the impostor would be targeting once the task began. And Harry didn't know how to begin to explain that to him. He would need to be warned sooner or later, of course. Harry contemplated approaching Hermione about the problem, or perhaps the Weasley twins again. It frustrated Harry to no end that Neville was so obstinate in his denial of the true threat that was out there. He had successfully pinned all of his problems on Harry and wouldn't hear otherwise. Hopefully Dumbledore can talk some sense into him, Harry thought. As the day of the task rapidly approached, Harry also devoted more time to his dueling practice in the Room of Requirement, wanting to keep his combat skills sharp. In addition to any human resistance he might face in the maze from the impostor, he still could not shake his nightmares of the graveyard. He felt he'd done a good enough job of heading off that particular threat, but in case everything else went wrong, he wanted to be able to think sharply in a fight. Fleur and Crumb joined him for a few of these sessions, which proved less useful for Harry than he'd hoped. They were fine duelists, though painfully by the book and unwilling to adapt their styles to the brutal conditions of actual warfare. Both of them were intent on standing in one place, as though in a sanctioned duel, as Harry repeatedly tried to urge them into movement. Standing still on a battlefield was certain death, but Harry stuck with it, hoping to drill better instincts into them. Things would be easier for him in the maze if he didn't have to worry about the other two succumbing to their unseen threat and becoming a threat themselves. In turn, he learned a few useful spells from the other two, which weren't taught in the Hogwarts curriculum, that at least made their sessions worthwhile and gave him hope that things would go smoothly for the third task. Ultimately, Harry knew the night would only be a success if the adults around him were able to intervene properly. He wrote a letter to James the week before the task, providing more details from his dreams and insisting that the little Hangleton graveyard needed to be monitored carefully. If the worst were to somehow happen, Harry could always send off a Patronus and alert the proper authorities where Neville had been taken. That, coupled with the preparations he'd already made in the graveyard, should hopefully sabotage Voldemort's plans. And as loath as Harry was to admit it, there was no one he trusted more to handle the threat than Dumbledore. The man may be worthless when it came to preventing tragedies from happening to begin with, but he was rather adept at disrupting them once already in motion. So on the night before the third task, Harry headed up to the headmaster's office to swallow his pride and share what he knew. Enter. Dumbledore called when Harry knocked, and Harry walked into the room. The headmaster was seated behind his desk, hands folded together, as though already anticipating Harry's arrival. "Good evening, sir," Harry said, sitting in his usual armchair. "I'd like to discuss the third task with you." "I expected you might," Dumbledore nodded. "Have you had any visions about the event you wish to share?" "Yes, several," Harry said, and he launched into a detailed explanation of how he expected the evening to go. The cup being turned into a portkey, the kidnapping plot, and the resurrection ritual, all told through the lens of vague dreams and visions Harry had experienced. "You paint a very troubling picture for the evening," Dumbledore muttered, having hardly reacted at all to Harry's lengthy tale. "Though I do wonder what Neville has to do with this particular plot of Voldemort's at all. Assuming all you have told me is true, what would he stand to gain from Neville's presence at the ritual?" Harry paused before answering, unsure if it was wise to spell out Voldemort's exact logic, lest he reveal that he knew far more than he was letting on. "That's the part one was hoping you could fill in, Headmaster," he sighed. "Why would Neville need to be involved at all? I admit that I am unfamiliar with the specifics of dark rituals like the one you describe," Dumbledore mused. "Though we can draw some inferences. I imagine you know, for instance, that Tom Riddle's father and grandparents are buried in the Little Hangleton graveyard." "Yes," Harry nodded, knowing it was futile to deny it. Dumbledore knew he'd gone to the village multiple times by now. "As such, the decision to hold a ritual there may be pivotal," said Dumbledore. "Using the bones of a close relative could, in theory, strengthen any attempt Voldemort makes to regain a body." "I may have, dealt with that possibility already," Harry admitted. "I dug up Tom Riddle Sr.'s grave and vanished his bones." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows at this. "Some would look down upon such an act as inhuman, Harry," he remarked impassively. "Yeah, well, I figured Riddle would rather that happen than whatever his son had planned with them, Harry huffed. To his surprise, Dumbledore smiled at him. I would be inclined to agree with you, he said. I happen to be of the belief that the souls of the dead care not what becomes of their physical forms once they depart. During the war, Voldemort performed some heinous acts on the bodies of the dead, creating infamy, mutilating corpses to send gruesome messages. Your actions are a far cry from such monstrous deeds. But could Voldemort come back by using somebody else's bones? Harry asked worriedly. If, say, I move somebody else's coffin into his father's plot of land? Ah, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. That I cannot be sure of. But knowing how intricate and exact such rituals can be, I imagine using the remains of a non-relative could prove disastrous for Tom. So, you think I've done enough to prevent his plan from happening? Harry asked hopefully. We are acting under the assumption that things will play out exact as you have foreseen them, Dumbledore said cautiously. I remind you that this hasn't always been the case. I appreciate you coming to me with this, as we may indeed arrive at the truth by association. Kernels of truth can always be found in every vision, even if they appear inaccurate at first blush. Harry nodded at this. It was as close to reassurance as he was going to get from the headmaster. And what about the portkey? He asked. Can we be sure that the cup won't be tampered with? That will be trickier to ensure, Dumbledore sighed, but not impossible. Once Bagman places the cup in the center of the maze, the judges are forbidden from approaching it, for fear of tampering with the integrity of the tournament. There will be staff members patrolling the perimeter of the maze at all times, though we are only permitted to enter if a champion calls for assistance. And you will check to make sure nobody tampered with the cup before Bagman places it? Harry asked. I will try, Dumbledore sighed. I do not know if it is permitted by the rules. The other schools may view it as an attempt to give Hogwarts an unfair advantage in the tournament. To hell with the rules, Harry said exasperatedly. Neville's life is on the life here. Surely the rules can be bent, just like they did to allow a fourth champion to compete. I understand your concern, Harry, Dumbledore said placatingly. I will share these concerns with Mr. Bagman and the other judges. I am certain they will not object to an examination of the cup before it is placed. Harry couldn't help but feel like Dumbledore was patronizing him. Did the headmaster truly believe this plot was real? Or was he just assuaging Harry's worries, assuming his visions to be misleading once more? Harry couldn't care less about the integrity of the tournament at this point. He was of half a mind to sneak out of the castle later tonight and burn the entire maze down to prevent the task from happening in the first place. Well, that's all I can really say, Harry sighed. And I don't suppose you have any leads on who the impostor in the castle is? I'm afraid not, Dumbledore grimaced. Though I will be keeping a close eye on everyone on my own staff when the task begins. Well, that's a relief, Harry said sardonically, standing to leave. Good to know you're on the case once again. Surely everything will go as smoothly as it always does. I would remind you who you're speaking to, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said warningly. Your help is appreciated. Best of luck tomorrow. Focus on what you need to do, and we'll take care of the rest. Unlikely, Harry thought, but he held his tongue. He crossed the room towards the door, pausing with his hand on the knob. Does Neville know about all this? He asked, turning back to the headmaster. Shall I let him know in the morning? Just so he is aware of the danger. I would imagine he won't receive it well coming from you, Dumbledore said with a knowing, sad smile. Leave it to me, Harry. Fine, Harry shrugged, and he turned to leave. Dumbledore was probably right on that front. Neville was far too suspicious of Harry to take anything he said seriously. It would be far more impactful to hear from Dumbledore, a man Neville clearly respected and looked up to. Hopefully that would finally instill in the boy that this was a matter of life and death, not of fame and glory as he still seemed to believe. Harry didn't sleep well that night. Old nightmares from a past that never happened continued to plague him, replaying in his mind. Cedric, dead, that at least seemed to be off the table now. A dark lord, emerging from the bones of the father, hopefully prevented as well. But the possibility of a graveyard showdown continued to worry Harry, and he felt maddeningly in the dark about how the evening would play out. He was exempted from his lessons that day, left to his own devices wandering the grounds, pondering his game plan for the evening. Get to the cup first. If you don't get there first, alert Dumbledore and apparate to Little Hangleton. Or should I alert my father and the Aurors? Activate the sea laxins and deal with Wormtail? Or should I ignore Wormtail and focus on getting Neville out first? Too many possibilities rattled around in his brain, contingent on everything else that led up to whatever situation Harry found himself in. The only things he knew for sure was that the impostor at Hogwarts would be helping Neville reach the cup, and that Dumbledore and the Aurors were keeping a close eye on little Hangleton. Which force would prove superior to the other? How successful would the kidnapping plot ultimately be? Too many questions with wide-ranging implications for Harry's liking. He badly wanted to let off some of his pent-up energy in the room of requirement, but forced himself to rest instead. He had a feeling he was going to need to conserve as much energy as possible for the evening. He doubted it would be a simple race through the maze and nothing else. Every instinct screamed at him that things would somehow go very, very wrong in a myriad of ways. He sat with his fellow Ravenclaws at dinner, their words of encouragement bouncing off of him as he forced himself to eat something. Fleur sat at the opposite end of the table, her bow batons faithful, hyping her up around her. Over at the Slytherin bench, a similar scene was playing out around Crumb and Neville, each at opposite ends of the table, their nearest supporters whispering platitudes in their ears. The hall began to empty as students poured out onto the grounds towards the maze. Harry put it off for as long as possible, sitting and pretending to eat more as those around him got up and wished him good luck before departing. Finally, satisfied that he could be alone, he got up, took a deep breath, and marched out to face whatever the night had in store for him. Harry arrived at what was once the Quidditch pitch, coming upon an eerily familiar scene. Grandstands had been erected for students and visitors, as everyone cheered and chanted excitedly for the start of the third task. Tall hedgerows, nearly 20 feet tall, loomed overhead, extending off into the far distance. It gave Harry an unwelcome feeling of déjà vu. Ludo Bagman spotted Harry approaching and hurried over towards him. "Harry, my boy, you made it," he beamed. "Come, your family is already here." Bagman hustled Harry over to one side of the stands, where James, Lily, Sirius, Remus, and Alessia were waiting for him. "There he is." James laughed, pulling his son in for a hug. "Excited for the big day?" "You could say that," Harry muttered. "You got my letter, I hope?" "I did," James said seriously. "And the Aurors are on standby in case anything goes wrong. You have nothing to fear." "You'll do wonderfully, dear," said Lily, embracing Harry in a tight squeeze. "Do your best and keep yourself safe." "Don't do anything I wouldn't do, pup?" Sirius grinned devilishly. "As if that means anything coming from you, Padfoot," Remus quipped, patting Harry on the shoulder. "Good luck, Harry." Dahlia hurried over, already dressed in her white healer trainee robes. "Just wanted to request you don't blow yourself up, idiot," she deadpanned. "We're running low on burn ointment." "I'll try to avoid the blast-ended scruts then," Harry smirked, accepting his sister's hug. He then watched as she tentatively approached Neville to wish him luck as well. Not completely over him. Then, "Are we?" he thought bemusedly to himself. Then Katie threw herself into his arms, rushing down from the stands. "Please be safe," she whispered in his ear, sounding incredibly nervous. "I will," Harry assured her. She gave him a needy kiss, only breaking off when an irritated Filch shuffled over to direct Harry towards the other champions near the entrance to the maze. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third task of the Triwizard Tournament," Ludo Bagman announced with his magically amplified voice. "Today's task is simple. The champions must navigate a maze, which is filled with dangerous traps and tests of skill. At the center of the maze lies the Triwizard Cup. The first person to touch it will be named the winner." Harry glanced around at the other three champions. Fleur and Crumb eyed him warily. He nodded in reassurance to them. He tried to make eye contact with Neville, but the boy was pointedly avoiding his gaze, merely stretching and staring resolutely ahead at the maze. "The champions will enter the maze in the order of their placement in the previous two tasks," Bagman explained. "Neville Longbottom of Hogwarts will enter first, followed by Victor Crumb of Durmstrang in second place, Harry Potter of Hogwarts third, and finally Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons. Ready, champions?" "On my mark." Neville stepped forward, looking determined. He'd better not get a completely free pass to the cup, Harry thought worriedly. This was the risk he'd taken in not trying harder to win the first two tasks. He was powerless as he watched Neville jog ahead into the maze, getting a head start in a challenge that would already be rigged in his favor. Crumb stepped up next. He gave Harry one last look and nod that said, "I'll look for him." Bagman gave him the signal, and Crumb also entered the maze, disappearing into the darkness. Finally, it was Harry's turn. He was tempted to just run ahead early and sprint off in search of Neville, but he forced himself to wait for the signal. At Bagman's mark, he rushed ahead, the sounds of the crowd almost instantly extinguished by the towering hedges, swallowing him in darkness. He was on his own now. Harry did not slow down at the first fork in the road, immediately turning left. He had no real strategy in mind. He could only do his best to retrace his steps from the previous timeline, based only on the vague memory of that fateful night 5 years prior. And he had good reason to believe he would not have it so easy this time around. And he was right. He rounded a corner and found himself face to face with a large snake, hissing and spitting at him. "If only I was still a parcel mouth," Harry lamented as he leapt backwards out of striking range. The snake coiled itself into a defensive position, blocking his path forward. Harry scrutinized the snake closely. It had shimmering purple scales and frightening green eyes, eyeing him suspiciously. An Ashwinder, Harry recognized. It was immune to fire and most curses, making it a tricky foe to conquer for the unprepared. Luckily, it had one glaring weakness. Harry unleashed a torrent of water at the Ashwinder, cascading over the snake like a flood. The Ashwinder hissed its displeasure, or perhaps that was the sound of its fiery scales reacting to the dousing they received. The snake turned and slithered away desperately. Harry carefully directed the stream of water to the right, down a side corridor, forcing the snake to flee in that direction. He then canceled the spell and sprinted past, raising a small stone barrier behind him to ensure he could not be chased from behind. The eerie quiet settled over the maze again, as Harry continued creeping forward. He contemplated firing a ball of light into the air to illuminate his path, but did not want to give the impostor an easy way of locating him. He also muffled his footsteps for good measure, stealing forward through the night like a ghost, hoping to avoid any more encounters. But it was not to be. He nearly walked face first into a mass of spider webs, its maker clicking pincers at him along with 3 of its best friends. Hagrid and his acromantulas, Harry groaned to himself. He wondered how Aragog was faring in the Forbidden Forest these days, but that was a question for another day. The solution was much simpler than the Ashwinders. Harry unleashed a massive wall of flame, burning through the corridor and sending the acromantulas screaming away. It also had the side benefit of burning away the cobwebs, giving him a clean path forward. All it cost was the smell of burning silk and singed hedges left behind. Unfortunately, fire would do Harry no good for his next obstacle, a massive blast-ended screw-it parked right in the middle of the path. It spotted Harry and scooted forward towards him, spewing bouts of flame at him. Harry backed up, waiting for an opening. The screw-its could theoretically be taken down by magic, but the easiest thing would simply be to avoid them. He waited until the screw-it fired another ball of flame at him, then made his move. He sprinted towards the screw-it, casting a springing charm on the ground in front of him before jumping. He sailed 10 feet over the screw-it shell, landing in a roll safely on the other side. He quickly raised another stone barrier to prevent the screw-it from following him. It would eventually break through, but he was already long gone, winding his way through the dark hedgerows again. Minutes later, Harry came across another fork in the road. "Point me," he whispered, placing his wand flat atop his open palm. It spun around and pointed straight forward, into the hedge blocking his way. No real help in making a decision. He glanced left and right, unsure where he was within the maze, trying to determine the best path forward. Then he heard a loud shout of alarm from somewhere to his right. Definitely a male's voice, too deep to be Neville's. The impostor must have gotten to Crumb, Harry thought. He remembered the Bulgarian being imperious in the last timeline, and figured the same must have just happened. Harry headed in the direction of the sound, hoping to head Crumb off before he could attack Fleur or himself. The silence seemed louder than usual as Harry crept forward through the maze. He kept his ears strained, listening for any sound of struggle or movement. He did not encounter any more creatures or obstacles for the next several minutes, concerning him greatly. He felt as though he was only halfway through the maze or so, and could only imagine things would get tougher as he got closer to the cup. Soon Harry got the distinct feeling that he was being watched. He'd long learned not to discount such instincts, especially now that his senses were heightened by the ritual of ontogenesis. He carefully checked each and every corner he passed, half expecting the impostor, or a bewitched crumb, to leap out at him. His sense of paranoia grew, and he resolved to just push onward and keep his eyes peeled for any. Harry spun around. Fleur Delacour was standing 20 feet away from him down a hedgerow, an odd expression on her face. "Fleur," he called out. "Are you all right? I know you want me." "Harry," Fleur purred, and she began to walk slowly towards him. "Sorry, what?" Harry said, bewildered. He felt her allure assaulting his senses, a powerful blast that he struggled to elude away. "You can ave your way with me, Harry," Fleur said seductively, hips swaying invitingly as she sauntered towards him. "Your little girlfriend could never compare to me." "Fleur, what the hell's gotten into you?" Harry asked nervously. She was now unbuttoning the top of her shirt, exposing more skin than he was comfortable seeing. Something was very wrong here. "Come now, Harry, forget this silly tournament," Fleur smiled. "Let us have some fun instead." Fleur stepped out of the shadows and into the moonlight for the first time. Harry saw at once that her normally blue eyes were gray and devoid of features. Imperious curse, Harry realized at once. His wand flashed through the air at the same time as Fleur's, their spells colliding in midair with a mighty bang. Harry rolled to the side, raising a shield charm to deflect Fleur's volley of hexes. Her seductive expression had melted into one of pure rage, as whoever was controlling her forced her on the offensive. Harry fired a careful selection of spells at her, including stunners and a disarming charm. She easily swiped them away, firing a much more dangerous selection of curses his way. His training with Moody assisted him mightily, as he was able to stand tall against the hazardous spells and block them precisely. But Harry knew he was at a disadvantage here. He did not want to harm Fleur or find himself in a prolonged duel. He had one more trick up his sleeve, one that he hoped would bring things to a mostly painless conclusion. He dropped his shield and fired a volley of hexes at Fleur's head. She raised a shield of her own, her attention diverted from the small glass object Harry tossed at her feet. She turned her attention back to Harry, lip curled in a snarl, raising her wand to attack once more. "Reducto!" Harry bellowed. Fleur once again prepared to shield herself from the spell, but it was not aimed at her. The curse instead smashed into the Auror's toolkit at her feet, causing it to explode violently, sending a shower of pulverized glass up into the air. Along with it was the last remaining potion within the toolkit, the Thief's Downfall, which coated Fleur from head to toe. Fleur coughed and spluttered from the murky liquid, dropping her wand as she wiped the substance from her eyes. Harry summoned the wand to him as he cautiously stepped forward. "Fleur?" he asked cautiously. Fleur looked up at him in alarm, her eyes back to their natural blue state. "Harry," she asked tentatively, "what has happened? How did I get here?" "You were placed under an imperious curse," Harry explained. "I just lifted it." Fleur winced as she felt her face. Tiny shards of glass were embedded into her skin from the Auror's toolkit, causing pinpricks of blood to appear all over her face, chest, and arms. "Sorry about that," Harry muttered, using a modified summoning charm to remove as much of the glass from her body as possible. He then conjured a small cloth and handed it to her, allowing her to wipe the blood, sweat, and potion from her face. "Thank you," Fleur muttered. She looked down and hurriedly buttoned her top, looking embarrassed. "I hope I did not harm anyone else." "You may have gotten to Crumb," Harry said apologetically, "but I doubt you did any lasting damage. Remember, we aren't the primary target of this plot." "Yes, right," Fleur nodded, taking a deep, steadying breath. "Have you seen Longbottom?" "Not since the start," Harry sighed. "We'd best hurry to get to the cup before he does." "We?" Fleur asked, raising her eyebrows. "You do not wish to part ways? And risk one of us getting imperious again?" said Harry. "No chance. We're in this together now, Delacour. He handed Fleur her wand back. She looked uncertain for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Lead the way, voyageur, she sighed. Harry did so, pressing forward into the darkness once more. He felt marginally better with Fleur behind him, but not much. The true threat was not the unseen enemies trying to take them down. It was the unaware 14-year-old elsewhere in the maze, oblivious to the danger, rushing forward to claim a prize that would be his ruin. Harry and Fleur encountered a few more beasts along the way, but fortunately none too difficult to deal with. Another ashwinder, a few acromantulas, and a screw-it which Fleur cleverly encased in ice long enough for them to slip past. Harry was correct that the path to the cup was far more difficult this time around, with the impostor throwing as much in their path as he could to slow them down. But thus far, they were managing just fine, thanks in part to their extensive research together in the weeks prior. They were only forced to stop in their tracks when they reached the Sphinx, sitting in their way and smiling mysteriously at them. "You are close to your goal, young ones," said the Sphinx. "And you are not the first to reach me. Will you turn and find a different path like the other, or answer my riddle?" "Let's hear it then," Harry sighed impatiently. Fortunately, being a Ravenclaw had given him plenty of experience with cryptic riddles to enter the common room each night. The Sphinx smiled wider and recited her riddle. "I am forged in flame, though cold to the touch." Something highly coveted, but not appreciated as such. The result of desperation, something difficult to swallow. "You may have asked for me, but I'll leave you feeling hollow." "Forged in flame," Fleur muttered, her eyes scrunched up in concentration. Harry, too, pondered the clues, though he suspected the flame bit was a misdirection. Metaphorical flames, perhaps cold to the touch, difficult to swallow. He couldn't think of any object that fit the description. Unless it wasn't an object at all, some kind of idea or concept of a desired outcome, but one with negative consequences. A Pyrrhic victory, Harry concluded. The Sphinx smiled and stepped aside for them to pass. Wasting no time, Harry grabbed Fleur's wrist and hurried forward with her, not wanting to waste any more time. Neville could have already found an alternate way through. They had to hurry before he reached the cup on his own. Then, Fleur gave a shuddering wail of despair as they rounded the corner. A pale figure was lying sprawled on the ground before them. Her sister, Gabrielle, eyes staring vacantly at the sky. "It's all right," Harry reassured Fleur, stepping forward as the prone figure on the ground transformed into his own sister, Dahlia, with a crack. He calmly pointed his wand and muttered, "Ridiculous." The boggart vanished into the night, and they pressed onward. The maze was darkening the further they went, indicating that they were approaching the center. "We have to be near the cup now," Harry thought. Hopefully Neville hasn't reached it yet. But there was no use in worrying over outcomes beyond his control. He continued onward, sensing the end was near, their goal in sight. And there it was, around the next bend, the shimmering Triwizard Cup, not yet claimed by Neville or anyone else. Harry and Fleur paused, momentarily transfixed by the sight. "There it is," Fleur breathed, staring at the cup. "It is almost over." "Not quite," Harry reminded her. "We have to be very, very careful. If it is a portkey, we'll need to have the judges come to inspect it before we do anything else." "And how will we know if it is a portkey?" Fleur asked. "Good question," Harry muttered. "Perhaps some diagnostic charms will tell us the truth." "Pah," Fleur scoffed with a grin. "And you told me that curse detection would be useless in YEA task." "Allow me." Fleur approached the plinth upon which sat the Triwizard Cup. "Be careful not to touch it," Harry reminded her, slowly following her. "I know, thank you," Fleur said snippily. She paused in front of the cup, eyeing it warily. She drew her wand and waved it over the cup, muttering incantations under her breath. Harry watched as pulses of magic washed over the two of them, providing Fleur feedback that he did not know how to analyze himself. Something to file away for later study, he decided. "I sense a few enchantments on Z Cup," Fleur announced. "A flesh detection charm and an alarm ward, although Z latter has been deactivated. Probably meant to alert the judges to who touched the cup first," Harry reasoned. "What else?" "Something else," Fleur muttered, frowning as she analyzed whatever her spells were telling her. "Ah, yes, a portkey. AT as well. hidden within the other magic of Z Cup. Can you tell where it would take us? Harry asked. Nah, not exactly, Fleur frowned. Somewhere very far from air. Little Hangleton, Harry muttered under his breath, nodding to himself. That settles it then? We call the judges and see what they have to say. Harry raised his wand and fired red sparks into the air, briefly lighting up the night sky. Doesn't that mean you Ave forfeited the task? Fleur asked. I don't bloody care, Harry laughed. I would have forfeited a long time ago if I wasn't trying to protect Neville. You are too noble for your own good, Fleur chastised him with a smile. I suspect you would Ave wipe Z floor with all of us if you were not Dash. There was suddenly a powerful gust of wind, knocking both Fleur and Harry backwards from the plinth. They quickly got back to their feet, struggling against the gale-force winds attempting to push them farther back into the maze. What is this? Fleur asked worriedly. Our impostor probably isn't too happy we're between Neville and the trap, Harry muttered. He swiped his wand fiercely, sending a rush of wind of his own directly into the gust, neutralizing it. Show yourself, you coward, he shouted into the night. Fight us face to face like a man. Whoever lurked in the shadows did not respond, at least verbally. Harry heard a twisting and snarling of vines to his right, causing him to redirect his attention there. The nearest wall of the maze appeared to be retreating from him, leaving him and Fleur in a rather empty stretch of land. What is a painting? Fleur asked nervously. Be ready to fight, Harry growled. He didn't know exactly what was about to happen, but he knew it wasn't good. His suspicions were confirmed when the shifting maze wall retreated abruptly into the earth, revealing the army of creatures waiting to strike on the other side. Harry leapt into action at the same time as the waiting beasts. He unleashed a torrent of flames from his wand, causing the acromantulas at the head of the pack to flee in terror. But the flames did nothing to stop the blast-ended screwits that followed, continuing to charge at the two champions. Harry, what do we do? A horrified Fleur asked, her jinxes bouncing harmlessly off the shells of the incoming screwits. Aim for their underbellies, Harry shouted, currently preoccupied with dispatching an attacking sphinx by tethering it to the ground with conjured chains. I cannot see the underbellies, Fleur shrieked with terror. Then bloody well expose them, Harry roared. With a mighty flick of his wand, the earth beneath the screwits launched them 10 feet into the air. Fleur did not hesitate to begin firing stunners at the exposed flesh, taking several of them out of commission. A flash of movement caught Harry's eye in his peripherals. He turned, half expecting to see another creature sneaking around him for a surprise attack. But what he saw instead horrified him even more. Neville had apparently taken their temporary distraction as an opportunity to make a run for the cup. Harry saw the look of undisguised greed in the boy's face, the promise of fame and glory shining in his eyes as he sprinted headlong into Voldemort's trap. Nebby, Harry shouted, firing a powerful banishing charm at the boy. Neville was launched off his feet, colliding with a nearby hedge and becoming entangled by it. Harry turned his attention to the cup, intending to place a repelling ward around it. But a scream from behind him diverted his attention once more. A screwit had gotten too close to Fleur, lighting the hem of her robes on fire. She panicked, falling to the ground, her attention split between trying to stop the oncoming beast and extinguish the flames, failing at both tasks. And still all around Harry, more creatures were steadily approaching on all sides. Too many threats to deal with at once. He had to do something drastic to gain control of the situation. Harry summoned as much magical power as he could muster. With a roar of great effort, he waved his wand around his head, causing chunks of earth, stone, and hedges to swirl around him. He configured them into a makeshift dome, encircling the three champions and the cup, then swiped his wand downward. The gathered material was transfigured into steel, creating a metallic dome that loomed over their heads. Creatures banged up against the makeshift cage, screeching their disapproval. Their prey was feet away, but tantalizingly out of reach. With the immediate danger out of the way, Harry turned his attention back to Fleur, helping her extinguish the flames that had eaten away at her robes up to her knees. "Are you okay?" he asked her. "Fine," she grunted in obvious pain. From the angry red welts on her pale shins, she had sustained significant burns. A rustling behind Harry made him turn once more. Neville had extricated himself from the hedge and was eyeing him warily. He was closer to the cup than Harry was, and Harry wasn't sure if he had the strength remaining for another spell to stop him. "Let me have this one, Potter," Neville shouted defiantly. "It's my victory. I've earned it." "Neville, you idiot, shut up and listen for once," Harry bellowed. "The cup is a portkey. If you touch it, you'll be captured by Voldemort. You just don't want me to beat you," Neville retorted. The great Harry Potter, genius student and brilliant Quidditch player, can't stand to see someone else have the spotlight for even a second. "You think I give a shit about the spotlight?" Harry groaned. "I'm trying to protect you, you prick. I have been for the past 4 years. I didn't bloody well ask for it," Neville shouted. "Nobody respects me because you always show up and one-up me. And I'm sick of it. Maybe I want to be the one people look up to for once." "So you're a selfish, vain moron." "Got it," said Harry. "I should have just stunned you and put you in a broom cupboard this morning. Then you wouldn't be making this so difficult for everyone." "So you have been plotting against me," Neville shouted in apparent triumph. "I've seen you talking to Fleur and Crumb. That afraid of me, are you, that you had to team up with the other champions to take me down?" "None of us are enemies in this, Neville," shouted Harry. "We're all being played by Voldemort. Don't you get it? Didn't Dumbledore explain that to you?" "There's nothing for him to explain," said Neville stubbornly. "Because you're making up fantasies to prevent something good happening to anyone but yourself." Bloody Dumbledore, Harry thought, angrily cursing the man for his stupidity. Of course he hadn't spoken to Neville, warned him of the dangers. He probably thought he was doing Neville a favor by sparing him from worrying about the hidden threat that he assumed to be benign. When if Harry got out of this maze, he was going to have a few choice words with the headmaster. "I'm not going to argue with you about this, Neville," Harry said, rubbing his temple tiredly. "Now let's sit here and wait patiently for the judges to arrive, and then we can discuss dash." He was cut off by a loud hissing noise to his right. Harry turned as an Ashwinder wriggled through the bars of the cage, jumping up to snap at him. He dove to the ground to avoid it, then sprayed the snake with water until it retreated, still hissing angrily at him. Harry got back to his feet and turned just in time to see Neville sprinting towards the cup, triumph in his eyes. "Neville, don't!" he bellowed. Desperate, Harry thrust his wand forward and used the same propulsion charm he'd used in the lake for the previous task. He was lifted off his feet and dragged through the air, approaching the cup with lightning speed. Neville's eyes widened as he saw Harry's hand outstretched towards the cup, intending to grab it first. He too dove, fingertips extended to grab hold of it himself. Neville's finger touched one handle of the cup at the precise moment that Harry wrapped his hand around the other. Both boys immediately felt the tug behind the navel as the portkey whisked them away from the maze to a destination far, far away. Year 4 to 18, best laid plans. Harry landed awkwardly on his hands and knees, unable to right himself properly after such a haphazard portkey journey. Neville similarly stumbled and fell sideways, knocking Harry to the grass. "What the hell, dash?" Neville groaned. "Where are we?" "Get off, you prat," Harry muttered, roughly shoving Neville out of irritation. "We're in deep shite, that's where." But it's over, right?" Neville said uncertainly. "The tournament's over?" "Sure is," Harry grumbled, hurrying to his feet. "And now the real task begins." Harry tried spinning on the spot, unsurprised when he was unable to apparate away. He then grabbed Neville's arm and touched the Triwizard Cup with the other hand, but nothing happened. The portkey was inactive. Voldemort had wisely erected wards to prevent any magical form of escape. "What is this place?" Neville asked, standing to get a look around. "Keep your voice down," Harry hissed, pulling Neville down low. Through the dim moonlight, Harry saw hazy rows of tombstones extending out into the darkness, confirming his worst suspicions. "Expecto Patronum," Harry whispered, and his Thestral Patronus erupted from his wand. "Go to Dumbledore, and then my father," Harry instructed the silvery specter. "Tell them we've been taken to the little Hangleton graveyard. Voldemort is here. Come quickly." The Patronus shot off into the night, disappearing from sight. "Who is that?" Neville asked, finger pointing shakily into the distance. Harry squinted and saw a huddled form moving in their direction. They only had seconds to spare until their location was revealed. Accio rubber balls, Harry muttered, jabbing his wand into the air. He expected to hear the sound of his buried klaxons shrieking through the night, activated by his makeshift switches. But nothing happened. Impossible, Harry thought. Have the klaxons been discovered? Surely not. There was nothing magical about them to give them away to diagnostic charms. Accio red rubber balls, Harry growled, thrusting his wand back into the air. Then, when he was met once more with silence, he tried Accio klaxons. Still, there was nothing. His planted trap simply would not activate. Just then, Neville howled with pain and dropped to the ground, clutching his scar in pain. Harry, Neville grunted through gritted teeth. He's here. Harry didn't need to ask to know who Neville was referring to. Nor did he need to wait for the shuffling man to walk out into the moonlight to know that it was Pettigrew, holding a bundle of blankets that could only be one thing, or person. A high, cold voice rang out into the night, causing a chill to run down Harry's spine. Kill the spare. Neville, run! Harry shouted, preparing to defend the boy helplessly writhing in pain at his feet. It wasn't until he saw Peter raise his wand that he remembered that he, Harry, was the spare. What the? Harry dove behind the nearest headstone as the flash of green light rocketed across the clearing towards him. It smashed into the stone, showering him with debris. But Harry did not remain idle. He sprang back to his feet, firing a salvo of curses Pettigrew's way. Peter was forced to drop the bundle in his arms to defend himself, his shield charm barely withstanding the force of Harry's blows. Harry did not slow down, ducking behind another headstone as he continued throwing spells without abandon. Bone breakers, blood boilers, and every other nasty near-lethal spell Moody had taught him. Even in the dim lighting, Harry could see Peter's eyes go wide, perhaps not anticipating such a powerful response. Finish him, you fool! Voldemort shrieked from the ground. Peter snarled, his own return volley equally as lethal as Harry's. He was forced once again to dive behind a headstone, the curses sizzling menacingly overhead as they sailed off into the night. It was difficult to break through Peter's defenses, reminding Harry much of their previous fights at Hogwarts. But it was apparent that Harry was far stronger now. He had the advantage in both stamina and raw power. His training had paid off. Peter's defenses were waning, and he was clearly on the back foot, forced to alternate between shielding minor curses and ducking the nastier ones. Finally, Harry got his opening. Peter tripped, falling flat on his back as his shield crumbled under a blasting curse. Harry, filled with hatred at the man who had ruined the last 4 years of his life, did not hold back in his anger. Crucio! Peter screamed in agony as Harry's curse connected, causing him to writhe about in the grass. Harry strode forward, heart pounding in his throat as he channeled his pent-up anger and aggression into the spell. After 15 seconds or so, he released the curse, causing Peter to gasp for air, still flat on his back. Harry strode forward, standing over the man and aiming his wand at Peter's face. "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you," he spat. He expected Peter to cower in fear and beg for mercy. What he didn't expect was for the man to laugh, an unsettling cackle of near insanity. "You think this is funny, Pettigrew?" Harry demanded. "You were right about the Potter boy, my lord." Peter laughed gleefully. "He does have a darker side to him. What are you, Dash?" Harry frowned. Then a jet of blue light hit him in the arm, causing his limbs to snap together as he toppled over backwards. He was powerless to do anything, staring straight up at the sky from his back, caught under the bodybind curse. Another black-robed figure strolled into view, face partially obscured by the hood pulled over his eyes. Harry only caught a glimpse of a pepper-gray beard peeking out from the shadowed face, as the figure pointed his wand down at him. "Shall I finish him, my lord?" The figure spoke in that maddeningly familiar voice Harry still couldn't quite place. "Not yet," came Voldemort's high voice. "Tie him up with a Longbottom boy. I wish to meet him face to face before he dies." Harry was levitated into the air, transported back to where Neville still lay, cowering and moaning in pain from his scar. Harry floated helplessly towards a bubbling cauldron, full of what he was sure was the ritualistic potion to revive Voldemort to full strength. Where the hell is Dumbledore? Harry thought helplessly. Surely his Patronus should have arrived by now. Had it failed to deliver the message? Was Dumbledore being held up by something or someone? And what about Harry's father? Was he simply biding his time, rounding up the oars? They ought to be here already. The hooded figure deposited Harry on the ground in front of a nondescript headstone as he attended to Neville. As he did so, Harry managed to barely make out the inscription carved upon it. Unknown Mother, December 31st, 1926, survived by her son, Ecclesiastes 3 verses 1-2. As Neville was roughly tied to the headstone beside him, Harry's stomach lurched as he realized who was buried beneath their feet. This isn't Little Hangleton, he realized with horror. We're at the wrong graveyard. Through the darkness, now Harry saw the outline of the office building he'd visited with Saul the previous summer, once the site of the orphanage in London where Voldemort had grown up. He'd never thought to wonder what became of Merope Gaunt after she passed away following her son's birth. Now, he knew, and he was powerless to stop what Voldemort had planned with her tonight. Harry was repositioned so that he was facing the cauldron alongside Neville. Peter staggered back into view, shaking from Harry's brief torture, but no less determined to fulfill his task. He carried the bundle of blankets containing Voldemort up to the cauldron and dumped him inside, causing a loud splash as the baby-like figure dropped in. Bone of the mother, Peter chanted, unwillingly given to restore her son. The ground at Harry's feet split open, as a single bone levitated upwards and into the cauldron, which began to hiss and spit violently. If I could somehow summon my wand, Harry thought, straining to use silent and wandless magic to retrieve his only tool. Or else Dumbledore will never figure out where we are. Blood of the enemy, Peter continued, stalking over towards the two boys, forcibly taken. As the hooded figure watched on menacingly, Peter knelt beside Neville and slashed his upper arm with a silver knife, causing the boy to groan in discomfort. Peter brought the knife back to the cauldron and flicked the blood into the mix, causing another violent stirring within. Flesh of the servant. Peter trembled, holding the knife aloft. Willingly sacrificed. Harry averted his eyes as Peter severed his own hand, howling in pain, but nevertheless dropping his offering into the cauldron. An soul of the host, Peter whimpered, reunited with the body, to become whole again. Harry saw Peter retrieve the diadem of Ravenclaw from within his robes, shakily dropping it into the cauldron. He fell backwards, clutching his stump of an arm as the cauldron began to boil over, angry multicolored bubbles foaming out of the top as it did its work. Harry silently prayed that something would go wrong, that somehow Voldemort was mistaken as to the identity of the bones he'd taken. But he knew deep down that it would not. Soon the cauldron was engulfed in radiant flames, and when they subsided, a hunched figure remained in its place. Black smoke billowed around it, forming into robes as the figure stood upright. Harry gawked in horror at the visage of the Dark Lord standing before him, but not the one he expected. Voldemort did not resemble the same pale, noseless, snake-like figure he had in Harry's last timeline. He much more closely resembled the memory of Tom Riddle from the diary, with wavy brown hair and smooth, handsome facial features. The man appeared to be in his late 30s or early 40s, perhaps the age he'd been when the diadem Horcrux was created, Harry realized. But when Voldemort turned to face the two boys tied up at his feet, there was no mistaking those blood-red eyes, devoid of all semblance of humanity. "My wand, Wormtail," Voldemort said. He no longer sounded high and reedy. He spoke with the eloquence and command of someone far younger, still in his prime. A quivering Peter reached back into his robes and withdrew the familiar bone-white wand, which Voldemort took and turned over in his palm contemplatively. "Now your arm," he demanded. Peter tried to proffer his injured arm, but Voldemort roughly grabbed the intact one, pulling down the sleeve to reveal the dark mark branded upon it. He pressed his wand to the mark, causing it to illuminate in dark black ink, summoning the other Death Eaters to join them. As he waited for the new arrivals, Voldemort stalked over towards Harry and Neville, examining them both curiously. "How kind of you to join us this evening, boys," he said with a mocking smile. We had a last-minute change of venue, of course. I know not how Dumbledore discovered my plans and sabotaged my father's grave, but fortunately, I had a spare parent to work with. I should have just left Riddle's bones alone, Harry thought miserably. We would be in Little Hangleton right now. Dumbledore and the Aurors are probably there right now, wondering where we are. Though I do wonder how it is that you managed to find yourself here. Harry Potter, Voldemort continued. I was not expecting you to reach the portkey. He flicked his wand to release Harry from his body-bind curse, allowing him to speak through his bindings. I have a habit of showing up where I'm not wanted, Harry growled. So I have heard, Voldemort mused. I admit I was not terribly surprised that you survived the 3 tasks, though I had hoped otherwise. I often wondered after our first meeting 3 years ago if you could have truly been the one after all. The one. Harry frowned. But then, Dumbledore did not tell you? Voldemort laughed in surprise. The great fool has kept the truth from you all these years? The reason your fate has been linked to Longbottoms from birth. The prophecy, Harry realized with a jolt. So he was a part of it after all. Did Voldemort know its contents? Would he share it with Harry if prompted? I don't know what you're talking about, Harry lied. Voldemort narrowed his eyes at Harry, as though sensing he knew more than he was letting on. Voldemort muttered. Perhaps you do know after all. You would not seek trouble so readily otherwise. If you believed a meeting such as this to be inevitable. Inevitable. Harry repeated, heart-hammering. It matters not now, said Voldemort. I have you both here, and you shall both die tonight. Ah, and here come our distinguished guests. The moonlit sky was darkened by the arrival of smoky figures, resolving themselves into the form of Death Eaters as they landed in the graveyard. To Harry's horror, there were far more present here than in the last timeline. Rather than 7 or 8 faithful servants, there were nearly 36 of them, forming a layered semicircle around the Dark Lord. Even Voldemort seemed surprised by the number. Well, this is many more than I had called for, Voldemort mused. What is the meaning of this? My lord, drawled a familiar voice, as a hooded Lucius Malfoy shuffled forward and dropped to one knee. I have taken the initiative to begin recruiting. When I learned of your impending return, I began reaching out to interested parties. They are here on my invitation to commit themselves to your cause. When the hell did this happen? An alarmed Harry wondered. The Lucius he knew from the previous timeline had been a pathetic coward of a man, abandoning his lord the second he could. But now he was showing true dedication? And how did you come to know I would return? Voldemort asked, sounding a bit suspicious himself. There were signs, my lord, Lucius said. There were whispers. James Potter attempting to sway the minister, to convince him of your rising threat level, his son, claiming to have encountered you at Hogwarts, but Fudge never knew, never suspected the truth. And so it shall remain. Voldemort nodded, apparently satisfied with the answer. You have done well, Lucius. Your new recruits shall be marked and initiated this very evening, if I deem them worthy. The other hooded figures shuffled in apparent excitement at this. Harry felt his stomach drop, realizing that his proactive measures to combat Voldemort's return may have inadvertently boosted the Dark Lord's recruiting numbers. For those of you who are new here, Voldemort proclaimed, addressing the sizable crowd before him, behold, I am Lord Voldemort, in the flesh, despite false rumors of my death. If you came only to assuage your doubts of my existence, be assured that I have returned to full strength. If any of you wishes to leave, now would be the time, but I would not recommend turning your back against me. Several masked figures shuffled uncomfortably at this thinly veiled threat. Not a soul moved. Very good, Voldemort smiled. Tonight marks the beginning of a new era for magical Britain. The scourge of impure bloodlines taking control of our great nation, under the tyranny of Muggle lover Albus Dumbledore, will soon come to an end. With your help, I will purge this nation of its filth and return power to those who truly deserve it. There were excited murmurs throughout the crowd, no doubt mainly comprised of purebloods. Harry wondered bitterly how many of them were secretly hiding Muggle-born relatives in their family trees, or perhaps even had Muggle parentage of their own. Lord Voldemort rewards those who are most faithful to him, Voldemort continued. I first wish to acknowledge the great wizard Peter Pettigrew. There were muffled scoffs and guffaws of laughter as Peter shakily stood to join Voldemort. "Do not laugh," Voldemort shouted, and a fearful silence fell over the onlookers. "You think this man weak? You think him not great? None of you underwent the trials and tribulations this man did. He broke out of Azkaban prison, stole riches from Hogwarts Castle from right under Dumbledore's nose, and brought me back to full strength. Show him the respect he is due." Hesitantly, the onlooking Death Eaters dropped to one knee as a show of submission. Peter looked pleased by the praise, and Harry knew from the previous year just how susceptible the man was to positive affirmation. And the man looked even more pleased when Voldemort waved his wand, conjuring a silver hand to replace the bloody stump left behind by the ritual. "I also wish to acknowledge another," Voldemort continued as he beckoned for Peter to return to the circle. "A new recruit, one who has served at my side faithfully for the past year," though he might interpret that statement somewhat differently. "My lord," said the mysterious hooded figure, striding forward and dropping to one knee. "I am told that our new recruit wishes to discard his old name and adopt another," said Voldemort. "Have you decided on your new moniker?" "Yes, my lord," said the man. "I wish to be known as the Reaver." Voldemort chuckled appreciatively at this. "How apt," he said. "Very well, Reaver. Are you prepared to complete the final task I have set for you?" "I am, my lord." "Good," said Voldemort. "The castle should be free and clear for you to do as you need, with everyone else distracted with the third task. Retrieve what I seek and return to me. And this time, do not bother maintaining appearances if you are discovered. Your subterfuge will no longer be needed after tonight." "As you wish, my lord," said the man now known as Reaver. He reached into his robes and rummaged around his neckline for something, and Harry's heart plummeted when he saw his own stolen time-turner, gleaming on its golden chain. The man turned the hourglass over 3 times and promptly disappeared into the past. Harry imagined him reappearing and informing Pettigrew of the ritual's success in this exact same spot several hours prior. "And finally, some unfinished business," Voldemort announced, returning all attention to himself. "As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by 2 guests this evening. I assume most of you know who they are. Harry Potter, son of the Auror James Potter, and Neville Longbottom, the so-called boy who lived." The Death Eaters, now noticing the 2 teens tied to the headstone for the first time, jeered and laughed openly at the boy's plight. "There are still those who believe Longbottom is somehow more powerful than I, the greatest wizard of all time," Voldemort scoffed. "I hope that tonight will dispel any such rumors, as I will see to it that nobody ever mistakes the boy's luck for skill ever again." The Death Eaters snickered at the morbid implications of that statement. "First, however, I wish to make the acquaintance of our other young friend," said Voldemort. He flicked his wand again, releasing Harry from his binds. "Stand up, Mr. Potter, so everyone can see you properly." Harry shakily did so, looking around subtly for any kind of escape. He had no wand, but he could make a run for the exit somehow. But as he looked for a way out, the Death Eaters began to spread out in a wide circle around them, ensuring that he had no clear path to run to. "Let me kill the boy, my lord," Lucius Malfoy spat. "He and his father have caused me much grief these past few years." "You will have your opportunity, Lucius," Voldemort dismissed him. "First, I must offer the boy a choice." "What kind of choice?" Harry demanded, forcing himself to not sound afraid. "A simple one," Voldemort smiled. "Join me, or die." Harry blinked. He had not expected this. "Why would you want me to join you?" he demanded. "You are talented, there is no doubt," said Voldemort. "I could mold you into a powerful wizard, more powerful than any besides myself. And more importantly, I would be able to show magical Britain how the mighty Potter name has fallen, how even the son of the leader of the light can be swayed by the dark." Harry heard the appreciative chuckles of the Death Eaters around him. He could see the logic in it. James Potter would be a major source of inspiration in the coming war, and for the public to see his own son turned against him would be a crippling blow to his reputation. "I choose neither," Harry said defiantly. "I want nothing to do with you. Neutrality is not an option, Harry Potter." Voldemort spat. "Choose," or I will hunt your family down and flay them all alive, even your pretty little sister." Harry weighed his options. He had no desire to join Voldemort, but he wondered if he could buy himself enough time for someone to come and rescue them. Perhaps Dumbledore would be able to figure out their location with time? Would he have known where Voldemort's mother was buried if he traveled to Little Hangleton and found the graveyard there deserted? It was worth a try. "What would I have to do to join you?" Harry asked. The Death Eaters scoffed in disbelief at this. "Surely he jests," a voice rang out. "The Potters are your biggest enemies." "He is lying, my lord. I am well aware of his father's allegiances," Voldemort said evenly. "But I am also aware that we are not our fathers, are we not? Merlin knows I have nothing in common with my own. So what about it, Harry? Would you pledge your allegiance to me?" "Let Neville go, and I'll do it," Harry said boldly. The Death Eaters laughed even harder at his bravado. "You have no bargaining power here, Harry," Voldemort chided him. "You will submit to me and take my mark or die alongside your little friend. Decide now." Harry looked at Neville. The boy was staring at him, horrified. Whether from the Dark Lord or from Harry actually considering the offer, he couldn't be sure. "I propose an alternative," said Harry. "A duel, one-on-one. You and me." The Death Eaters murmured in disbelief at his audacious request. Even Voldemort seemed momentarily stunned before his face broke out in a malevolent grin. "You wish to challenge me?" Voldemort chuckled. "A 14-year-old boy, up against the most fearsome dark wizard alive." "That's right," Harry nodded. "If I win, I get to walk away." Harry hoped that he could goad Voldemort into a fight by appealing to the man's ego. And by the thoughtful look on Voldemort's face, he seemed to actually consider the offer. Harry knew he stood little chance against the Dark Lord, but he could see no other alternative. He had to buy time somehow, to stall Voldemort long enough for help to arrive. "Very well, Harry Potter," Voldemort eventually said. "I accept your terms. A duel for your life." "My lord," Lucius breathed, shuffling forward nervously. "I must advise against this. The Potter boy is more skilled than you realize, Dash." "More skilled than I, Lucius?" Voldemort demanded, eyes flashing dangerously at the remark. "More skilled than the most dangerous wizard of all time? I think not. I have heard of your failures at the World Cup at Mr. Potter's hand, but do not mistake his luck for talent." Lucius bowed, looking cowed, and silently retreated back into the circle of followers. Peter stepped forward into the clearing, and at Voldemort's urging, he handed Harry his wand back before retreating as well. "Whenever you are ready, Mr. Potter," Voldemort smiled, dropping into a mocking bow and preparing for a fight. Harry twirled his wand between his fingers, steeling himself for the worst. There was no running, no disapparating away. He would simply have to fight and hope for the best. He held nothing back, firing the most powerful spells he could muster at Voldemort. The Dark Lord did not even flinch at the display of dangerous magic, simply absorbing them all with a shimmering silver shield charm, an advanced one that Harry did not even recognize. Harry did not remain idle, firing another flurry of curses while also flicking his wand upwards. Chunks of earth were gauged out of the ground, which Harry sent flying at Voldemort before transfiguring them into molten lava. Voldemort actually laughed as he calmly pointed his wand at the red-hot material, hardening it and allowing it to fall harmlessly to his feet with a dull thud. "I see your father's influence in your fighting style," Voldemort remarked. "He is a transfiguration specialist, is he not? He is lucky I was interrupted before being able to kill him in the last war." "Do not mistake his talent for luck," Harry retorted, throwing Voldemort's words back at him. The Dark Lord sneered, but merely readied himself for the duel to resume. Harry threw another bout of dangerous curses his enemy's way, looking for any sort of opening. But Voldemort's defenses were airtight. His shields and parries were precise and impeccably timed, as were his deft movements to avoid the select spells he couldn't easily block. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that Voldemort was just toying with him. He made no effort to return fire, simply allowing Harry to unload his arsenal against him. He was simply watching, assessing, judging, getting the measure for the young man Harry had become. And it was disconcerting just how easily he was able to neutralize everything Harry threw his way. Homunculi speculo, Harry shouted, splitting his consciousness between three bodies. There were murmurs of surprise from the Death Eaters at this advanced display, but Voldemort was unmoved. I do wonder who taught you illusory magic, Voldemort mused, eyeing the three Harry Potters before him. Although I hear the Auror Moody has taken a metamorphmagus as his latest protege, perhaps you spent time training with her. Harry ignored him. He flitted his consciousness between each of the three bodies, firing spells from each in turn. Voldemort stepped to and fro, dodging and blocking the onslaught coming from three different sources. But he still wore a broad smile, as if enjoying the fight, rather than treating it as a serious matter of life or death. Eventually, the Dark Lord reacted, waiting for a pause in Harry's attacks to unleash a torrent of black smoke at all three of the copies at once. Harry wasn't sure what it was, but he knew he didn't want it to hit him. He released his hold on two of the copies of himself and focused on defending himself within the third, summoning a blast of wind to dissipate the smoke and keep it away from himself, forcing Voldemort to cancel the spell before it could hit his own followers. I am not so easily fooled, Harry Potter, Voldemort scoffed. You must be better than that if you hope to best me. Harry knew he had to try something desperate, something Voldemort wouldn't expect. He tried a high/low combination Moody had taught him, diverting the enemy's attention to two separate threats while leaving a potential opening for a third. Voldemort shielded the lower one while ducking beneath the higher one, leaving Harry with a brief window to slip something through. Imperio. For the briefest of moments, Harry was granted a glimpse of the dark, twisted inner workings of the Dark Lord's mind as his own attempted to overpower it. Then Voldemort's acclemency shield slammed back into place, and Harry was forced backwards, physically and mentally, as the two glared at one another from across the clearing. An unforgivable curse, Harry? Voldemort asked, and he actually looked angry this time. Has Moody been teaching you how to fight dirty to get what you want? I've picked up a few things of my own, Harry countered. Are you the sum of every teacher you've ever had, Tom? Voldemort's nostrils flared dangerously, but he did not argue the point. Enough games, Potter, he snarled. Time to show you what magic can truly be capable of. Now it was Voldemort's turn to go on the offensive. Harry's eyes widened at the ominous, crackling bolts of light sent his way. Forced to dodge the majority he didn't recognize while only shielding and blocking the ones he couldn't afford to. The Dark Lord's wand was a blur in the night, launching curses with speed and power Harry hadn't imagined possible. Voldemort was truly superhuman. Whatever rituals he performed on himself gave him unreal reaction speeds and spellcasting capabilities few men could ever dream of. Harry quickly realized it was a lost cause. He was already winded, his magical power waning fast under the onslaught of powerful magic. He fought valiantly, despite knowing the end was near. It was only a matter of time before his defenses faltered. Finally, they did. Harry batted aside a blood-boiling curse, only to be faced with an ominous blast of jet-black energy directly at his head. Harry flattened himself to the ground to avoid it, twisting desperately to raise his wand to deflect the next curse. But the follow-up bone-breaker curse hit him in the left upper arm, causing him to cry out in pain and drop his wand. He desperately tried to pick it up again, but he was granted no reprieve as he heard Voldemort's triumphant voice shout out into the night. Crucio! Harry's body exploded with pain. It was a slow death by 1,000 tiny knives, stabbing him repeatedly from all sides, inside and out. He didn't know how long he was held under the torture, but by the time Voldemort lifted the curse, his voice was gone and his mouth gaped open in a noiseless scream of pure agony. Harry fought to maintain consciousness, twitching helplessly and gasping for air. He heard the appreciative laughter of the gathered Death Eaters and the soft footfalls in the grass as the Dark Lord approached his fallen foe. You fought well, Mr. Potter, Voldemort appraised the teen, towering over him with a mocking smile. Lord Voldemort respects talent, and you have it in spades. You may have surpassed even your own father one day, if not for me. Harry could not muster a response. He merely glared balefully up at the Dark Lord, refusing to show fear in what would surely be his last moments. Farewell, Harry Potter, Voldemort sighed, almost sounding disappointed as he aimed his wand between Harry's eyes. As a reward for your efforts, I will make your death quick and painless. Avada, wait! Voldemort paused, the green glow of his wand tip extinguishing as he turned towards the disruption. Neville was struggling against his bonds. I wish to bargain as well. A duel for a life. I will be happy to grant you the same chance that Mr. Potter had, Voldemort said evenly. As soon as I have finished with Dash. Not for my own life, Neville interrupted. For Harry's life. Both Harry and Voldemort narrowed their eyes in confusion at this statement. You wish to test yourself against me to save your friend, Voldemort repeated. That's right. Don't bother, Neville, Harry rasped through gritted teeth. I'm dead already. It's my fault you're in this mess to begin with. Neville protested. I'm the one that should die, not you. If I win, Harry walks free. I won't flee either way. Voldemort remained silent in the face of this proposal. The crowd of Death Eaters began to whisper all around them at this new development. That seemed to make up the Dark Lord's mind. Tonight was clearly about theatrics for him, and he wasn't going to show weakness in front of an audience. Very well, Neville, said Voldemort. A duel for your friend's life. Honorable, but foolish. Voldemort strode away from Harry and flicked his wand to free Neville from his bindings. Harry saw the boy shakily stand, eyes still squinting against the obvious pain in his scar, and shuffle forward into the clearing. Noble prick, Harry thought. He couldn't even bring himself to be angry with the boy now, who had clearly seen the error in his ways. Peter came forth and handed Neville his wand. Harry watched as the teen nervously flicked the holly wand between his fingers. The twin cores, Harry realized, Neville was the one with the phoenix feather wand in this timeline. Would that protect him once more? Would he have the strength to overpower Voldemort if their wands connected? Harry, along with the gathered Death Eaters, could only watch on with bated breath as Neville squared off across from Voldemort. Whenever you're ready, young Longbottom, Voldemort smiled, giving Neville a mocking bow. Harry saw the dangerous glint in his eyes that told him the Dark Lord would not be playing games this time. He sought to kill. Neville eyed his arch-nemesis warily for a moment. Then a look of determination, or was it resignation, crossed over his features as he and Voldemort both shouted into the night. Stupefy, Avada Kedavra! The red and green bolts of light met in the center of the clearing and immediately erupted into a golden beam of light, connecting the two wands together. Both Neville and Voldemort looked shocked by this development, but neither broke the connection. What is this magic? Voldemort snarled. Don't let go, Neville! Harry shouted hoarsely. The boy briefly jerked his head in confusion towards Harry, but quickly returned his attention to the matter at hand, placing both hands on his wand in a desperate attempt to hold on. A brilliant glow rose up above the two combatants as a large golden dome of light appeared over their heads. The gathered Death Eaters shouted in fear and confusion as both Neville and Voldemort disappeared within the opaque dome, with none able to see what was transpiring within. Do nothing, Voldemort shouted to his gathered followers. He's mine to finish. Mine alone. Come on, Neville, Harry thought desperately, nursing his broken arm as he began to slowly inch his way over to his wand. Just keep holding on. If he could reach the spot where your wand lay, he might be able to pull off one last desperate stunt to get them out of this mess. He could send another Patronus to Dumbledore, perhaps activate the Portkey, and escape. Harry was forced to avert his eyes as a blinding flash of light flared up, illuminating his entire vision. At first he thought it was a side effect of the golden dome erected around Voldemort and Neville. But when Harry opened his eyes once more, his heart soared when he saw Albus Dumbledore appear in the center of the courtyard, Fawkes the Phoenix on his shoulder, looking absolutely furious. The Death Eaters clearly noticed him too. It's Dumbledore, one of them shrieked in terror. Several of them tried to apparate away, but were unable to due to the wards. Several were struck down immediately as Dumbledore began to rain down spells upon the hooded figures. Harry, Dumbledore shouted over his shoulder. Where is Neville? In the dome, with Voldemort, Harry shouted back. Dumbledore cast a worried look at the golden dome before resuming his assault. forcing the Death Eaters to scatter around the graveyard. More people were rushing into the graveyard now, causing Harry's heart to leap. His father, James, followed soon after by Moody, Tonks, Shacklebolt, and numerous other Aurors. They immediately began to engage with the Death Eaters, who found themselves with no choice but to fight back. Soon the darkened space was illuminated not only by the Golden Dome, but the flurry of spell fire being exchanged. Harry dove to his left and grabbed his wand, just as his father appeared beside him. "Harry, you need to get out of here," James said as he ducked underneath a blood-boiling curse. "Get yourself back to the castle." "What about Neville?" Harry asked as his father helped him to his feet. "Let us handle that," said James. "Now go." Harry's arm instinctively lashed out, batting aside a smoking yellow curse aimed at his father's head. He joined James in returning fire, causing the offending Death Eater to howl in pain from Harry's bone breaker to the elbow before James' stunner silenced him. "They're escaping," a gruff voice called out from Harry's left. He turned. A group of Death Eaters were sprinting for the gate, presumably to bypass the wards and apparate a way to freedom. Harry twirled his wand over his head like a lasso, latching onto the retreating figures and yanking them backwards. They were forced to resume the fight, Aurors raining down spells upon them. "Nice one, kid," the same voice appraised him. Harry turned to see Rufus Scrimgeour, a senior Auror he knew to be James' boss, grinning at him. He returned the gesture. Then Harry gasped in horror as Scrimgeour took a sickly orange curse directly to the head, causing him to crumple to the ground and move no more. Harry turned to engage the offender, Lucius Malfoy, his hood having slipped in the heat of battle. They glared at one another for a moment, then began to duel in earnest. Harry realized at once that he was the superior fighter. Lucius possessed a dangerous arsenal of spells, but was clearly out of shape and out of practice, his movements slow and erratic. Harry transfigured a nearby headstone into stone daggers, launching them at Lucius from all sides. The silver-haired man raised a sloppy shield charm that the sharp objects nearly penetrated, then quickly retreated, seeking safety in numbers amongst his other hooded comrades. "Fight me like a man, Malfoy," Harry shouted angrily at the man. "I thought you wanted to kill me. Or do you only hunt defenseless prey?" But before Harry could re-engage with the man, there was a deafening crack as the golden dome at the center of the graveyard shattered, a shower of sparks raining down from above. Voldemort stood in plain view now, causing the collected Aurors to gasp in fear and awe. "He's real," muttered a dumbfounded Tonks to his right. The tide of the battle shifted quite suddenly, as the Aurors now found themselves on the back foot with Voldemort entering the fray. His wand danced elegantly through the night, green bolts of death shooting out to seek more victims. Dumbledore was forced to focus on deflecting the killing curses to protect his allies, rather than engage the Dark Lord directly. There was suddenly a high, keening noise in the air, and Harry felt the magic in the air shift abruptly. "The wards are down!" a Death Eater shouted. At once hooded figures began to disapparate from the graveyard, making their escape. Surely it's almost over now, Harry thought. Voldemort will retreat at any minute, and we'll be safe. Then Harry was forced to duck as a fiery serpent dipped low overhead, nipping at his hair in a blaze of searing heat. Harry watched on in terror as Voldemort commanded a multi-headed serpent of fiend fire, lashing out against the various Aurors gathered around him. Dumbledore was attempting to counter with the same water serpent he'd used in the Room of Requirement the year before, though it was a tall task in containing the many heads of his opponent. "Harry, go!" James roared as he rushed forward to aid Dumbledore in countering the fiend fire. "Get yourself to safety." Harry nodded and prepared himself to apparate back to Hogwarts. He felt a double sense of urgency now. Not only did he need to escape Voldemort, he knew the mystery man, the Reaver, would have a clear path to his goal at the school with no Aurors or Dumbledore to stop him. Whatever he was after, Harry was the only person who could raise the alarm and attempt to get in his way. Then Harry spotted a figure cowering behind a headstone. Neville, just a few meters away from the Dark Lord, spells and fiery debris raining down all around him. He looked utterly lost and defenseless, and would certainly become collateral damage if this destructive fight continued for much longer. Neville had attempted to lay down his life for Harry's tonight. No matter the consequences, Harry couldn't let that deed go unrecognized. He changed course, sprinting directly into the heart of the action instead of away from it. "No!" James shouted. This got Voldemort's attention, who turned to see Harry running directly towards him. Harry's stomach dropped as the handsome Dark Lord grinned and directed his wand towards Harry. Harry dove at the same moment a fiery serpent head lunged directly at him. He felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up as the fiend fire approached, maw opened wide to consume him in a fiery death. But with the skill of a seeker, Harry twisted in midair, hand catching hold of Neville's arm just before he disapparated, leaving the heat of the graveyard behind as the two boys vanished into the crushing darkness. /N. Final predictions about the impostor / mystery man / Reaver? Who is he? What is he after? And how has he gone undetected for so long? The answers are coming next chapter, and I can't wait to drop the bombshell. Year 4 to 19, The Reaver's Tale. /N. Since the beginning of Year 2, I've been building up towards a massive reveal that has been brewing in the background of this FIC. And the moment has finally arrived. Somehow, despite me leaving behind some pretty big clues, so far nobody has guessed the full truth. Enjoy the ride. For the second time that evening, Harry found himself face down in the grass from the rough long-distance journey. He could still faintly smell sulfur and ash wafting from his clothes, telling him their escape from the fiend fire had been quite the close call. He raised his head to see that they had arrived at his intended destination, the gates of Hogwarts, the castle glowing warmly atop the hill before them. To his left, he heard Neville retching from the unpleasant apparition beside him, letting him know the boy was still alive. "All right there, Neville?" Harry asked, groaning as he forced himself to his feet. "I think so," Neville said shakily. "Why the hell did you come back for me?" "You offered to die for me back there," Harry shrugged. "Seemed only fair." Neville studied Harry for a moment, then looked up to the castle. "What do we do now?" he asked. "We find help," Harry said firmly. He led the way through the gate, which was thankfully unlocked, and headed up the darkened path towards the castle. Harry had no clue how much time had passed since the third task began, likely several hours by now. Far off to his right, Harry could see the entrance to the maze, but the bleachers were long deserted. An uncomfortable silence settling over the grounds. "Where is everybody?" Neville wondered aloud, mirroring Harry's thoughts. Then, a booming voice echoed across the grass towards them. "Potter? Longbottom?" Hagrid gasped, shuffling through the darkness towards them, lantern in hand. "Blimey, are you two all right?" "We're fine, Hagrid," Harry lied, knowing time was of the essence. "Where is everyone?" "Dumbledore and your dad went off looking for you two," Hagrid muttered. "Asked the staff to take everyone else up to their dorms. What the ruddy hell happened to you two?" "Long story," Harry sighed, massaging his temple. His broken arm throbbed painfully and his body still involuntarily twitched every so often from the Cruciatus curse, but adrenaline and sheer determination urged him onward. "Have you seen anyone acting suspiciously, Hagrid? I think something bad is going to happen in the castle tonight." "Can't say fair certain," Hagrid said, stroking his beard. "It's been a mighty strange night all round, though, truth be told." "What's wrong, Harry?" asked a frightened Neville. "You don't reckon Voldemort will come after us here?" "His servant might," Harry muttered, remembering the mysterious Reaver disappearing into the past. "He's after something Voldemort wants, and we're the only ones who know he's here. Come on." "What's this Abu you-know-who, then?" Hagrid asked, but Harry was already off, running towards the castle, a bewildered Neville close behind him. "Expecto Patronum," Harry muttered, summoning his Thestral Patronus. "Go to McGonagall. Tell her an impostor is in the castle as we speak. Make sure the students are safe, and Neville and I will meet her in the headmaster's office." "Are you sure this is a good idea, Harry?" Neville asked worriedly as the silvery Thestral galloped ahead of them up the hill. "Shouldn't we just find a place to hide or something?" "You should," Harry corrected. "You're the one in more danger, and no offense, you're not as strong of a fighter." "No," Neville said with surprising conviction. "I'm not letting you put yourself in danger alone. I'm coming with you." Harry huffed, annoyed by the boy's obstinance. But he figured it would be smartest to keep Neville close in order to keep an eye on him, and there was logic in the safety of numbers. Fine, he said. Stay close to me, then. They reached the entrance hall, which was eerily quiet. Harry poked his head into the great hall, only to find it deserted as well. He didn't like this. He wished there was a teacher or staff member patrolling nearby that he could recruit to the cause. But there was no time to waste searching for one. Come on, Harry muttered, leading Neville down a hallway to the left. They passed the kitchens, en route to the secret passageway that led up to the third floor not far from the headmaster's office. They reached the tapestry concealing the shortcut entrance, but before Harry could move it aside, he heard hushed voices floating down the corridor towards them. Harry shifted in front of Neville and drew his wand as the voices drew closer. Two figures rounded the corridor and froze at the sight of the two boys. Blimey, Harry, Neville, where have you been? Cedric breathed. Dumbledore sent an entire search party after you two. What are you doing here? Harry demanded, not lowering his wand. Damien was hungry, Cedric shrugged, indicating the younger boy beside him. I offered to escort him to the kitchens for a snack. It's not safe out here, Harry warned. There's someone dangerous in the castle tonight. Go back to your common room until Sprout says otherwise. But you're out here, Cedric frowned. And Ravenclaw towers miles from here. What are you on about, Potter? There's no time to explain. Harry sighed exasperatedly. We need to go now. Get Damien back to his dorm. I'm not letting two fourth years wander off alone on a night like tonight, Cedric said firmly. Not when the entire Aura Force is out looking for you. I'm pulling prefect rank and taking you both back to your common rooms. Harry massaged his temple in frustration. We're going to see McGonagall in her office, he eventually said. You can escort us there instead. Deal? Cedric studied Harry for a long moment, clearly conflicted. Fine, he eventually nodded. I'm coming too, Damien insisted. No, you're not, Cedric and Harry said at the exact same time. Fine, then I'll just sneak out again after you leave, Damien said stubbornly, crossing his arms. We don't have time for this, Harry thought. The impostor already had at least 2 hours head start on whatever he was after, and for all they knew, he could be nearing his goal at this very moment. I don't care who comes, he eventually huffed. But nobody's going off alone tonight. If you're coming, then come, and watch your backs. Harry slipped behind the tapestry and began climbing up the sloped path to the third floor. Based on the numerous footfalls and sounds of panting behind him, all 3 of the other boys had followed. He emerged on the third floor corridor, cautiously peering around the tapestry to ensure they were alone. Wands out, he whispered as Neville, Cedric, and Damien climbed out behind him. Cedric, where are all the professors? No idea, Federic Mater. Must be with McGonagall, I reckon. Let's get there quickly then, said Harry. He led the way down the hall in the direction of the headmaster's office, the other 3 following in his wake. What Harry did not expect was for a 5th voice to breach the silence and call out after him. Harry! All turned to see Luna Lovegood hustling down the corridor after them. Luna, said Harry, what are you doing out of Ravenclaw Tower? That was in fact a question that could be applied at any point in the past few months. Luna had been reclusive lately, refusing to leave the common room except for meals and classes. She looked pale and sickly as ever, but currently her eyes were fearful and wide, and she walked with an urgency Harry hadn't seen from her before. Harry, we have to go see Professor Trelawney, she said in a dire tone. Trelawney? Harry frowned, confused. The divination professor had been equally reclusive this term, not even coming to the 3rd task earlier that evening. No, Luna, we have to see Professor McGonagall. But I think it's really important that we go and see Trelawney, Luna insisted. Listen, Luna Harrigoni. A lot's been happening tonight, all right? We don't have time for this right now. We're going to the headmaster's office, and then we can talk about Dash. Harry James Potter, Luna shouted, stomping her foot in frustration. You told me to follow my intuition, didn't you? Well, that's what I'm doing. And my intuition says we need to go to Trelawney tonight. Yes, Luna, I did say that, but... Harry began. Then he paused thoughtfully. He'd been attempting to foster Luna's latent seer abilities all term. Who was he to deny her the moment she showed actual signs of premonition? What if her intuition was a legitimate call to action, a sign that they needed to be elsewhere. Harry had no real plan other than speaking to McGonagall. No leads, no clue where to begin searching for the impostor. This was a real clue, a signal that perhaps they knew where to go after all. And given Luna's agitated state, time was clearly of the essence. Expecto Patronum, Harry said, summoning his Patronus once more. Tell McGonagall that I'm taking a group of students to Professor Trelawney's classroom. Send assistants straight away. Shouldn't we wait for the professors to come with us, Harry? Cedric asked nervously as the Thestral galloped off to deliver the message. Harry opened his mouth to retort, but Luna beat him to it. There's no time, she wailed. We have to go now? Lead the way then, Harry said. Luna took off down the corridor, the four boys following close behind. Harry felt a sense of foreboding as they hurried towards the divination classroom, unsure of what they might find there. Was there something hidden there that the Reavers sought? Had Voldemort stashed another Horcrux there? Or was Trelawney herself involved in this plot somehow? Something didn't add up, but there was no time to stop and wonder what was going on. After countless staircases and winding corridors, they arrived at the ladder that led up to the trapdoor to Trelawney's classroom. Harry knew at once that something was very wrong. The trapdoor was in splinters, as though someone had blasted it to bits in an effort to break through it. The room was dark and silent above them, as the five students nervously peered up into it. I don't like this, Cedric muttered. Should I climb up and have a look? That didn't sound like a wise decision to Harry. But before he could answer, they heard a nearby scream, coming from somewhere down the corridor to their right. That sounded like Professor Trelawney, said Neville wide-eyed. You don't reckon? Luna had already taken off after the noise, and Harry had to sprint after her to keep up. The wailing and sounds of agony grew louder and louder as they approached, until they found themselves outside the locked door to an empty classroom. Horrible sounds of human suffering emanated from within. Harry, Cedric said in alarm. But Harry wasted no time. He swiped his wand, blasting the door open and rushing inside. The sight he was greeted with made his stomach squirm. Professor Trelawney lay flat on her back in the middle of the classroom, immobile but screaming bloody murder. Blood was flowing from her eyes, nose and ears as she stared, wide-eyed and horrified, up at the ceiling. Kneeling over her was the school caretaker, Argus Filch, jamming a wand roughly between her eyes, performing some sort of unseen, cruel torture upon her. Great Merlin! Cedric gasped as he entered the classroom beside Harry. Filch's gaze snapped up at them, noticing the intruders. At once he stood, snarling angrily at them. Harry remembered Voldemort's parting words in the graveyard. Do not bother maintaining appearances if you are discovered. Cedric, watch out, Dash, Harry said as Filch raised his wand. Avada Kedavra! Harry tackled Cedric to the ground as the room was illuminated in green light. Harry scrambled back to his feet, already terrified by what he would see. Cedric, dead because of him once again? Neville, Damien, or Luna, hit by the curse intended for him? But what he saw instead was equally as tragic. Professor Trelawney's screams had finally ceased. She lay silently gaping at the ceiling dead. Harry stared blankly down at his late professor's form for a moment. Then suddenly there was a blur of movement as something crossed the room very fast. He turned in time to see Damien launch himself at the caretaker, tackling him roughly to the ground. You bastard! Damien growled, grappling with Filch. You killed her! Harry rushed forward to help, but it was quickly apparent that Damien Dursley was in his element. The large boy, young as he was, had easily overpowered the much older man, his muggle wrestling background giving him the upper hand. Damien wrenched the wand from Filch's grasp and leveled heavy blows against the man's face and torso until he was yelping and groaning in pain. Damien, get off him, Harry ordered. Damien obeyed, and Harry hit Filch with a stunning spell, leaving him unconscious on the ground beside his victim. Cedric groaned and picked himself up off the floor. Neville and Luna entered the room tentatively, eyes wide at the sight. He killed her. Luna sniffed, slowly approaching Trelawney. Poor Sybil, she didn't deserve this. She's with your mother now, Luna, Harry said softly, placing a hand on the girl's trembling shoulder. He waved his wand, and conjured a small blanket, covering the professor's upper half so that her gruesome face was hidden from view. She looked peaceful that way, lying still in death, a fate she had clearly foreseen but did not deserve in the slightest. Harry and the others turned their attention to Filch. "I don't understand it," Cedric muttered. "I thought Filch was a squib? How could he use magic?" "That is not Argus Filch," Harry sighed. "He's somebody else, using Polyjuice Potion." "But who?" Neville wondered aloud. "We'll know in a moment," Harry shrugged. Already signs of transformation were appearing on Filch's face, bubbling and contorting themselves into a new form. They watched as the caretaker's visage was replaced with that of a man in his early 50s, with wavy, pepper-gray hair and a matching beard. They all looked down upon the man, confused. "Who is he?" Cedric asked. "He looks kind of familiar." "Yeah, I feel like I know him somehow," Neville muttered. "Doesn't look familiar to me," Damien scoffed. "Because you never met him," Damien, Harry sighed. "He was before your time at Hogwarts." He had finally realized who the impostor was, and it filled him with an aching sense of dread. "You know him, Harry?" Cedric asked. "Who is he?" "You know him too," said Harry. "Look closer. Imagine him without the beard, and about 20 years younger." Cedric scrutinized the man closer, frowning. Then, he let out a surprised gasp when he figured it out himself. "Professor Lockhart," he breathed. "But that's impossible. He's so old." Could it be his father? Neville wondered. "No, it's him all right," Harry muttered bitterly. He knelt down and reached into Gilderoy Lockhart's robes, withdrawing the time-turner on its golden chain. "Now we know what this thing has been up to for the past year." Harry had long theorized how much one could stretch time using the time-turner, as he had briefly experimented with during his third year. If one could theoretically repeat the same segment of time over and over, how many times could you repeat the process? Based on Lockhart's advanced age, the answer was apparently many magnitudes more than Harry had fathomed possible. "The map!" Damien gasped suddenly, rushing over to a desk shoved up against one wall of the room. Harry's heart skipped a beat as he saw Damien grab the Marauder's map. Active, but forgotten as Lockhart had done whatever he had been doing to Trelawney before they arrived. "Give it here, Damien," Harry said. The boy reluctantly handed Harry the map, who scanned it briefly to ensure there were no more unwelcome surprises lurking in the castle. He spied a large contingent of teachers converging on their location, McGonagall at the lead. No time to waste, then. Harry pocketed the map, intent on never parting with it again. He then set the time-turner on the ground and smashed it with his heel, sending pulverized glass and enchanted sand spilling across the stone floor. "What are you doing?" Neville gasped. "Don't you know how powerful that thing is?" "Sure do," Harry muttered darkly. "And I'm not letting it fall into the hands of Voldemort ever again." He swiped his wand and vanished the remains of the time-turner, penance for his mistake in losing it the previous year. He couldn't take the risk of something happening to the time-turner en route back to the Ministry, not now that the Death Eaters were operational again. All subsequent questions were headed off when Professor McGonagall rounded the corner and entered the classroom, followed by several other teachers. She stared at the scene in shock. "What in Merlin's name dash?" she stammered. "Is that Sybil Trelawney? What is she doing under that sheet?" "She's dead, Professor," Cedric sighed, pointing at Lockhart. "He killed her." McGonagall and several other teachers gasped in dismay at this news. "No," McGonagall moaned, nearly losing her footing as several other teachers helped her remain upright. She was adamant that someone else would die in the castle this year, and it was her all along. "Merlin bless her. But who is he?" Professor Sprout demanded, pointing at the impostor. "And how did he enter the castle?" "That's Gilderoy Lockhart, Professor," Harry responded. "I know it doesn't look like him, but it is. He was impersonating Argus Filch using Polyjuice Potion." "So he's the one," a voice growled from behind McGonagall. Everyone turned to see Professor Snape, glaring balefully at the man. "Someone has been stealing boneslong skin and lacewing flies from my stores all term." But Dash," McGonagall stammered, clearly unsure how to react in this situation. She turned to face the 5 students standing in one corner. "Mr. Diggory, why have you allowed 4 underage students to wander out of bed at this hour? You should know better." "It's my fault, Professor," Harry piped up before Cedric or Luna could say anything. "I forced his hand and brought us all here. I sensed that Professor Trelawney was in danger and came to try and rescue her, but failed. Professor Flitwick approached Trelawney's still form and knelt beside her, waving his wand over her body. Dead, he confirmed with a sigh. Killing curse. A third teacher murdered on school grounds. In as many years? McGonagall muttered to herself. Unthinkable, truly unthinkable. Harry could tell that McGonagall was too distressed to take charge in this situation, so he did so himself. Professor Snape, he said firmly, do you have any Veritasrum? We will need to question Lockhart before the Ministry arrives. Snape eyed Harry warily for a moment, as though briefly scandalized to receive orders from a child. But to Harry's surprise, he nodded and swept from the room, headed to his office to retrieve the truth potion. Professor Flitwick, can you take Luna back to her dorm? Harry requested. Professor Sprout can do the same for Cedric and Damien. They don't need to be here for this. What about you and Mr. Longbottom? Demanded Professor Sprout. What business do you have being here? We deserve answers, Harry said flatly. We both witnessed the resurrection of Lord Voldemort tonight, and I want to know what this son of a bitch has to answer for. The staff was too stunned by the revelation of Voldemort's return that nobody chastised him for the language or for giving orders. At once, they seemed to spring into action. Professor Flitwick took Luna by the arm and guided her away, as Professor Sprout ushered Cedric and Damien from the room. Professor Sinistra and Vector worked together to levitate Trelawney's body onto a stretcher and cart her away, while McGonagall secured Lockhart more firmly in conjured ropes and propped him upright into a wooden chair. Then there was another blaze of phoenix fire as Dumbledore appeared in the center of the room. Albus! McGonagall stammered at once, wringing her hands nervously. Sybil has been murdered, and look, it's Gilderoy Lockhart, but now he's Dash. In a moment, Minerva, Dumbledore said patiently, turning at once to the two teen boys. Harry, your father is on his way. Are you and Neville all right? Yes, sir, Harry nodded. What happened to Voldemort? He fled, along with his closest supporters. Once he saw that you two had escaped, Dumbledore responded. But he is a worry for another day now. Tonight, what's important is that you both survived. How did you find us in London? Harry asked. Ah, said Dumbledore. Well, we arrived in Little Hangleton to find it deserted, as you can imagine. While contemplating other places you might have been taken, I considered the possibility that Voldemort had discovered that his father's bones were missing. If he intended to use them for his resurrection ritual, he might seek organic material from another direct relative, and there was only one other place I could think of where he could get it. Once again, Harry lamented his decision to interfere. If only he hadn't sabotaged Riddle Sr.'s grave, none of this would have happened. They would have been in Little Hangleton when Dumbledore arrived, and the ritual would have been foiled. Dumbledore turned his attention to the man bound to the chair in the corner, clicking his tongue disapprovingly. Oh dear, Gilderoy, what have you done to yourself? The headmaster sighed sadly. Effects of prolonged time-turner usage, it would appear. And do we know what has become of the device? I destroyed it, sir, Harry replied. A wise decision, I would wager, Dumbledore nodded. I imagine Saul Croaker will be glad to hear it as well. Perhaps Fudge will finally end the witch hunt he's been conducting upon the Department of Mysteries for the past year. I reckon Fudge will have more things to worry about in the coming weeks, Harry muttered. Surely he can't sweep Voldemort's return under the rug. Can he? Oh, I think not, Dumbledore muttered. Nearly every Auror in the Ministry witnessed him this evening and will spread the news far and wide. Fudge will have a lot on his plate for the foreseeable future. Rapid footsteps approached from the distance, and James Potter skidded into view, rushing into the room. Harry, he exhaled, pulling his son in for a protective hug. Thank Merlin you're all right. I thought you were done for. I was worried about you too, Harry muttered as they broke apart. Did we lose anybody in the fight? Rufus Scrimgeour is dead, James said morosely. Tonk's lung was punctured and Moody got half his hand blown off, but they were both in good spirits as they were taken to St. Mungo's. And what about the Death Eaters? Harry asked hopefully. We arrested 5 of them, James nodded. We couldn't identify any of them yet, but we don't think they were part of the inner circle. None of them bore the dark mark. So Lucius Malfoy slipped away once again, Harry thought bitterly. He would never forget that the man requested to kill Harry personally Harry would make sure that the reverse would prove true if they ever crossed paths in battle again. Snape returned to the room, holding a vial of clear liquid. "Headmaster, I have brought Veritaserum," he announced. "Shall we wait for ministry officials to arrive?" "No, they will be preoccupied with sorting out the fiasco in London for some time," Dumbledore muttered. "Let us determine the extent of Mr. Lockhart's crimes for ourselves." Snape and James moved over to the unconscious wizard strapped to the chair. As James held Lockhart at one point, Snape tilted the man's head back and placed 3 drops of Veritaserum on his tongue before retreating. "Enervate," James muttered. Lockhart spluttered and came to, looking about the room wildly. However, the effects of the truth potion quickly set in, leaving him glassy-eyed and staring blankly ahead. "What is your name?" Dumbledore demanded. "Gilderoy Artemis Lockhart," Lockhart dully recited. "Are you working on behalf of the dark wizard known as Lord Voldemort?" "Yes." "Are you responsible for Neville Longbottom and Harry Potter being entered into the Triwizard Tournament?" "Yes." The adults exchanged terse looks as Harry and Neville did the same. "How have you gone undetected in the castle for so long?" Dumbledore demanded. "Originally, I was ordered to impersonate the Aura Moody," said Lockhart. "However, I was unable to apprehend him at his home before term began. So I instead traveled to Hogwarts and subdued Argus Filch to assume his identity. I knew from my brief employment at the castle that the caretaker was often overlooked and allowed to roam the castle freely." "How did you get the names of Neville Longbottom and Harry Potter into the Goblet of Fire?" Dumbledore pressed. "I received the Goblet of Fire from Saul Croaker while posing as Filch on the day it arrived at Hogwarts," Lockhart explained in a dull voice. "As per my master's orders, I entered Longbottom's name under a separate school and used a Confundus charm to trick it into believing there were 4 schools competing." "But that's impossible," Harry muttered. "Filch was dosed with Veritaserum and Thief's Downfall the following day and professed his innocence. I was there. I saw it." A devious grin spread across Lockhart's face. "I allowed Filch to return to his duties on Halloween after I finished with the goblet," he smirked. "I did not spend the entire year at the castle, you see. I was very careful to wipe Filch's memories every time I took his place to do my master's bidding, and replace them with false ones to cover my tracks. Memory charms always were my specialty. The real Filch never suspected a thing. That also explains why Hagrid couldn't remember who tipped him off about the dragons," Harry realized. Lockhart must have wiped the memory of Filch's visit from his mind before leaving. It also explained why Harry had recognized the handwriting on the parchments used to enter him and Neville into the tournament. How many times had he seen Lockhart's looping handwriting on the blackboard in Dada lessons 2 years prior? Harry thought back to every time he'd seen the caretaker in the past year. Filch was present at the Yule Ball, where Skeeter was taken at the Potions Conference, where Slughorn was murdered at the 3rd task to sabotage the other champions in the maze. He had even caught Harry sneaking in past curfew from his Hogsmeade visit, when he'd visited Little Hangleton for the 2nd time and overheard Lockhart in Riddle Manor. And of course, thanks to the Time Turner, he was able to be in both places at once. "What about Harry Potter?" Dumbledore pressed. "How did you enter him into the tournament?" "A simple switching spell," said Lockhart. "When Cedric Diggory entered the Great Hall to submit his name, I swapped his parchment with my own, bearing Potter's name upon it. Diggory did the rest." "But how would that fool the goblet?" James frowned. "It still could have chosen another Hogwarts student." "Yes, it could have," Lockhart shrugged. "Potter was not the Dark Lord's priority. His entrance into the tournament was simply a bonus." All eyes turned to Harry, who was gobsmacked by this information. "The goblet chose me of its own accord?" He thought, bewildered. Over everyone else at the school? He supposed he ought to feel honored that the Goblet of Fire deemed him worthy, but right now he couldn't muster any emotion but disgust. Besides, it meant that Cedric didn't actually enter his name after all. Would the goblet have chosen him over Harry if given the choice? He supposed they would never know now. "But why?" asked James, exasperated. "Why do any of this? Why serve the Dark Lord?" Lockhart's dreamy grin faded and was replaced by a nasty, disdainful look. "The Daily Prophet ruined me," he spat. "I could not find work in the wizarding world after I was fired from Hogwarts. I was a laughingstock. I sought out Peter Pettigrew in Albania when the prophet reported his presence there. I had heard rumors during my brief time at Hogwarts that he was in league with you-know-who. Pettigrew introduced me to the Dark Lord, and he offered me a chance to redeem myself, to prove what a powerful wizard I truly was. And the world would see what a mistake they made painting me as the fool. That's why you killed Rita Skeeter, Harry piped up in realization. For revenge. That cow deserved it, Lockhart seethed. I saw her at the old ball, while disguised as Filch, and I wanted her to pay for ruining my life. So I kidnapped her, murdered her, and quickly buried her in the forest before returning to my post. But the Dark Lord did not order you to do this? Asked Dumbledore. No, Lockhart shook his head. My master was displeased with my actions and feared it would draw unwanted attention. But it turned out to be a valuable distraction to allow me to pursue my true targets. Like Slughorn, Snape surmised. The Dark Lord has wanted him dead for many months, said Lockhart. He saw an opportunity to draw him out of hiding at the potions conference thanks to the Mudblood woman's mastery dash. You dare use that word dash? James growled, but Dumbledore held up his hand for silence. Why did Voldemort want Horace Slughorn dead? The headmaster asked. I do not know, said Lockhart. He only told me that he needed to be silenced, that he knew things that would be best left unknown to the world in death. Harry felt the heat of Snape's gaze, scrutinizing him from across the room. He knew the man disagreed with Harry's decision to keep said information out of Dumbledore's hands. But there was no chance Harry was about to divulge what he knew now, not to the man about to be called back into Voldemort's service. So he avoided Snape's eye and said nothing. And finally, Sybil Trelawney, Dumbledore sighed tiredly. Why did she become a target of Voldemort? She had information the Dark Lord sought, Lockhart explained. It was my job to invade her mind and retrieve it for him, given my expertise with the mind arts. I intended to do so much sooner, but she proved difficult to get to without drawing suspicion, given how reclusive and paranoid she'd become. What information were you after? Asked James. A prophecy, said Lockhart, made to Albus Dumbledore in 1980. I was not told its subject or its significance. I was merely to retrieve its contents and bring it to my lord. Harry's head snapped over to Dumbledore, and this time it was the headmaster who avoided his gaze. And did you obtain the information you sought? Dumbledore asked impassively. I did not, Lockhart said bitterly. Trelawney seemed to have zero recollection of this prophecy, or any other she's made throughout her life for that matter. There was a prolonged gap in her memory of the interview with Dumbledore in 1980, and I could not access anything within, no matter how hard I dug. So why kill her? James demanded. Wouldn't Voldemort want to torture her himself to get that information? My orders were to leave no loose ends, Lockhart shrugged. She had nothing more to offer the Dark Lord. The casualness with which his former professor spoke about murder was chilling for Harry to hear. This was clearly not the same Gilderoy Lockhart who had boasted about false accomplishments in his youth. This was a hardened killer, forged by prolonged exposure to dark magic and Merlin knows what else. I have a question, Snape spoke up. Why do you appear so much older? What have you been doing for the past year? My lord was angry with me for failing to subdue Moody, said Lockhart. He felt that I was not yet skilled enough to carry out the tasks he required of me. He knew I needed years, perhaps decades of experience in a short amount of time. So he gave me the time, Turner, and instructions on how to use it to complete my training. But surely you couldn't travel back that far, James muttered, confused. Time turners can only go back a handful of hours at a time before they need to recharge. There are ways around that restriction, Harry piped in, and he launched into a brief explanation of his own usage of the time Turner in his third year, and his theory that it could be done indefinitely given enough free locations to move between in order to avoid your past and future selves. So you could use the time turner to relive the same stretch of time, over and over? Asked James, clearly trying to wrap his head around the concept himself. Yes, Lockhart confirmed. Sometimes dozens of times in a single day, moving from room to room, reading every tome my master gave me, practicing new spells, performing blood rituals on myself. The Dark Lord even used it as a punishment at times. After the Skeeter incident, I was forced to endure 50 cycles in a row without sleep. Doing so over the course of a year would certainly have a toll on one's physical health, Dumbledore remarked. You ought to be around 30 years old, but you look over 50. Why subject yourself to such abuse? Because I will be rewarded beyond my wildest dreams. Lockhart laughed. I will be my master's most valued and loyal servant, his right-hand man when he takes control of the country. I will have power, influence, and respect, not to mention a pureblood bride of my choosing. But you're a half-blood, Gilderoy? James scoffed, clearly disgusted with what he was hearing. Your master is clearly manipulating you for his own gain. And if you haven't noticed, you've been caught red-handed. You won't be getting any of these things now. You think Azkaban prison can hold me? Lockhart cackled. How naive. My master is more powerful than any can imagine. And as soon as I'm free, I will prove just how dangerous I can be and how foolish you are to underestimate the reaver of memories. The adult seemed unmoved by this declaration, but a chill ran down Harry's spine. He knew there was truth in Lockhart's statement. Azkaban was not as secure as the Ministry believed, and if he was still imprisoned there when Voldemort freed his followers the following year, he would indeed become a force to be reckoned with. Yet another item to add to the list of things Harry needed to prevent from happening. I think we have heard enough, Dumbledore muttered. Order, Potter. I hereby remand Mr. Lockhart into your custody. Can you handle him on your own? Certainly, said James. He stunned Lockhart and levitated the bound man off the ground, chair and all. I will take him into the DMLE immediately. They'll be rather busy this evening, but I'll make sure they know this is a high-priority suspect. James gave Harry another loving hug before departing, with the unconscious Lockhart floating along behind him. Dumbledore and Snape turned their attention to the two teens standing before them. Headmaster, said Neville nervously, I still don't understand everything that happened tonight. Something happened when me and Voldemort fought. Our wands sort of connected, and I saw my parents dash. A full accounting of the night is clearly in order, said Dumbledore. Neville, you and I will now return to my office, and you can tell me everything that happened. I will answer your questions to the best of my ability. What about me? Harry demanded. I was there too. I fought Voldemort as well. Do I not deserve answers? You will get them, Harry, Dumbledore said placatingly. But another night. For now, you need to get yourself to the hospital wing. No, I don't, Harry denied stubbornly. But as he did so, he felt himself swaying on his feet, nearly too weak to stand. His adrenaline was wearing off now, and he felt the effects of the night catching up to him. His head was swimming with exhaustion. His broken arm was throbbing painfully, and still he felt sharp jabs of pain all over from the after effects of the Cruciatus curse. Severus, will you kindly escort Mr. Potter to the hospital wing? Dumbledore asked. I will, Snape nodded. After that, I think you know what I must ask of you, Dumbledore said grimly. I imagine your master will be displeased by your absence tonight. Can I count on you to make amends and regain his trust? Snape paled considerably. Clearly returning to Voldemort's service was the last thing he wanted to do. But he nodded stiffly before beckoning for Harry to follow him from the room. Neither Snape nor Harry spoke as they traversed the corridors towards the hospital wing. That was just fine with Harry. He didn't want to rehash the night's events any longer. He felt a dull sense of defeat, knowing that he had failed once again. Voldemort had returned to full strength despite his best efforts, and his support base appeared to be even stronger than before. His and Neville's survival felt like hollow victories, a temporary reprieve from years of pain and suffering to come for countless others. Snape escorted Harry to the door of the hospital wing, pausing before he departed. What happens now, Potter? He hissed. What is to be done? Harry looked up at the man. For the first time he could recall, he saw raw fear etched across Snape's face. He was so afraid to return to Voldemort's side that he was seeking reassurance from the teen, an oddly heartbreaking sight. I don't know, Harry sighed despondently. He will want the prophecy next, I expect, from the Department of Mysteries. Hopefully he will be preoccupied with that before waging a proper war. Snape's black eyes studied Harry's face for a moment longer, before he nodded and swept down the corridor. For the first time in his life, Harry wished him well. The man had protected his secrets thus far and clearly had reason to watch out for him. It was only right to repay the favor. Harry entered the hospital wing, which was peacefully quiet at this late hour of the night. Two of the beds were currently occupied by fellow champions Crumb and Fleur, both fast asleep but looking relatively unharmed. Thank Merlin for small victories, I suppose, Harry thought to himself. There was a shuffling sound from the back of the room, and Dahlia emerged from the storage room, still wearing her white trainee robes. Her eyes went wide when she saw her brother stumble in. "Harry," she gasped, standing quickly and rushing over to examine him. "Are you all right?" "I will be," Harry mumbled. "Just need some sleep, I think." "Come here," Dahlia said, gently taking him by the hand and guiding him to an empty bed. Harry sank into the pillow, head feeling heavy, ready for the nightmarish day to be over. Dahlia began to wave her wand over her brother, muttering incantations under her breath. Runes began to appear over him in midair, and she froze at whatever they told her. "You've been put under the Cruciatus curse?" she gasped, her green eyes snapping to his, seeking confirmation. "Yes," Harry nodded, too detached from reality to even care about that horrifying fact. "For at least a minute or so. I can't really remember." Dahlia, still shaking slightly, continued to wave her wand over him. "Your arm's broken," she remarked, pausing at his left side. "Bone-breaker curse. Courtesy of Lord Voldemort himself," Harry quipped humorlessly. He could not bring himself to meet his sister's eye this time, knowing that if he saw her reaction, it would make it feel real again. He didn't want to engage with what had happened right now. The fugue state he was currently in was a blissful escape. Dahlia stood and disappeared from his bedside for a moment, swiftly returning with an armful of vials. "Open," she instructed. Harry dutifully parted his lips and allowed her to tip 3 potions into his mouth. They burned as they went down his throat, but it didn't bother him. He was no longer in his conscious body. He yearned to not feel, to be far away from this room, this reality. "Now, try to get some sleep," said Dahlia, sitting in a chair to his right. "You'll feel better in the morning." "Thanks, sis," Harry slurred. Sleep sounded good right about now. Nothing bad could happen to him while he slept. He couldn't possibly screw his life up any further in the faraway realm of dreams and nothingness. It took Harry a moment to notice a slight pressure in his right hand. He forced his eyes to stay open a moment longer to glance down at it. Dahlia was clutching his hand in hers, a silent, comforting embrace. They met eyes, and he saw the fear in her expression. But she gave him a reassuring nod, a resolute set in her jaw. "You're not alone," she seemed to be saying with a simple gesture. "I'm with you. I'll take care of you." And Harry broke. He was overcome with silent, heaving sobs as the gravity of the night's events came crashing down upon him. Dahlia did not let go of his hand, did not mock him for his display of raw emotion. She just sat there with him, giving him silent strength and reassurance as the potions took effect and his sobs gradually receded, guiding him into peaceful sleep. And surprise. The first major butterfly effect changed to the timeline that I've kept hidden in the background for the last few school years. I've been planning to introduce Evil Lockhart into my story ever since the Rita Skeeter blackmail subplot began, and rest assured this will not be the last we see of the Reaver. As a side note, now you all know why I had to do away with Mrs. Norris in year 3, as she would have given away the Filch disguise immediately. R.I.P. to a feline legend. Year 4 to 20. Calm before the storm. Harry didn't know how long he remained unconscious in that bed. When he awoke, he still felt pressure on his right side and thought perhaps he'd slept only minutes, with Dahlia still holding his hand for comfort. But when he forced his eyes open, sunlight was streaming in through the windows, and Katie Bell's head was resting on his right arm, dozing softly as she slumped over in her bedside chair. And Katie was not alone. "Harry!" exclaimed Lily Potter, jumping to attention in her own seat when she saw her son was awake. "Think, Merlin, you're all right. Madame Pomfrey was considering transferring you to St. Mungo's." "Why?" Harry croaked. "I feel fine." He flexed his left arm, feeling the mended bone stand firm. Even the tingling sensation from the Cruciatus curse was greatly diminished, although he still felt sore all over. Katie jerked awake at his movement, eyes widening when she saw Harry's eyes watching her. "Oh, Harry," she sighed, leaning up to kiss him tenderly on the cheek. "How are you feeling? You sounded awful the last couple of nights, thrashing about and screaming in your sleep." "I'm all right, honest," said Harry. He didn't remember anything after falling asleep, but clearly his dreams had not been kind to him. "And what do you mean, couple of nights?" "You've been out for 3 days now," Lily said worriedly. "Ever since, well, everything happened. Lots of people have been by to see you, but we wanted to let you rest." "What people?" Harry asked. "Classmates, teachers, your fellow champions," Lily recited. "Not to mention Minister Fudge and Amelia Bones, hoping to interview you about what happened." "Is it really true?" Katie asked fearfully. "Neville's been telling everyone such terrible things. Did you really see him return? Did you really fight him?" "Yes, it's true," Harry said dully. Katie whimpered and buried her head in his chest, trembling and holding him close. Lily tried to keep a brave face, but she too looked pale and terrified by her son's plight. "We're taking you home as soon as you're well enough," said Lily adamantly. "You don't have to spend another minute in this castle than necessary." "I'm going to finish the year," Harry said adamantly. "It won't look good for me to run and hide. Everyone needs to see me stay strong and carry on as normal." "Why do you burden yourself so much?" Katie asked weakly. "No one would think less of you for leaving. Hell, everyone expects you and Dahlia to transfer away next year. "No," Harry shook his head. "I'm not going anywhere. Hogwarts is my home." That clearly was not the answer Lily wanted to hear. She began to protest, but Madame Pomfrey bustled over, insisting on checking Harry's vitals now that he was awake. By the time she tottered away, satisfied with his progress, the moment had passed, and Lily merely looked upon her son worriedly. "Where's Dad and Dahlia?" Harry asked. "Dahlia's got final exams this afternoon, but she'll be back soon," said Lily. "Your father's attending Rufus Scrimgeour's funeral. He's been named the new head of the Aura office and has to keep up appearances." "What about your OWLs?" Harry asked Katie. "Finished the last one yesterday," she replied. "I did rubbish, though, I know it. I was too worried about you to focus on anything else." "Sorry," Harry mumbled, but Katie wouldn't hear it. "Do not apologize for us caring about you," she reprimanded him. "You could have died in that graveyard. We almost lost you." "But we didn't," Lily said, gently placing a hand on Katie's back to calm her. "That's the important part. Now you're safe, and we can look ahead rather than worry about what's already past." Good words to live by, Harry reasoned. He knew he could drive himself crazy wallowing in despair over all the mistakes he'd made up to this point. But that was out of his control now. What really mattered was what he did from now onward. He had to look forward rather than languish in the past. But first, he had to get up to speed with the present. "What's been happening in the past few days?" he asked. "Do you have any copies of the Prophet I can read?" Lily and Katie shared a significant glance. "Perhaps you should just rest," Lily said awkwardly. "You don't need to concern yourself with all that right now. I'm awake now, and I want to know what the hell's going on," Harry insisted. Lily sighed despondently. "Madame Pomfrey doesn't want you agitated while you heal," she said. "But I guess you deserve to understand." She reached below her chair and withdrew a folded copy of the Daily Prophet, which she handed to her son. Harry unfolded the paper and immediately felt his heart rate spike as he read the headline. "Dumbledore, Aura Department, under fire for failure to apprehend WHO," by Alexander Somerby, The Daily Prophet. The wizarding world is still reeling from the news that the Dark Lord Voldemort has returned, following a failed plot to kidnap and murder the boy who lived, Neville Longbottom. According to our sources, Mr. Longbottom valiantly fought the Dark Lord to a draw until backup arrived to assist him. Sources with knowledge of these events tell the Prophet that a group of Aurors, led by James Potter, along with famed defender of Britain Albus Dumbledore, arrived late on the scene and failed to capture the infamous Dark Lord. A small number of agitators were captured, but they did not bear you-know-who's dark mark and denied all involvement in the Dark Lord's return. This fiasco raises serious questions about the Aura Department's readiness to deal with existential threats to our great nation. Potter, who assumed control of the office following the tragic death of Rufus Scrimgeour in the battle, has come under fire in recent months for his questionable leadership and aggressive politicking. He drew criticism earlier this year for introducing a controversial bill to the Wisenagemot, co-sponsored by Lord Dale Greengrass, which would strip pureblood families of their right to own house elves. I join my fellow Britons in thanking Neville Longbottom for rising to the occasion once again, said Lord Corban Yaxley in a statement to the Prophet. However, I question whether someone like James Potter has what it takes to guide us through the dark times ahead. Perhaps it is best that he steps aside and lets somebody else, someone less radical and power-hungry, take the lead for once. Albus Dumbledore has also drawn heavy criticism in recent years, particularly for a slate of deadly incidents at Hogwarts School. We reported last week about the murder of Sybil Trelawney at the hands of a disgruntled former employee, already the fourth such death in as many years, following those of Horace Slughorn, Quirinius Quirrell, and our own Rita Skeeter. Can we truly trust Dumbledore to protect our children in the days to come? Worried Lord Quincy Knott. Hogwarts used to be the safest place in the wizarding world. Now it seems to be a breeding ground for dark activity. It's been 50 years since Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald. Is he simply past his prime? James Potter's eldest son, Harry Potter, also drew controversy for his role in this year's Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts. Young Mr. Potter illegally entered the event last fall, and sources indicate that he may have attempted to sabotage fellow competitor Neville Longbottom during the final task. Could he have been involved in the plot to kidnap the boy who lived? If this is any indication of what James Potter's influence leads to, it bodes poorly for the future of the Auror office and magical Britain as a whole. You-know-who is currently believed to be hiding abroad in Albania after escaping custody. For more on his possible whereabouts and motives, see page 6. Harry couldn't believe his eyes. He'd thought that surely the Ministry wouldn't be able to smear his name this time. Not now that there was definitive proof of Voldemort's return. But it seemed that Lucius Malfoy's influence continued to pay dividends, as he had found a way to spin the reporting to serve his purposes anyway. "Sweetheart, calm down," Lily warned. A monitor at Harry's bedside was beeping angrily due to his rising fury. "Your father has it under control. The only thing he cares about is your safety." "What a load of rubbish," Harry spat, tossing the paper across the room. "How can they get away with this? And why isn't Lucius Malfoy in jail? He was at the graveyard, and he brought at least 30 people with him." "That will be difficult to prove," Lily sighed. "Your father says they're having difficulty pinning anything on the men they captured. They all claim they had no idea what they were arriving to when invited to the graveyard, and the most they can be indicted for without evidence is resisting arrest. So give them Veritaserum and make them admit to what they were doing there." Harry huffed. "They have excellent legal solicitors holding up the process," Lily sighed. "Your father suspects Mr. Malfoy to be behind it. And what's this nonsense about Voldemort being abroad?" Harry demanded, ignoring the winces of his mother and girlfriend at the use of the name. "That's obviously a lie to make Britain believe he won't come after them again." "You think he's still in the country?" Katie asked wide-eyed. But surely he won't start another war like last time, right? The Prophet says he wouldn't, that he's in exile." Harry almost envied Katie of her naivete and couldn't bring himself to burst her foolish optimism in that moment. "I suppose that doesn't matter right now," he sighed. "Me and Neville got out, and that's what's important." "Well said," said Lily, and she leaned down to plant a kiss on Harry's forehead. "It's a very complicated time, Harry, but you don't need to concern yourself with that. You just focus on your healing." The next few days were a fugue of intermittent sleeping, endless potions, and periodic visits from friends and family. Dahlia and James arrived in the afternoon to check on him and reassure him that they would take care of him, which gave him some small comfort. He tried to ask his father what was happening at the Ministry, but James was evasive, promising to tell him more on a later date. Many of Harry's classmates came to give their wishes, even Ron, who finally apologized for his poor behavior over the past year. Harry begrudgingly accepted, with the sad understanding that he would never have a close friendship with the boy in this timeline. Harry also spent his time catching up on the wall-to-wall news coverage of Voldemort's return. In addition to pinning blame largely on James Potter's shoulders, the Prophet also seemed intent on pushing the narrative that Voldemort was hiding out of the country, with little interest in returning. Harry knew this had to be an invention of Malfoy's, and he could hardly believe anyone would fall for it. Of course, Voldemort wouldn't leave Britain when he had unfinished business there. There was very little mention of Gilderoy Lockhart's arrest, aside from a short blurb mentioning his capture. The prophet reported that he would be imprisoned in Azkaban for the murder of Sybil Trelawney, but there was no mention of him being in league with Voldemort at all. In fact, it wasn't even mentioned in the context of the graveyard battle. Just as an unrelated side curio, quickly forgotten by the public in favor of more pressing matters. Finally, in the last week of the school term, Madame Pomfrey released Harry from her care. James and Lily wanted him to come straight home, but Harry insisted on finishing the year with his classmates. Everyone gave him curious stares in the halls and classes and steered clear of him, as though afraid he was unstable after such a harrowing experience. Harry couldn't be sure how many of them believed the garbage the prophet was churning out, but at least he got some well wishes and smiles from strangers and acquaintances alike. 2 days before the students departed for the summer, Harry received a summons to Dumbledore's office. He didn't know what for, but he fully intended to chew the man out for his failures to warn Neville about the dangers of the third task, among other things. However, when he rounded the corner to the headmaster's office, he was surprised to run into Neville himself, also making his way towards the stone gargoyle. "He asked for you too?" Harry asked when the boy spotted him in return. "Guess so," Neville shrugged. "Any idea what this is about?" "Nope," Harry shrugged in return. The two teens walked up the spiral staircase to the headmaster's office. The oak door was ajar, and Harry could hear sounds of furious shouting coming from within the office. He pushed the door open and was surprised to see Fleur seated in an armchair alongside her mother, while the man Harry recognized as Fleur's father shouted hoarsely at Dumbledore, sitting calmly behind his desk. Mr. Delacour turned at the sound of the new arrival, his anger dissipating at once. "Ah, you must be Harry Potter," he said, extending his hand to Harry. "And Neville Longbottom. I am Fleur's father, Sebastian Delacour." "A pleasure, sir," said Harry, shaking the man's hand before Neville did the same. "I am sorry you had to see me like this," Sebastian Delacour said bitterly, taking a breath to steady himself. "I was just expressing my disappointment with your headmaster about the safety standards of his school. And I must again repeat my sincerest apologies," Dumbledore said patiently. "The Triwizard Tournament was an unfortunate stain upon our two nations' shared history. I hope that we can rebuild trust and work together in the war that is to come." "Pa! And now you wish to drag France into your own domestic problems?" Sebastian scoffed. "We will not be returning to Britain, Dumbledore, so long as you allow madmen like your Dark Lord to roam free." "I am sorry to hear it," Dumbledore sighed. "I have tremendous respect for our French allies, and hope you will not interpret my own failures as those of my countrymen." "Perhaps not," Sebastian huffed. "Paul and Fleur, let us go. We will return home tonight." "Please, PA," Fleur pleaded. "I wish to return home on Z carriage with my friends tomorrow." "Very well," Sebastian nodded. "Come, let us not waste any more of Z headmaster's time." Fleur and Apollon stood. The latter gave Harry a polite kiss on both cheeks, doing the same for a blushing Neville. Harry gave Fleur a look that said, "We'll talk later." She seemed to understand, nodding as she departed from the office after her mother. "My family seems to owe you 2 debts now, Harry Potter," said Sebastian gravely to Harry. "One for each of my daughters. Please, if you need anything at all, I am in your service." "I'll keep that in mind, thanks," Harry nodded, as Sebastian swept from the room. He felt uncomfortable having someone else in his debt, but perhaps he could call on the Delacours as allies in the future if the necessity arose. "That was an unfortunate incident for you to walk in on." Dumbledore apologized as Harry and Neville sat in the vacated armchairs. "The Delacour family is well known abroad for their fierce temper, and I hope you never find yourselves on the receiving end of it." "Can you blame them though, sir?" Harry pointed out, "considering all that's happened in the past few months." "You are not wrong," Dumbledore admitted. "I have made many mistakes recently. In fact, that is the reason I have called you both up here tonight. I wish to rectify another one." "What mistake, sir?" Neville frowned. Dumbledore gave Harry a significant look, then sighed heavily. "It is time, Neville, that I tell you something that I should have many years ago," he said. "And as hesitant as I am to involve Mr. Potter, he has no doubt been dragged into this mess alongside you, and deserves the truth as well." "You're going to tell us the prophecy?" Harry asked, raising his eyebrows. "Yes," Dumbledore nodded. "As you both learned from your former Professor Lockhart the other night, I was witness to a prophecy in 1980 shortly before the two of you was born. The late Sybil Trelawney delivered the prophecy, and Lord Voldemort learned of it, causing him to target the Longbottom family when Neville was a baby. But why? Neville asked. What did the prophecy say? Dumbledore sighed resignedly and drew his wand. With a flick in the air, he opened a cabinet to his left, from which floated the stone pensieve. Perhaps it is best if you two heard it for yourselves. With another flick of his wand, silvery mist began to rise out of the pensieve, twisting and shimmering in the air, eventually forming into the ethereal outline of a person. Trelawney. When she opened her mouth, she spoke in the same raspy, foreboding tone she had when Harry witnessed her prophecy in his original 3rd year. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Harry felt a chill of foreboding as Trelawney dissolved back into mist and disappeared into thin air. The pensieve floated back into its cabinet, and Dumbledore returned his attention to the two boys seated before him. Do you both understand the significance of the prophecy? He asked them. Harry turned to Neville, seeing that the gears were turning in the boy's head. So, it means, Neville said slowly, that Voldemort targeted me as a baby because he thought it referred to me? That is correct, Dumbledore nodded. You were one of two boys whom the prophecy could refer to. But then, does that make me the other? Harry asked. Born as the 7th month dies. I was born at the end of July, the same as Neville. Yes, Dumbledore nodded. But Voldemort decided to go after the Longbottoms first, perhaps seeing them as a bigger threat due to their pure blood status. But what if he was wrong? Harry demanded, his heart suddenly pounding faster. What if the prophecy had meant me instead? Voldemort made a terrible mistake that evening, for many reasons, Dumbledore explained softly. Not least of which because he only heard half of the prophecy, the first half. The second half leaves little doubt that Neville is the boy in question. Why? Asked Neville. The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, Dumbledore recited with a sad smile. Voldemort sealed his own fate and yours by attacking you that evening. He gave you that scar, and in the process transferred some of his abilities to you. In essence, he created the very enemy he sought to destroy. But I don't have power the Dark Lord knows not, Neville protested. Harry's way more powerful than I am. It can't be me. I suspect that Voldemort had his own doubts about the true subject of the prophecy, said Dumbledore. He sought to test Harry in the tournament and in that graveyard, to see what he was capable of. But it was you, Neville, who surprised him. I believe you scared him when your wands connected, and your willpower overcame his. Your love for your parents gave you a strength he could never understand. That, I think, leaves little doubt that you are the boy of the prophecy. Neville fell silent, contemplating this in silence. Harry did the same, absent-mindedly rubbing his chest, over the dark stain Voldemort's shade had left in his first year. He'd never told Dumbledore about that stain. What if that was the mark the prophecy referred to? What if he still was the person who was supposed to kill Voldemort in the end? Dumbledore eyed Harry warily, as though reading his mind. I know what you're thinking, Harry, he said, a hint of warning in his voice. And you must understand now why I was reluctant to tell you the truth. If you should have some delusions of grandeur, shall we say, in thinking yourself to be the true chosen one dash. I'm not interested in grandeur, Harry muttered darkly. I just want the bastard dead. What's the harm if there's two of us trying to end him? Harry, what did I tell you about prophecies? Dumbledore sighed heavily. They are self-fulfilling. If you hadn't heard the contents of that prophecy, you never would have believed it referred to you. And now you may find yourself on a collision course with a Dark Lord that you have no business with. That's where you're wrong, sir, Harry growled, his lingering resentment for the headmaster rearing its ugly head again. Voldemort represents everything I stand against. With him back, my family is no longer safe. I would be on the front lines whether or not I'd heard the prophecy. But now you have unduly burdened yourself, Dumbledore cautioned. Your life will be in even greater danger the more you actively antagonize Voldemort. If he believes you to be actively working against him, I am actively working against him, Professor, Harry retorted. I have been for 4 years, or haven't you noticed? This changes nothing. And I have attempted to dissuade you at every step along the way, Dumbledore pointed out. None of the adults in your life wanted you to put yourself at such risk. Hang on, Neville piped up, clearly brooding on something. So Harry knew this was coming all along? More or less, Harry shrugged. I did try to warn you. Neville nodded forlornly and turned to Dumbledore. And you knew that Harry knew? He demanded. Without thinking to talk to me about it? Neville, you were and are so young, Dumbledore sighed. It didn't seem right to burden you with such worries before you were ready. Before I was ready? Neville scoffed, and Harry knew immediately that Neville wasn't pleased with this answer. Sir, I've faced down this mad bastard 3 times already. For if you count when I was a baby, I don't think I was ready for any of those either. You're right, Neville, said Dumbledore, looking at the boy with shimmering blue eyes. Will you forgive an old man his mistakes? I will not so easily discount your input again. Harry wanted to scream in frustration at this obvious manipulation tactic. He's using you, Neville. He wanted to shout. He only told you because I forced his hand. But Neville was clearly moved by the old man's crocodile tears, his own anger dissipating as quickly as it had come. I appreciate that, sir. Neville bowed reverently. There is a silver lining to this situation, said Dumbledore. Voldemort was unable to retrieve the prophecy from Trelawney's mind, and still does not know what the second half says. Therefore, in his mind, it is still ambiguous which one of you is truly the boy of prophecy, and he will seek to clarify that before making his next move. Harry frowned as he processed this. Why is that good news? He asked. Doesn't it mean that my family is in even more danger now, if he thinks I could be the chosen one? Temporarily, perhaps, said Dumbledore. But your father is a smart man and knows how to keep his family safe. Besides, Voldemort himself wouldn't dare attack you again personally until he is certain what the prophecy says. How can you know that? Harry demanded. It wouldn't be the first time you've failed to keep someone safe. Dumbledore's eye twitched slightly at this rebuke, but he otherwise did not react. Professor Snape has ingratiated himself within the Dark Lord's inner circle and is providing me regular updates, said Dumbledore. He reports that Voldemort has grown obsessed with getting his hands on the prophecy and is scheming ways to do so. Would have been nice to know that last time, Harry thought bitterly. He'd walked headlong into Voldemort's trap in his last timeline, not realizing what he was after, and it had cost him and Sirius their lives. I must therefore stress the importance, to each of you, to keep your wits about you in the coming months, said Dumbledore. If Voldemort believes he needs one or both of you to obtain this prophecy, he will stop at nothing to do so. That could mean kidnapping, as in the maze, or some other form of trickery to lure you away from safety. Like implanting false memories in my head, Harry thought glumly. He glanced at Neville, who was rubbing his scar absent-mindedly. Perhaps Harry ought to take it upon himself to teach the boy some clemency. I would also ask that you keep this information to yourselves for now, Dumbledore continued. The fewer the people that know the full contents of the prophecy, the less likely it will be to fall into Voldemort's hands. What about Ron and Hermione? Neville asked at once. I tell them everything, and they'll want to know the truth as well. Dumbledore considered this for a long moment. I suppose an exception can be made for them, he eventually muttered. Just be sure they understand the importance of discretion as well. Yes, sir. Neville nodded. Harry failed to see how Ron and Hermione would be any more trustworthy than his own confidants. Did Dumbledore believe Harry would run off and tell everyone he knew what the prophecy said? Yet again, the man's true feelings about Harry shone through with his actions, even when his words paid lip service in an attempt to placate him. Just then, Dumbledore's fireplace flared green, and a familiar rotund face appeared in the grate. Is now a good time to come through, Albus? Called out Cornelius Fudge, looking somewhat cross. As good as ever, Cornelius, Dumbledore sighed. The minister's face briefly disappeared. Then 3 people stepped through the grate and into the office. Fudge, Percy Weasley, and a third man carrying a large camera. Harry recognized him as the Daily Prophet photographer that had taken the champions' photos at the weighing of the wands last fall. "Ah, good, already here," Fudge remarked, eyeing the two teens seated across from Dumbledore. "I've come to deliver the winnings for the Triwizard Tournament." "I see," said Dumbledore evenly. "By all means, proceed." "Congratulations then, Mr. Longbottom," said Fudge cordially, extending his hand to Neville. "You have won the grand prize of 1,000 galleons, and will have your name printed in the Prophet tomorrow commemorating your victory." "Well done, lad." Percy plopped a sizable sack of gold into Neville's lap. The boy looked down at it, confused. "I don't understand," Neville muttered. "Harry and I touched the cup at the same time. Shouldn't we be splitting the prize?" "Ah, yes, well," Fudge chuckled, shooting Harry a dismissive glance. Mr. Potter fired sparks into the air shortly before touching the cup himself. Therefore, the judges have determined that he was already disqualified from the third task at that point, leaving you as the sole victor. Neville shot an astonished look at Harry, who merely shrugged. "Congratulations," he deadpanned. He couldn't care less about the money or the recognition. Neville could have it all. "Now come, stand up, my boy," Fudge said jovially. "Calvin here is going to take a photo for the Prophet. Just you and me. It will be the talk of Britain. I can assure you of that." Neville sat in silence for a moment, gears turning in his head. "You want to take a picture with me?" he repeated. A sign of support from the Minister of Magic to the young champion of his home nation. Fudge beamed. "A great honor for a young man like yourself." "I'm afraid I don't feel all that honored, Minister," Neville said. "If anything, I feel used. Like you only want the picture to prove to people that you have the support of the boy who lived." Fudge's smile evaporated, and he suddenly looked as though he smelled something foul. "Ah well," he chuckled nervously. "It would be a much-needed morale boost for the nation, I readily admit. What with this you-know-who business giving folks quite a fright dash." "You-know-who business?" Neville laughed. "You mean his return to power?" "Yeah, I'd say people are rightfully frightened. And his name is Voldemort, Minister." Fudge and Percy both winced at the use of the name. "People could use a reminder that you're out there opposing him, Neville," Fudge said weakly. "It would be a great help dash to you." Neville finished the sentence for him. "Sorry, Minister, but I'm not interested in being your mascot. Your political career means very little to me." And with that, Neville stood from his seat and crossed the room, slamming the door in Fudge's face as he exited the office. Fudge looked absolutely stunned, and Harry thought that Dumbledore looked quietly amused by the whole thing. "I'll be happy to take a picture with you, Minister Fudge," Harry offered with false enthusiasm. "Yes, I'm sure you would, Mr. Potter," Fudge said sourly. "Come along, Wembley, we're leaving." And Fudge stepped back through the fireplace, the photographer close behind him. Percy paused before following, eyeing Harry suspiciously. "I would think carefully about how you address the minister, Mr. Potter," Percy said coldly. "It might make things rather difficult for your father." Percy moved to exit via the flue, but Harry was out of his seat in a flash, pinning Percy against the hearth, fury in his eyes. "I don't remember asking your goddamn opinion, Weasley," Harry snarled. "I suggest you think twice before threatening my family again." "Harry," said Dumbledore warningly. With a final glare, Harry released Percy, who looked briefly cowed before scurrying along after his boss, the flue deactivating behind him. "As loathsome as the Ministry's attitude towards your family may be," Dumbledore said, "I'm afraid Mr. Weasley has a point. Your father is in a precarious position right now, and I'm certain the Prophet will only amplify their criticism as long as Fudge is feeling the political pressure." "Yes, you're right, sir," Harry sighed, retaking his seat and forcing himself to calm down. His quick temper would only cause problems for James if he couldn't rein it in. "I take it you know that your parents were a part of my secret organization during the last war?" Dumbledore asked. "The Order of the Phoenix, yes," Harry nodded. "We will be convening again over the summer," said Dumbledore. "I hope your folks will consider joining again, in order to combat Voldemort's machinations in Britain." "I'm certain they will," Harry agreed. "And I'll be there too." "I'm afraid it's too dangerous for someone your age to join," Dumbledore sighed. "You're only 14, and you continue to labor under the delusion that I'm just some naive kid," Harry retorted. "You know damn well I'm not like every other student my age. I've been in this fight since I was 11, and I've known this day was coming all along." I will be at those meetings, and I will be informed on what is going on." Dumbledore studied Harry for a moment before sighing. "Of course, your parents will have final say in whether or not you dash," he began. "I can make my own decisions," Harry retorted. "I'm fighting whether you or my mom or dad like it or not. So you might as well clue me in so I don't walk into any more traps." Dumbledore looked deeply displeased by this development, but he acquiesced. "Very well, Harry," he said. "I hope that you will respond in kind and share what you know with us as well. It's the only way we can win this war." "I'll consider it," Harry shrugged. "You still have a long way to go to rebuild the trust you've lost with me over the past 4 years." And he stood to leave the office, leaving the headmaster alone with his thoughts. Harry had difficulty sleeping that night. The words of the prophecy rang in his ears. The promise that either himself or Neville must be the one to kill Voldemort, or die trying. But which one of them was the true boy of the prophecy? And what was this mysterious power the Dark Lord knows not? Harry certainly didn't think he knew of any magic that Voldemort didn't, nor did Neville for that matter. Dumbledore's love theory sounded like a load of hogwash to him, but he decided it ultimately didn't matter. He would do everything in his power to stop Voldemort, and so would Neville. Whoever cast the finishing blow didn't truly matter in the end. Their path was the same regardless, their fates inextricably tied to the very end. That knowledge ultimately allowed him to drift off to sleep, content in knowing that his plan remained unchanged: destroy or be destroyed. There was a melancholy in the air as the school year finally came to a close. While normally the halls would be buzzing with excited chatter about upcoming holiday plans, now there were hushed and worried conversations about the future. Were they safe? Was there a war coming? A few even came up to Harry to ask his opinion on the matter, and he merely told them to keep a close eye on the news and remain vigilant. Moody would be proud. The Hogwarts Express was not due to depart until the morning after the closing feast, but students flooded out onto the grounds after their meal to watch the Durmstrang and Beauxbaton students depart. There were tearful goodbyes and promises to write from those few students who had forged bonds across school lines. Harry spied Crumb and Fleur talking off to one side, and when they spotted him, they waved him over. Harry glanced around the crowd until he spotted Neville, gently grabbing him by the arm and steering him over towards the other two champions. "Shall we all talk privately for a moment?" Harry suggested. "Yes, let's," Crumb agreed. The four champions walked off a ways from the rest of the students to speak without being overheard, drawing a significant number of curious eyes in their direction. They all eyed each other for a moment, unsure who should talk first. "I would like to apologize," Fleur blurted out, turning to Crumb. "I hope I did not hurt you too much in Z Maze when I attacked you." "Not your fault." Crumb shrugged impassively. "You veer not in control of yourself. I do not blame you." "I need to apologize too," Neville sighed, looking pleadingly at Harry. "I should have listened to you from the start. I was so blinded by the glory of winning that I couldn't see you were only trying to protect me. How about we all stop bloody apologizing to one another?" Harry suggested. "We all got played by Voldemort. We're in this together now, so let's put everything behind us and figure out how to proceed from here." "Sounds good to me," Crumb agreed, and Fleur and Neville nodded alongside him. "Now, I don't care what the Daily Prophet is saying," said Harry. "War is coming, and Voldemort will do everything he can to take control of Britain. And if he accomplishes that, who's to say he won't extend his influence to Greater Europe and beyond? France would be his next target, surely," Fleur muttered worriedly. "I agree, Harry. This is not just a civil war as the French press has been saying. I will help however I can." "As will I," Crumb vowed. "They claim your Dark Lord is hiding in Albania, which is not far from Bulgaria. My country has not yet forgotten what Grindelwald did to us, and we will not stand for another Dark Lord rising to power." "Good," Harry nodded. "We should all stay in touch as much as possible. Neville and I can keep you both updated on what's really happening, since the Prophet won't be the most reliable news source for a while." "I wish to stay informed," said Fleur. "I will be working at Gringotts starting next month. Do you think it will be safe there?" "Yes, most likely," said Harry. "Voldemort wouldn't anger people by targeting the banks so soon." "What will you be doing there?" "Just clerical work to improve my English," said Fleur. "Do you think this wise?" "For now, it should be safe," said Harry. Then, as an afterthought, he added, Have you considered going into curse breaking? Gringotts has a great program for it. I have considered it, Fleur shrugged. Will it be a useful career path to pursue in this war? More than you could know, Harry said with a smile. Having more people he could trust who knew how to destroy Horcruxes might prove critical in the years to come. How can you know so much about the future? Crumb asked, narrowing his eyes at Harry. You seem to always be many steps ahead of everyone else. Fleur and Neville seemed to be wondering the same thing, scrutinizing him closely. It's complicated, Harry shrugged. For now, let's just say I feel a strong sense of déjà vu. And so far, my instincts have been pretty accurate. Hermione believes you to be the next coming of Merlin, Crumb smirked. She is very impressed with you. I'm only one person trying his best, Harry sighed tiredly, not wishing to be thought of as some genius. And I was horrible to her last year. Promise you'll be good to her, will you? We will remain pen pals this summer, said Crumb. I enjoy her company. She will be a brilliant witch one day. She already is, Harry agreed with a smile. And I'm glad to hear you will stay in touch. You must write me often as well, Fleur demanded of Harry. Already our younger sisters are pen pals. My Gabrielle is very fond of your Dahlia. Harry had heard the same from his own sister. Dahlia wanted to practice her French as much as Gabrielle did her English. And the two girls seemed to have bonded over their shared plight as younger siblings to overachievers hogging the adults' attention. I think you'll be hearing from me very soon, Harry predicted. He had not forgotten Sebastian Delacour's offer for help and suspected he may call in a favor or two in the near future. Voldemort's decision to fake his own exile from Britain may just invite their international allies to join the fight against him. Farewell for now, voyageur, said Fleur, kissing him on both cheeks before doing the same for Neville and Crumb. I would tell you to stay out of trouble, but I think this is impossible for you. You're probably right, Harry chuckled. I seem to attract it like a magnet. Goodbye, Potter, said Crumb, offering a firm handshake. I hope that one day, when this is all over, we can fly together again. I'd like that, Harry agreed. He and Neville watched on as the two champions returned to their classmates and filed down the grounds to their quarters. The Hogwarts crowd oohed and awed as the Beauxbatons carriages flew off into the sunset, while the Durmstrang ship sank into the depths of the lake, never to return. See you next school year then, yeah, Harry? Neville offered as students began filing back to their dorms to pack. Probably sooner than that, Harry predicted. It's going to be an unusual summer for us all, I expect. Unfortunately for him, not everyone at the school seemed ready to accept that fact just yet. Katie spied him from across the grounds and rushed over to bid him farewell with a lengthy kiss. You're coming to the farm this summer, aren't you? She asked. Daddy says he's happy to have you anytime. We'll see, Katie, Harry sighed. My parents will probably want to keep me on a short leash for a while. I'll try to see if I can convince them otherwise. Oh, all right, Katie said, sounding disappointed. Well, it would be peaceful and relaxing there if you can change their minds. Harry somewhat doubted her assessment. Peaceful, sure, but he didn't think he could relax in such an environment. A month ago, he might have felt differently, but now, the thought of spending valuable time lounging around with his girlfriend only made him anxious. There was too much that needed doing, too many things to worry about to turn his mind off to what was happening in the world. He certainly appreciated Katie's happy-go-lucky attitude, but it simply wasn't in the cards for him in the foreseeable future. As if to exemplify this, his final night at Hogwarts was a restless one, with much tossing and turning and not much sleeping. He laid there wide awake, thinking about all he hoped to accomplish in the coming summer. Speaking to Saul, meeting with the Order of the Phoenix, and potentially recruiting Bill Weasley to the Horcrux hunt. So much to juggle for one teenage boy. The next morning, Harry made his way down to the entrance hall, where students milled about waiting to catch a carriage to the train station. He spotted Argus Filch grumpily ushering students through the door. The caretaker had been found drugged and unconscious in his quarters, and when revived, he had no recollection of Lockhart's manipulations. After a brief stay at St. Mungo's, he had opted to return to work, probably a good alternative to fixating on the horrors he'd been subjected to. Harry spotted Damien Dursley shuffling aimlessly around the hall and made his way over to him. Hey, cousin, Harry greeted. Got big plans for the holiday? Not really, Damien shrugged. Mom and Dad want to save money this year, so we aren't going anywhere. I'll probably just be home all summer. Ah, I see, Harry commiserated. He knew just how boring a full summer on Privet Drive could be. Well, maybe you could come and visit sometime. Damien's gaze snapped up to his. You think so? He said. Sure, why not? Harry shrugged. Family's more important now than ever. We gotta stick together, yeah? Yeah, suppose so, said Damien. He joined Harry as they walked out to the grounds to catch a carriage ride to the train station. Suddenly, Damien froze, standing stock still and staring straight ahead. Something the matter, Damien? Harry asked. What is that? He demanded, pointing. Harry followed his gaze and saw that Damien was pointing at the creatures hitched up to the front of the carriages. Those are Thestrals, Harry explained softly. Remember? We took care of them for Hagrid back in the winter. Damien continued to stare blankly at the winged beasts. I can see them, he muttered. It took Harry a moment to register what he meant. Then he remembered that the Thestrals had been invisible to Damien up to this point. He must have gained the ability to see them after witnessing Trelawney's murder. That moment must be replaying itself in his mind at this very moment, as Harry saw the boy begin to tremble slightly. Come here, Damien, said Harry, gently taking the boy by the arm and leading him up to the nearest Thestral. They're completely harmless, remember? Look, I think this one recognizes you. The Thestral turned its head to Damien, whinnying softly and nudging the boy's hand with its nose. Damien tentatively raised his hand to stroke the creature's cheek, to which it closed its eyes and grunted appreciatively. This is the form my Patronus form takes, Harry reminded him. There's nothing scary about them. Not really. Death is a part of life like anything else. What's important is that we accept that and continue on living without fear. Damien nodded forlornly at this. He quickly climbed up into the carriage, and Harry followed, closing the door behind them so they could be alone. Damien sniffled quietly to himself all the way to the station, and Harry said nothing, simply sitting beside his younger cousin and giving him silent reassurance, as his own sister had done for him in the hospital wing. A fierce storm lay ahead of them, and Harry knew he would need to be strong for those he cared about looking to him for answers. /N. I'm relieved and proud to have made it out of year 4 with my intended plot still mostly intact. It was a bumpy ride that forced me to bend over backwards at times to make it all make sense, and I drew plenty of justified criticism for it. But the good news is I'm finally free, as my plans for the next 3 years are nowhere near as strict and will allow the story and characters to determine themselves instead of having canon events clumsily forced upon them. But rest assured, I still have a specific ending in mind that I'm working towards, and many more surprises to come. I will be back shortly with the beginning of year 5. But in the meantime, a sincere thank you to everyone who has stuck with the story this far. As disheartening as the hate mail can be at times, seeing positive comments about my passion project are what make it all worthwhile.